The end of an era. The rise of the Symbionese Liberation Army and fall of the New Left. Gregory Garth coming. The end of an era. The rise of the Symbionese Liberation Army and fall of the New Left. By Gregory Garth coming. The San Francisco Bay Area, and in particular Berkeley, served as a mecca for the remnants of the New Left in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. 8 out of the 10 members of the SLA moved to the Bay Area, either in search of education or to relieve the passions and the protests of the anti-Vietnam War movement of the late 60s and early 70s. As the war in Vietnam began winding down with American participation ending in January 1973, so did the student protest movement. In Northern California, the prison reform movement began to take center stage with what remained of the New Left. In the case of escaped convict Donald DeFreeze, and a group of 9 others, found their African American leader to jumpstart the revolution that deceased inmate George Jackson had so forcefully written about. 6. The SLA announced their arrival with the assassination of respected educator and superintendent of Oakland schools, Marcus Foster. As the first African American superintendent of Oakland schools, Foster served as a role model for success for many. His assassination brought nothing but scorn from the New Left towards the SLA. Following the capture by police of 2 SLA soldiers, Russell Little and Joseph Remiro, the remaining members of the revolutionary group went underground and began planning the abduction of Patricia Hearst in order to free their comrades from jail. Instead of freeing Little and Remiro from jail, Hearst provided the SLA with almost unlimited access to the media. The actions of the SLA did not serve as a vanguard for revolution as they had hoped. Instead, the SLA brought back memories of the violence and anarchy of the late 60s and early 70s that many did not wish to relive. America had moved on even though the membership of the SLA had not. This revolutionary group, however, served not as the vanguard of change, but the last gasp of the New Left and the student protest movement. 7. Table of Contents. Introduction, 1. Chapter 1. In the Beginning, 11. Chapter 2. Sync, 23. Chapter 3. The Formation, 35. Chapter 4. Battle for Control, 49. Chapter 5. The Assassination of Marcus Foster, 59. Chapter 6. Triumph Turns to Turmoil, 71. 8. Chapter 7. The Kidnapping of Patricia Campbell Hearst, 85. Chapter 8. The FBI, 109. Chapter 9. The Media, 127. Chapter 10. From Captors to Comrades, 135. Chapter 11. Tanya, Queen of the Revolution, 149. Chapter 12. On the Road to Purgatory, 172. Chapter 13. The End of an Era, 210. Bibliography, 219. 1. The SLA was almost a cultural test tube, a specimen sample from a bitter side of the 60s that marched apace after virtually all their comrades veered aside. Yet they marked time oddly, retracing rather than resolving the past. Culturally rootless, out of their time, they leaped into the social void, and in an eerie half-life of their plunge, among themselves, if nowhere else, they recreated something of the pained and pimpled adolescence of the New Left. 1. Introduction. The Symbionese Liberation Army existed for a brief 192 days beginning with Marcus Foster's assassination in November 1973 and ending with the shootout in Los Angeles on May 17, 1974. By 1972, the radical New Left had splintered into many different factions. The most violent, the Weathermen, had exited for life underground. With the re-election of President Richard Nixon by a landslide in November 1972 and the announcement of the end of active United States participation in Vietnam in January 1973, the synergy which produced the anti-war movement had reached its end. Berkeley, California, however, still maintained its unique counterculture persona and lifestyle. With war in Vietnam winding down, protest movements began to focus once more on issues of civil rights through the reform of California prisons. On February 1, 1964, students from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical University ushered in a new era for colleges and university students throughout the United States. These 4 African American students decided to challenge segregation in the South by sitting down at a lunch counter at a Woolworth store in Greensboro, North Carolina. The chairs at the counter were for white customers only and they were refused service. This incident sparked a wider protest that led to a sit-in, which would be a staple of the civil rights movement and student protests on various college campuses. This single act of defiance and courage preceded the Port Huron Statement by 2 years and the free speech movement by 4, serving as a roadmap for future politicization of America's college students. 1 Ben McClellan and Paul Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 495. 2. Since the free speech movement began in 1964, Berkeley served as a focal point for dissent on college campuses. They initially fought administration policy to ban the tables of political literature from the corner of Bancroft and Telegraph Avenue. Many of the leaders of the free speech movement spent their previous summer involved in the civil rights movement. As administrators of the University of California were soon to find out, the students found them much less threatening than the Ku Klux Klan. The arrest of Jack Weinberg just outside the gate of the University of California, Berkeley, unleashed a powerful student protest movement. 2 Berkeley student Mario Savio, whose speeches on top of the police cruiser would forever link his name with the free speech movement, declared in the fall of 1964 that last summer I went to Mississippi to join the struggle for civil rights. This fall I am engaged in another phase of the same struggle, this time in Berkeley. 3 In a direct challenge to the status quo often associated with the Eisenhower administration, Savio challenged the UC Board of Regents and administrators when he stated that there is a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part, and you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. For little did Savio know that his words, spoken in 1964, spoke for the discontent of a generation of college students. Although over 200 colleges and universities were represented during the Freedom Summer of 1964, almost 60% came from Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Princeton, UC Berkeley, Michigan or Wisconsin. 5 The growing counterculture elite which would form the backbone of the student protest movement of the 1960s and 1970s established their credentials during the civil rights movement. On March 3, 1965, John Thompson traveled from New York to Berkeley to make his own particular protest. Thompson, heavily influenced by the free speech movement, had a statement he wanted to make, FUCK. This one word written on a piece of paper led to the filthy speech movement. It was a continuation of the student movement to push the boundaries against professors and administrators whom the students and the agitators who lived in and around Berkeley campus increasingly viewed as overbearing and conservative. W.J. Rohrabaugh writes that these campus protests ended in loco parentis, a concept that the university should maintain parental supervision over the student. 6 The Berkeley students were going to fight the autocratic power as they saw it, whether it be in Mississippi or in their own backyard. By August of 1965, Berkeley student protesters shifted their focus to the United States' involvement in Vietnam. The passage of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, passed through Congress with little debate in August 1964, led to America's longest war and provided the student protesters with a ready-made issue to rail against. The civil rights movement continued to be an important facet of the student protest movement, but not its sole mission. The passage of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution led to the Americanization of the war in Vietnam and the development of an anti-war movement in the country, with the growing involvement of the nation's college students. The San Francisco Bay Area, in particular, would be forever linked with the student protest movements of the 1960s. The region served as the home to 1967's Summer of Love, the development of the Black Panther Party, a 134-school-day strike at San Francisco State University over the issue of admission of more minority students, and the development of African American Studies Department, the People's Park Riot, the closing of UC Berkeley in response to the invasion of Cambodia, and hundreds of symbolic bombings. At its 1969 National Convention, the Students for a Democratic Society split into various factions. 7. The battles over the future of the future New Left included squabbles over action versus political organization and Mao versus Lenin. As a result, the national organization which provided leadership to the New Left and direction to student protesters ceased to exist. In its place rose the Weathermen and the Progressive Labor Party. The action-oriented, violence-prone Weathermen served as a model for other organizations, such as Vence Ramos, which was founded in 1970 from a merger of the Chicano Brown Berets and a faction from the Revolutionary Union which has split from SDS in 1969. 8. 7. Todd Gitlin, The 60s, Years of Hope, Days of Rage 385 to 390. 8. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 58-59 FN. 5. Vence Ramos became a leader in the New Left politics in the Bay Area through the spring of 1972. It was the largest and most radical group in Northern California. 9. In 1971, the organization was actively involved in the anti-war movement throughout the Bay Area. Like many of the other New Left groups in the post-SDS period, Vence Ramos began unraveling over leadership and organization issues as many other New Left groups had. Out of this power vacuum within the New Left arose a new, more violent, revolutionary group. The SLA grew out of the Berkeley/Oakland radical political culture, particularly in the streets surrounding the University of California, Berkeley campus. It is from this environment that future members of the SLA viewed the collapse of the New Left over theory and action, along with the angry debate over the relevance of Marx, Lenin, Mao, and George Jackson. Within this power vacuum of the New Left came the SLA, a group who became enthralled by the film State of Siege and hoped to be the vanguard of a violent revolution against the fascist American state. Their hope was to take armed action in the same manner as Tupamaro rebels of Uruguay. Many members of what would become the SLA served as members of the Maoist, direct action-oriented Vence Ramos organization, which disintegrated during the summer of 1973. 10. The story of the SLA is one of violence, tragedy, and failure. It is about a small clique of young, self-absorbed, guilt-ridden, emotionally scarred white men and women who found their salvation in a black escaped convict, Donald DeFreeze, the self-styled Fifth Prophet Sanctum. They came together in the streets of Berkeley and Oakland. They moved in and around the Peking Man House, a commune on Shabu Road, where they were introduced to the Black Cultural Association and the prison reform movement. Others became involved as a result of the Vietnam War protest activities and, later on, the lesbian communities of Channing Way in Berkeley. 11. What influences caused the SLA to begin their short-lived social revolution? By 1972, the New Left had splintered into many different factions. The most violent, the Weathermen, turned their backs on society in favor of life underground. 12. As American participation in the war in Vietnam was winding down, the synergy which produced the student protest movement was quickly fading from the scene. Berkeley, however, still maintained its unique counterculture persona and lifestyle. It served as a ray of sunshine, breaking through the clouds and despair resulting from Richard Nixon's landslide re-election in November 1972. Individuals such as William and Emily Harris, Angela Atwood, Russell Little, Patricia Soltysik, Camilla Hall, Nancy Ling Perry and William Wolfe, among others, found themselves drawn toward this unique community. The SLA's first act of revolution was the assassination of Oakland's superintendent of schools, Marcus Foster. The fact that Marcus Foster was an African American led many to believe that the assassins might be Nazis or some other right-wing group. 13. The next day, the SLA's first communique announcing the death warrant from the Court of the People against Marcus Foster and Robert Blackburn was issued to Berkeley radio station KPFA. This action backfired as the radical communities of Oakland and Berkeley viewed the assassination with horror and grief, isolating the SLA while the mainstream media ignored this new radical leftist group. The Foster assassination brought scorn instead of support from the leadership of the New Left. The SLA learned that action itself would not generate the enthusiasm among the masses. In fact, Marcus Foster's death caused widespread mourning and outrage when it was supposed to generate publicity, notoriety, and revolution. This one act changed the way in which the SLA was perceived. They could no longer be conceived as a reform-minded organization interested in change. Instead of energizing the New Left throughout the Bay Area, the murder of Marcus Foster left the SLA isolated and alone. The kidnapping of heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst on February 4, 1974 brought the media attention which SLA desperately craved, but not the respect from the New Left as the vanguard of revolution. 13. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 132. They describe a newspaper account of a Nazi leaflet which was distributed at an Oakland shopping center which mentioned the targeting of satanic Jews and all their lackeys who are stirring up the niggers against us. The leaflet went on to mention that there might be shotgun blasts into the guts of mixmaster principals and superintendents. 8. Despite the national media attention, the SLA remained elusive as it moved about the San Francisco Bay Area from November 6, 1973 until their departure for Los Angeles on May 10, 1974. After 8 days in Los Angeles, the SLA would cease to exist. The 3 surviving members watched in horror in front of a television set in a hotel in Anaheim, California, as they viewed the largest shootout in California's history. The capability of the FBI to respond to this new domestic threat posed by the SLA had been severely curtailed in the months and years leading up to November 1973. On March 8, 1971, a group which called themselves the Citizens Committee to investigate the FBI broke into a resident agency in Media, Pennsylvania and absconded with numerous FBI documents. Not too long afterward, these stolen documents found their way into the hands of various journalists and politicians. In fact, when the Washington Post published a story on these stolen documents, these revelations led the iconic FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to cancel the FBI's secret counterintelligence program known as COINTELPRO. While the counterintelligence program maintained its secrecy initially, NBC reporter Carl Stern began investigating the meaning of these new documents, particularly those with the subject heading COINTELPRO. Stearns' requests initially met a stonewall known as Attorney General John Mitchell within the Department of Justice. 9. As a result, Stearns submitted a Freedom of Information Act request for all documents that related to COINTELPRO. Stearns' FOIA request began bearing fruit in December of 1973, and documents continued to be released through March 1974. 14. With the public revelations of the FBI's involvement in domestic spying and the harassment of political dissidents whom Hoover suspected of being disloyal to the United States, the agency came under increasing scrutiny from all walks of life. Combined with the fact that an independent prosecutor had taken over the Watergate case from them, it became increasingly important for the FBI to solve the Hearst kidnapping case quickly and efficiently. Unfortunately, the resources which might have been available via COINTELPRO were non-existent. The question remained, could the FBI live up to its past reputation? The SLA would leave very few trails for the FBI to follow as it became isolated, not only from society, but from the New Left. Not until after the shootout in Los Angeles, in May of 1974, which killed 6 of their 9 members, would the SLA receive any meaningful assistance from what remained of the New Left. The story of the SLA is the period during which the spirit of the 1960s died in the throes of the media attention regarding the abduction of Patty Hearst. By the time the remnants of the SLA were captured on September 18, 1975, Richard Nixon had been out of office for 19 months, and the transition period between the Vietnam era and the Reagan Revolution had begun. The trial of Patty Hearst, with all the media attention it garnered, was a futile attempt to understand the rebellion which had occurred with the nation's youth in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the nation, for the past 10 years. If only one could comprehend why Hearst had turned her back on her family, the riddle regarding the activities could be solved. Unfortunately, the trial left more questions than it provided answers. 2. Understand the issues that led to the student protest movement of the 1960s and 1970s. One need look no further than the civil rights movement and the controversy surrounding the Vietnam War. Mario Savio's rant against the UC regents and administrators on the steps of Sproul Hall in December of 1964 foreshadowed the feelings of college students as they made it clear with their actions their thoughts and feelings towards the war in Vietnam. 11. Chapter 1. In the beginning. Throughout the 1960s until the middle of the 1970s, Berkeley and the San Francisco Bay Area served as a mecca for idealistic youths and their protests against the government, the university, and other bastions of the establishment which were viewed through the lens of distrust. Berkeley's reputation as the destination for New Left activities did not spring to life as a result of just the free speech movement. From the beats in the North Beach section of San Francisco to early protests against the war in Vietnam in 1965 to the Summer of Love in 1967, the San Francisco Bay Area developed a reputation as a destination for anti-establishment activities. For the individuals who would later form the SLA, Berkeley served as much more than just a location. It was a destination, a focal point for New Left politics. Civil rights, free speech and the Vietnam War provided the fodder for many of these protests. The end of the Vietnam War and the signing of the Paris Peace Accords in January of 1973 meant the New Left needed a new cause to rally the faithful. For those who later on become known as the SLA, they threw themselves into the prison reform movement. The activities of the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville Prison brought together the white reformers with the African American inmates. One inmate in particular, Donald DeFries, used these contacts to escape from Soledad prison on March 5, 1973. The escape of de Vries led directly to the formation of the SLA. 12. Many of the SLA members had been involved with the Maoist action-oriented leftist movement known as Vence Ramos. Vence Ramos emphasized a need for third world leadership. As they watched Vencermas fall apart before their very eyes, they still believed that revolution was inevitable. However, the white reformers found their third world leadership in the escaped convict from Soledad. De Vries and his soldiers envisioned an organization that would move the revolution from talk to action. The SLA consisted of 10 actual members: Donald de Vries, Russell Little, Willie Wolfe, Nancy Ling Perry, Patricia Soltysik, Joe Remiro, Bill and Emily Harris, Angela Atwood, and Camilla Hall. 15 With the exception of Donald de Vries, the SLA membership consisted of white members who came exclusively from the middle to upper class segments of American society. Only 2 members, Nancy Ling Perry and Joe Remiro, grew up in the Bay Area. Prior to joining the SLA, many future members felt the sting of failed marriages and difficult relations with other loved ones. Some of these difficulties arose from a change in political views. In the case of Patricia Soltysik, her estrangement from her father occurred prior to her move to Berkeley. Both Perry and Remiro left the Bay Area only to return as prodigal children. Their return led to a radical shift in lifestyles and political beliefs. For the others, Berkeley served as the destination for either education or greater involvement in radical, new left politics. 16. Patricia Mizmoon Soltysik and Willie Wolfe came to Berkeley to attend the University of California. For Soltysik, it also provided an opportunity to free herself from an angry and repressive father. 17. As a result of her Berkeley experiences, Patricia's worldview began to evolve. She moved toward a radical feminism, broadened her sexual experiences to include a lesbian relationship with Camilla Hall, and became involved with California's prison reform movement and visiting African American inmates. Her home on Parker Street in Berkeley would serve as de Vries' hideout following his escape from Soledad in March of 1973. It is also where the initial plans for the SLA were formulated. 18. Camilla Hall came to California in 1968 searching for acceptance for her lesbian lifestyle. By the time she moved to Berkeley, she was very open regarding her lesbian lifestyle. 19. She quickly discovered the legendary Channing Way in Berkeley, a communal neighborhood featuring rare collective identity. 20. The collective spirit of the neighborhood combined with its tolerance provided Hall with a vibrant and welcoming atmosphere she had hoped to find in the Bay Area. Camilla quickly met Patricia Soltysik, who had recently ended a relationship with Christopher Thompson, a sometime Black Panther who seemed to know everyone involved with the SLA without becoming personally involved himself. During their relationship, Camilla provided Patricia with her new name, Mizmoon. The relationship failed due to Mizmoon's inability to stay faithful to Hall. Mizmoon continued to have sex with various men, including de Vries, once he arrived in Berkeley. Thus Camilla Hall may have joined the SLA not because of politics, but because of her love for Patricia Soltysik. 21. Willie Wolfe arrived in Berkeley in January 1971 from Connecticut. The son of a successful anesthesiologist, he came west to attend the University of California, Berkeley. Unlike his father and brothers who attended Yale, Willie seemed indifferent to his studies at Mount Hermon Prep School. 22. Following prep school, Wolfe traveled around the United States and Europe, finally settling on Berkeley. A trip to the Bay Area convinced Willie that Berkeley was the place for him because this is where it's at. 23. In March of 1972, Willie attended a BCA meeting at Vacaville prison for the first time. According to Wolf biographer Gene Kinney, he was at the prison working on a story about a new prison program designed to give black convicts pride in their blackness and hope and help for making it on the outside. 24 Through Wolf, Russell Little and other residents of the Peking Man House quickly became involved with the BCA and prison reform issues. Nancy Ling Perry grew up just north of San Francisco in Santa Rosa. At 4 feet 11 inches and approximately 100 pounds, Perry never fit the physical stereotype of an urban gorilla. She left the Bay Area in 1996 to attend Whittier College, the alma mater of Richard Nixon. Following her freshman year, she returned home to attend the University of California, Berkeley. She quickly fell in love and married jazz musician Gilbert Perry, an African American. The marriage can best be described as tumultuous. Even though Gilbert Perry was often unfaithful, he accused Nancy of infidelity and even painted a scarlet-covered letter A on the door of their cottage after he moved away. The on-again, off-again relationship finally ended in 1971 even though divorce papers were never filed. 25 She graduated from UC Berkeley in 1970 with a bachelor's degree in English literature. Unfortunately, her life after graduation became deeply involved in both using and selling drugs. During the summer of 1973, she kicked her drug habit and became deeply involved with the slaw. In many ways, the path taken by Joe Remiro on his way to joining the slaw mirrored Nancy Ling Perry's. However, instead of pursuing an education, he chose the Army and soon found himself in Vietnam as a member of a long-range reconnaissance patrol. Toward the end of his tour in Vietnam, Remiro began experimenting with hallucinogenic drugs. Remiro's experimenting continued following his return to the United States. Like Nancy Ling Perry, Remiro married upon his return to the Bay Area. His marriage quickly ended in divorce. 25 McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 178. 16. In September 1972, he helped found the Oakland chapter of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, Winter Soldiers Organization. He had hoped that the Vietnam veterans would serve as a revolutionary vanguard. When he discovered the other members did not share this attitude, Remiro left the chapter he founded around March of 1973 and turned his attention to the California prisons. 26. His commitment to fighting the United States government led him to the Wounded Knee, South Dakota battleground on the Sioux Reservation in April 1973. While there he assisted by running ammunition from bunker to bunker during firefights. 27. He also became a member of Vence Ramos, a Maoist action-oriented Bay Area organization which had a tremendous influence upon the future SLA. Russell Little, the only Southerner to join the SLA, was born and raised in Pensacola, Florida. Following graduation from high school, Little attended junior college for a year before receiving a scholarship and transferring to the University of Florida in Gainesville. He initially planned to major in electrical engineering. However, as Russell Little tells the story, my second year would have to be called the turning point in my life, politically and socially. I took a course in philosophy that fall, 1969, which seemed to drive home some of the contradictions which I had and was experiencing. The course was taught by a young Marxist graduate student with background similar to mine. 28. As Russell Little explains his story, he turned his back on the great American following his shift in majors and perspective in life. 29. Little's new worldview led to his joining with many other young college students throughout the United States as he protested against the war in Vietnam, the shooting at Kent State and Jackson State, and the arrests of members of the Black Student Union at the University of Florida. 30. As a result of taking part in these activities, Little became convinced that change in America was necessary, if not inevitable. The war in Vietnam, the re-election of Richard Nixon, revelations regarding the FBI's domestic spying known as COINTELPRO, and later on the Watergate scandal, provided proof positive to radicalized students of the early 1970s that change in the United States government needed to occur. In the summer of 1971, Little and his girlfriend Robin Steiner took a trip out west to Berkeley, California. His first impression was not a positive one. Neither he nor Steiner could find work, and the anticipated riots in Berkeley never materialized following the violent prison death of George Jackson. Jackson had become a focal point for leftist groups protesting the conditions in California prisons and questioning the reasons for the large number of African American prisoners. In this view, Jackson became a political prisoner instead of a convict, and his prison writings proved to be a foundation upon which the SLA would be constructed. As a result, Little and Steiner returned to Florida for the fall semester. 31. According to Little, he spent the next year reading and studying national liberation movements and began traveling throughout the country with Steiner. By August of 1972, they returned to Berkeley and moved into a commune-style house known as the Peking Man House, where Maoist politics were the norm and a young man named Willie Wolf lived. Through Wolf, Little and Steiner became involved in the prison movement and the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville Prison. One of the first convicts whom Little met was none other than Donald DeFries. 32. Angela DeAngelis Atwood grew up in a small town, North Halidon, New Jersey. She was the oldest of 3 daughters in a tight-knit Italian family. When her mother died in 1965, Angela assumed most of the duties of the household performed by her mother. Her father served as a business manager for Local 999 of the Teamsters Union. 33. Her upbringing, in other words, resembled the other members of the SLA. She grew up in a middle-class family in a largely white neighborhood. 31. Brian, this soldier still at war, 136 to 137. See also Payne, Findlay, Craven, The Life and Death of the SLA, 100. 32. Susan Lynn and Robert Shear, The Story of the SLA, New Times, April 16, 76, 28. The Peking Man House received its name not from the political beliefs of its inhabitants, but from the name of a food stand operated by David Gunnell and his girlfriend Jean Wachan. 33. Payne, Findlay, and Craven, The Life and Death of the SLA, 102 to 103. 19. A devout Catholic in her youth, young Angela possessed an outgoing and vivacious personality which made her very popular in high school. She maintained excellent grades in high school and was captain of the cheerleaders. 34. When it came time to choose a college, she decided to leave home to attend Indiana University. It was at Indiana that Angela met her husband Gary and her fellow members of the SLA, Bill and Emily Harris. Gary Atwood, an aspiring actor, was heavily influenced politically by the writings of Gorky and Trotsky. His leftist politics, and Angela's acceptance of them, led to a break between Angela and her family in New Jersey. In breaking from her family over political issues, Angela lost the allowance her father provided for her while she was in college. 35. She broke her dependence on her father for her new husband. In the summer of 1972, Gary and Angela Atwood moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. Gary dropped out of the University of Indiana and accepted an unpaid position with a government-funded theater as an alternative service arrangement for Conscientious objectors. In this way, Gary avoided military service. Because the position did not provide a salary, Angela supported the couple working as a waitress. Due to their circumstances, each became frustrated, and the financial and work situation led to a growing strain in their relationship. The marriage soon deteriorated into a series of arguments and physical confrontations. By 1973, Gary decided to return to Indiana. Angela, however, would remain in the Bay Area. 36. While they never divorced, the marriage was over and they went their separate ways physically and politically. In late 1972, Bill and Emily Harris moved from Indiana to the Bay Area. They quickly reconnected with their friends from college, Gary and Angela Atwood. However, this was not their first trip to California. Emily spent a summer working at Disneyland, and Bill enjoyed a 7.5-week California sojourn in 1965. The Harris family economically resembled the other families of SLA members. They were solidly middle class and anticipated that their son would attend college, which Bill did. By all accounts, his first 2 years of college were exceptional only for its lack of academic achievement. Consequently, his father refused to continue paying for tuition until Bill became serious about school. The one thing Bill did become serious about during this time period was the civil rights movement. It became his lifelong cause. Following his exit from college and trip to California, Bill entered the Marine Corps. He spent 2 years in the Corps and at one point served in Vietnam. Soon after he arrived in Vietnam, Bill tore a ligament in his knee during a touch football game, effectively closing the door on any possibility for a combat role. 37. Much like his experience at the University of Indiana, Bill was confronted by a growing racial division within the United States military, particularly on the island of Okinawa. 36. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 82-84. 37. Ibid, 70. 21. His term in the military left Bill questioning America's role in Vietnam and the future role of government. The racism he observed also left a lasting bitterness within him. As a result, upon his return to Indiana University in 1968, Bill joined the Vietnam Veterans Against the War and became a vocal leader in the anti-war movement on campus. 38. Emily Schwartz Harris, like the other future members of the SLA, was raised in the comfortable confines of an upper-middle-class family in the Chicago suburb of Clarendon Hills, Illinois. Always an excellent student, she was a member of the Chi Omega sorority at the University of Indiana. Bill and Emily Harris first met on a blind date in 1968. Prior to meeting her future husband, Emily was viewed by her fellow classmates as a non-political sorority sister. 39. As her relationship with Bill grew, so did her interest in politics. Just like the Atwoods, the Harrises married in 1970. As the war in Vietnam was winding down and radical New Left politics began to decline on college campuses, Bill and Emily decided to move to the San Francisco Bay Area. In late 1972, the Harrises moved to the Bay Area and reconnected with their friends Gary and Angela Atwood. According to Bill Harris, following his trip to California in 1965, he knew he would return. 40. 22. Apparently Emily felt the same way when she said, "We left Indiana for the Bay Area in 1972 because we wanted to learn more about what was happening in a place that seemed to us as Midwesterners to be the nucleus of radical activity." 41. Those words ring true for Russell Little, Angela Atwood, Willie Wolfe, Patricia Solty-Seek and Camilla Hall as well. They all came to Berkeley searching for that unknown something more. including Nancy Ling Perry and Joe Remiro, who returned home to the Bay Area. They would find that something in Donald Sanctum DeFries. 41 Lynn, Susan, and Robert Shear, The Story of the Slaw, 26. 23. Chapter 2. Sink. By 1972, all the components for the Slaw, except for one, had established themselves in and around Berkeley. The missing person happened to be their leader, Donald DeFries. Some authors have questioned the true role of DeFries within the Slaw, whether he served as a plant or agent provocateur or figurehead. 42 How could an uneducated former prisoner lead a group of white, well-educated people in a revolt against their country? Simply put, these future soldiers of the Slaw were seeking an opportunity to rebel. Many made the choice by simply moving to the Bay Area. However, it would be DeFries who brought the various individuals and their political agendas together. In a carryover from Vince Ramos, DeFries had the requisite qualities for leadership. He was an escaped African-American convict. It would only take a few months before Donald DeFries and a handful of Bay Area radicals formed America's first domestic terrorist organization. DeFries, born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, was the product of a troubled home. The eldest of 8 children, young Donald served as his father's personal punching bag on more than one occasion. This troubled relationship with his father led him to steal a gun in his teens. When caught by police with the firearm, DeFries told police he intended to use the gun to kill his father. 43. During this period in his life he was constantly involved in a variety of small crimes. He left Cleveland while still in high school and bounced around from New York to New Jersey. While living in New Jersey and at the age of 18, DeFries met and married Gloria Thomas, already a mother of 3 young children. This marriage, according to DeFries, led to much of his troubles as he started playing around with guns and fireworks and dogs and cars. He did this to get away from life, and how unhappy I was. 44. In 1967, DeFries moved to California looking for a fresh start. Again he found trouble but continued to blame his wife, stating that she wanted nice things. The next thing I know I had become a thief. 45. DeFries' fascination with guns and explosives once more led to trouble with law enforcement. He was arrested in June of 1967 for possession of a bomb and a handgun. The trend continued when he was arrested once more in December of 1967. On this occasion, DeFries robbed a female prostitute after paying her for her services. After the prostitute escaped from DeFries, she contacted police and brought them to the motel where DeFries had fallen asleep. During the arrest, the police searched DeFries' car in the motel parking lot and discovered 12 stolen handguns, which comprised just a small portion of a haul of 200 stolen guns from a Los Angeles gun shop which these belonged to. In a comic escapade, DeFries told police his wife knew the individual who sold him the guns and could lead them to where he lived. In return, DeFries requested leniency in regard to his current brush with the law. However, when the police with DeFries in tow arrived at his apartment, Gloria was not there. While they all waited for her return, DeFries escaped by jumping out of the apartment's second-story window. The escape proved futile. Police quickly recaptured him at a friend's home based on a tip from Gloria DeFries. 46. When released on bond, DeFries fled to New Jersey along with his family, thus continuing his nomadic existence. At this point in his life, he feared prison more than his wife. The family eventually moved to Cleveland, where Donald found himself in trouble once more. On October 11, 1969, he was arrested trying to flee from an attempted Robbery of the Cleveland Trust Bank after police received a call regarding a man on the roof of the bank. When arrested, DeFries provided police with the false name of Stephen Robinson. DeFries' mother bailed him out of jail before law enforcement learned his true identity. Once more, DeFries uprooted his family due to a brush with the law, this time returning to Southern California. 47. 46 Ibid, 314. 47 Ibid, 316 to 317. 26. Freedom in California for DeFries proved to be short-lived. A little over 1 month after his arrest in Cleveland, DeFries found himself in trouble with the police. On November 15, 1969, he robbed a woman at gunpoint, stealing her purse which contained a $1,000 cashier's check. 2 days later, DeFries attempted to cash the cashier's check at a Bank of America in Los Angeles. The check was made out to the woman he robbed. Unfortunately for DeFries, the check had already been reported stolen. During the attempted transaction, DeFries became nervous and fled the bank. He was soon followed by the bank security guard. A running gun battle ensued as the Los Angeles Police Department quickly joined in the chase. During the exchange of gunfire, DeFries was wounded in his left hand and foot. 48. After years of avoiding a trial, DeFries finally had his day of reckoning with the judicial system. However, prior to his trial, DeFries became embroiled in a bizarre case in New Jersey in which DeFries was accused of assisting New Jersey Black Panther Party leader Ralph Cobb in the kidnapping of a black caretaker of a New Jersey synagogue. When accused of being a member of the Black Panther Party, DeFries replied that I have been questioned about being a member of the Black Panthers or U.S. or a member of the Muslims, and I have never been a member of anything but a church. 49. DeFries went on to say that he was too nervous to be involved with such. The lawyer for the Black Panther Party who interviewed DeFries in jail, Milton Friedman, stated that he had difficulty reconciling my image of DeFries, a hustler, with Sink. 51. If DeFries had been involved with either the Black Panthers or Ron Karenga's Black Nationalist Organization US, it would have been on the very periphery. Through the sale of stolen guns or homemade bombs which he specialized in prior to being incarcerated. During the period of his incarceration from 1970 through early 1973, DeFries underwent a dramatic change in his life. He became politically aware of the world around him for the very first time, and he became involved with the BCA in Vacaville State Prison. As a part of this change, DeFries assumed a new name, Sink Mtum. With this new name, Sink hoped to forge a new future and lead a revolution, one that a man named DeFries proved incapable of leading. Vacaville Prison served as the chrysalis for DeFries to morph into Sink as a member of the BCA. He was serving a sentence of 5 years to life for robbery and the ensuing gunfight with police. Despite the fact that his prison credentials were not weighty, DeFries aspired for a leadership role within the BCA. In June of 1972 he caused a commotion when he attempted to obtain the leadership of the BCA via election. When he was banned from running for election because he had not attended the requisite number of meetings laid out in the BCA Constitution, he challenged the BCA ruling and complained to prison officials. DeFries came into the BCA without a reputation as a prison leader, also known as a heavy. 51 Ibid, 319. 28. The current inmate leader of the BCA, Robert Jackson, already had a person in mind to replace him. The end result, Sink/DeFries was labeled a snitch, an allegation that would reoccur with the rise of the SLA. In the aftermath of the BCA election, the outside coordinator of the BCA, Colston Westbrook, brokered a deal that would end the internal sniping. DeFries established a new subunit of the BCA called UNISAID. This new group would focus on the assimilation of the African American prisoner into his family following his release from prison. Interestingly enough, Willie Wolfe and Russell Little quickly became involved in this new group. 52 UNISAID provided DeFries with a new opportunity to demonstrate his leadership capabilities. It is apparent that both Wolfe and Little were impressed with DeFries. In fact, Little wrote a letter to the California State Parole Board in October 1972, urging that DeFries be paroled despite the fact that he was not currently eligible for parole. By this time, the last vestiges of the old Donald DeFries had disappeared, and Sink had taken control. 53 UNISAID helped establish the connections which DeFries used to escape from prison. It also established a framework for support outside of prison that would later morph into the SLA. Much like Donald DeFries, the BCA was undergoing changes in the latter portions of 1972. These changes had a definite impact upon the development of the SLA. Colston Westbrook came under increasing attack from inmate members of the BCA. Rumors swirled around Westbrook regarding his involvement with the CIA 54. Finally, in December of 1972, the BCA's executive board requested the removal. Westbrook. Prison officials quickly agreed. In response, Westbrook explained that the Maoists had taken over the BCA 55. In hindsight, Westbrook's analysis was very accurate. The influence of outsiders, such as Wolfe and Little, grew as their relationship with prisoners strengthened. Their politics was decidedly left of center and heavily influenced by Mao Zedong. Westbrook's replacement, Jim Mayfield, would play an important role in DeFries' escape from Soledad prison and his arrival in the Bay Area. In return, DeFries intended to confer upon Mayfield the rank of colonel within the SLA. 56. In December of 1972, DeFries was transferred from Vacaville to Soledad prison. This new location did not cut him off from the network of Bay Area contacts he established at Vacaville. When DeFries escaped from Soledad prison on March 5, 1973, it would be his friends from the BCA and UNISAID that proved instrumental in the success of the escape, the establishment of a safe house, and the development of a new revolutionary group. Upon his transfer to Soledad, DeFries was reclassified as a minimum security risk. This new status meant that prison officials viewed him as someone who was unlikely to attempt escape. As a result, DeFries was assigned to work outside the main prison complex on a boiler located at the Correctional Officers Training School. His first day on the job would be his last. As soon as prison guard Jim Tucker dropped him off and left to complete the remainder of his rounds, DeFries climbed over the fence surrounding the compound and escaped on foot. His escape went unnoticed for approximately 20 minutes. 57. Following his escape, DeFries managed to travel to the small farming town of Gonzales, just a few miles north of Soledad. 58. DeFries quickly found refuge with a Mexican-American family in Gonzales that willingly provided him with food and a place to sleep for the night. The following morning, DeFries phoned Mayfield asking him for a ride into the Bay Area. Mayfield agreed to pick up DeFries, but both agree that due to their past relationship it was best that he find an alternate place to stay. Upon his arrival, DeFries changed out of his prison garb into clothes provided by Mayfield. 59. The difficult part of the escape will be finding a home for the escaped prisoner once they arrived in the Bay Area. After picking up DeFries in Gonzales, Mayfield chauffeured him around the Bay Area attempting to find him a place of refuge. DeFries quickly exhausted his list of Bay Area contacts that he considered safe, but found no takers. Many individuals who talked about revolution with the prisoners in Vacaville did not want to take an active step by assisting an escaped convict. Mayfield, because of his close association with the BCA, could not provide his home as a hiding place for DeFries. As a sense of desperation set in, they drove to the Peking Man house in Berkeley. DeFries considered David Gunnell, the owner of the Berkeley commune, to be kinda freaky. 60 Gunnell initially seemed reluctant to house DeFries for the night. Possibly because DeFries announced that he was ready to start the revolution. 61. Despite his reluctance, Gunnell allowed him to stay over for one night. Discussing revolution and being actively engaged in a revolution are two very different prospects. However, within the commune, DeFries found the revolutionaries he had been searching for. DeFries served his time in prison from 1970 through 1973. This time frame also encompassed the rise of George Jackson as a revolutionary prison leader, initially as one of the Soledad brothers who were accused of killing a prison guard in response to the death of an African American prisoner. His fame and influence rose with the publication of his prison letters in Soledad. Brother in 1970, his death in a controversial escape attempt from San Quintin's Adjustment Center in 1971 and the posthumous publication of Blood in My Eye in 1972. Although they never met, Sink was heavily influenced by the revolutionary rhetoric of George Jackson. As the leader of the SLA, Sink bought into Jackson's exhortations regarding the need for a violent revolution. Blood in My Eye focused on the issue of a violent overthrow of the American government. Jackson stated that in the early 1970s it was time to move, we must show them that resistance is possible, and that there is a hard left cadre willing to lead it. 62. Blood in My Eye focused on the issue of a violent overthrow of the American government. 63. Jackson stated that in the early 1970s it was time to move, we must show that the resistance is possible, and that there is a hard left cadre willing to lead it. 64. These ideas set forth by Jackson left a deep impression upon DeFries as he began the process of morphing from a small-time criminal to prison revolutionary. The revolution from Jackson's perspective required a vanguard. He admired Fidel Castro and French journalist Regis Debray and believed that revolution in America required a committed revolutionary group to begin the revolt. According to Jackson, there have never been any spontaneous revolutions. They were all stages, manufactured by people who went to the head of the masses and directed them. 65. To get to the point of revolution, revolutionary consciousness can be raised to the highest point by stimuli from the vanguard elements. 66. Thus Jackson not only sided with the elements of the New Left who advocated direct action against the United States government. He also agreed with Debray regarding the Foucault theory of revolution, a revolution in which a group of individuals would step forward to lead and inspire the masses. DeFries envisioned the SLA to be that vanguard. By the time of his escape, DeFries had morphed into Sink. He had transformed himself from a small-time thug into a revolutionary leader. According to the legendary African-American prison inmate George Jackson, this camp brings out the very best in brothers or destroys them entirely. But none are unaffected. 67. To survive incarceration, DeFries developed a new persona, Sink Mtum. This new man no longer played the part of a loner. Instead of shunning associations with groups as he did in his teens, Sink joined the Black Cultural Association while imprisoned at Vacaville. Not only did this new man join the BCA, he also sought an active leadership role. Eventually he established a subunit within the BCA known as UNISAIT. Jackson's statement on prison life for African Americans certainly rang true for Sink. The transformation of DeFries into Sink while in jail and the usage of George Jackson's writings as required reading within the cell, demonstrates the impact Jackson had upon the politics and revolutionary strategies of the SLA. In fact, Patricia Hearst recalled that icons of the New Left such as Angela Davis, Huey Newton and Jane Fonda were disliked by the SLA. George Jackson, on the other hand, was viewed as a hero. 68 members of the SLA strongly encouraged Hearst to read the works of Jackson. 69 The SLA's extremist views and violence was a direct result of the influence of George Jackson. In following the revolutionary ideals of Jackson, the SLA fell victim to a major flaw within his writings, a dependence upon the Bay Area's leftist movements and their willingness to participate in the violent overthrow of the United States government. 70. Chapter 3. The Formation. Soon after the arrival of Sink at the Peking Man House, Russell Little and Willie Wolfe began the process of locating a new safe house for their friend. With documented ties between Sink, Little and Wolfe via the BCA and the UNICEF programs, they all believed that sooner or later law enforcement would arrive at their doorstep looking for the escaped convict. In the midst of this situation, Little happened to run into a former Peking House resident, Christopher Thompson. 71 During this meeting, Little mentioned to Thompson his situation without mentioning Sink by name. As luck would have it, Thompson knew someone who could assist, his ex-girlfriend Patricia. Ms. Moon Solti Seek. Solti Seek had not previously been involved with the prison movement, but she did know many of the members of the Peking Man House and was considered politically in tune with them. The arrival of Sink at Ms. Moon's Parker Street residence quickly led to many changes. Solti Seek quickly moved from Sink's caretaker to intimate friend. In fact, by the end of March, Ms. Moon's brother Fred, and her sister Sue both commented on how happy Ms. Moon appeared to be with her new lover. This newfound happiness came on the heels of a period of depression as Ms. Moon dealt with a succession of failed relationships and a social disease. 72. Furthermore, according to the accounts of Fred and Sue Solti Seek, their sister began working with Sink and some unnamed friends on a serious document that would be a declaration. 73 Within less than 4 weeks of his escape from prison, Sink found not only a safe house, but comrades to assist in formulating plans for the revolution. From March through November of 1973, Sink along with Ms. Moon Solti Seek, Russell Little, Nancy Ling Perry, Joe Remiro and Willie Wolfe set about establishing the newest of the New Left organizations, the Symbionese Liberation Army. Taking the word symbiosis to create the new word Symbionese, the new group hoped to create a multi-ethnic revolutionary organization that would serve as the vanguard for a Marxist revolution in the United States. They sought to replace Vence Ramos as the foremost action-oriented New Left organization in the Berkeley area. The members of the SLA were serious in their desire to change the United States. An example of the level of how serious they became in the desire to foment a revolution, the members of the SLA drafted a series of documents that included a declaration of war against the United States, codes of war, the terms of military/political alliance with the United Symbionese War Council, and a document detailing the 7 principles of the SLA. The impending revolution was serious business, and in order to develop this revolution the SLA decided to emulate Fidel Castro. Thus the SLA attempted to implement the Foucault theory, which author Dan Berger states, was first advocated by Che Guevara and based on the military success of the Cuban Revolution. 74 In this manifestation of the Foucault theory, the SLA becomes the vanguard for others to follow. It also signifies the revolutionary arrogance of this new organization. During this formative stage, Sync attempted to align the SLA with other new left groups under the Symbionese Federation. Prior to the assassination of Marcus Foster on November 6, 1973, the SLA had some success recruiting beyond the original 1075. The almost universal condemnation of the SLA by community leaders throughout the San Francisco Bay Area quickly ended these affiliations. 76. The SLA remained outcasts within the New Left until the shootout in Los Angeles on May 16, 1974. After 6 members of the SLA died from gunshot wounds and burns which resulted from fire that burned down the safe house during a firefight with the Los Angeles Police Department, the members of the New Left throughout California eulogized the death of the SLA members. Despite the coolness of many revolutionaries toward the SLA, it is highly likely that this new organization worked with others within the Bay Area's New Left community. As plans for the SLA continued to develop and activity increased at the Parker Street residence of Mizmun and Salty Seek, the decision was made to move Sync to an apartment in East Oakland. Prior to the move, Sue Salty Seek remembered seeing Emily Harris, among others, at a film showing regarding the Frelimo guerrilla movement in Mozambique. 77. Mizmun's bungalow soon became a hub for revolutionary activities. The foot traffic in and out of the residence worried Sync enough that new living arrangements became a necessity. Mizmun, because of her close relationship with Sync, commuted back and forth between her Berkeley residence and Sync's East Oakland apartment. 78. According to Ven McClellan and Paul Avery, 2 Bay Area journalists who covered the SLA during the 1970s, Wolf, Little and Nancy Perry were already involved with another prison-based revolutionary terrorist group at the time of Sync's escape. 79. It seems highly unlikely that Little and Wolf, following the escape of Sync, would melt away so quickly after finding him a safe house. They had been close friends with Sync prior to his escape, particularly Little. Instead, the prison work of these individuals served as an extension of the newly formed SLA. Many prisoners such as Clifford Death Row Jefferson, who later claimed to be high-ranking members of the SLA, had also been involved with the Vanguard Party through Wolf and Little. 80. In previous works pertaining to the development of the SLA, a primary role had been given to Willie Wolf as the central figure in bringing the various individuals who comprised the original 10 of the revolutionary cell together. Unfortunately, these interpretations ignore the role played by Russell Little in the formative stages of the SLA. 81. Little and Sync developed a close relationship working together in BCA subgroup Unisite, and it was Little who wrote to the parole board on Sync's behalf. When asked directly by Marilyn Baker if Willie Wolf was a leader and if Little followed Wolf into the SLA, Christopher Thompson replied, "Hell, no, Willie was no leader. Nobody would go anywhere with Willie. People wouldn't follow Willie Wolf to the bathroom. He was a loser. He was just a rich white kid playing at politics. No one respected him, not even in Peking Man House." 82. Another individual on the periphery of the SLA who had been actively involved in the BCA, Amanda de Normanville, referred to Wolf as a follower of David's. 83. She went on to state that David I would listen to, Gene Watt I would listen to, I felt more on the same wavelength. But Willie seemed so young. I would sort of think, ah, Willie, there's Willie, all talk and no action. 84. Willie never demonstrated the capacity for leadership, either in high school, college, or the prison reform movement. 81. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 94, and Kinney, An American Journey, 164 to 165. Both versions provide an account of Wolf as the primary recruiter for Sync's new organization. Kinney, in particular, believes that Wolf's affability played a key role in his bringing everyone together. While Wolf may have known everyone who joined the SLA prior to the organization of the revolutionary group, Wolf never served in anything remotely close to a leadership position. 82 Baker and Brompton, exclusive. 9183 Payne, Findlay, and Craven, The Life and Death of the SLA, 120. David Gunnell along with his girlfriend, Jean Hua Chan, were the owners of Peking Man House. In the FBI reports to come, both Gunnell and Chan were listed as potential members of the SLA. 84 Ibid, 120. 40. Russell Little was one of two Caucasians who Sink asked to participate in UNISA. Their work together helped them forge a very close relationship. When Sink had exhausted almost all possibilities for assistance following his escape, when he had nowhere else to turn, he knew he could trust Little. In return, Little never failed to provide assistance to Sink. The transfer of Sink to Salty Seek's Parker Street bungalow did not put their relationship on hiatus until September 1973. Instead, Little served as Sink's second-in-command and his closest advisor. 85 In this capacity, Little brought Nancy Ling Perry and Joe Remiro into the SLA. In May of 1973, Ms. Moon left her Parker Street residence in Berkeley and moved in with Sink in the East Oakland apartment. In all likelihood, Ms. Moon made this move because of the constant activity at her Berkeley home. As plans continued to move forward with the development of the SLA, Nancy Ling Perry becomes the newest member. Perry moved in with Sink and Salty Seek and helped with the editing of the SLA Codes of War and other documents which announced the birth of this new revolutionary organization. As a result, by the spring of 1973, the SLA grew to 5 members: Sink, Ms. Moon, Perry, Little and Wolf. 86. The rise of the SLA coincided with the public revelations of White House involvement in the Watergate scandal during the spring of 1973. As the Watergate scandal continued to grow as a result of testimony from prominent Nixon staffers before a Senate investigating committee and the revelation of a White House taping system, public trust in President Nixon and his administration began to erode. The individuals who would comprise the SLA saw these events through the lens of the horrors of Vietnam, the assassination of John F. Kennedy and his brother Robert, and concluded that the present government had become so corrupt that it no longer represented the people of the United States. The net result for these revolutionaries was the implementation of the Foucault theory for revolution made popular by Che Guevara, Regis Debray, and George Jackson. As they began writing their codes of war, the early members of the SLA convinced themselves that the time for action had arrived. As their membership slowly increased, so did their isolation from the rest of Berkeley society. Consequently, no voice could be heard to contradict their growing belief that the time had come for revolutionary action in the United States and that they would serve as the vanguard for others to follow. August of 1973 turned out to be a fateful month in the development of the SLA. To begin with, Vence Ramos announced its dissolution, leaving a void within the Bay Area's New Left community. On August 2, the SLA assisted in the escape of an African-American convict, Theodore Wheeler, who had been a member of Vence Ramos. Also, Wheeler succeeded DeFries as the leader of UNISA following his transfer to Soledad Prison. 87. An event which went unnoticed, despite the high hopes of the SLA membership, occurred on August 21, 1973, when the SLA released its declaration of war against the United States. Lost in the shuffle of the many leftist movements which seemingly rose and fell daily throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the significance of the timing of the declaration was lost. the second anniversary of the death of inmate and revolution leader George Jackson. Theodore Wheeler had the reputation of being a jailhouse lawyer while incarcerated. His reputation among law enforcement was further tarnished by his membership in Vence Ramos. Consequently, he earned the reputation as a heavy among his fellow prisoners. On August 2, 1973, Wheeler escaped from Vacaville prison. He was surprised to learn that Sink had been involved in his escape. 88 As a result of Wheeler's previous involvement with Vence Ramos, law enforcement blamed the escape on that slowly disintegrating organization. Wheeler's escape, however, represented the SLA's first successful revolutionary action. At this point the SLA was still an unknown part of the ever-evolving revolutionary politics of the Berkeley area. Consequently, Sink wanted to announce to the world the existence of the SLA through a communique declaring their role in assisting Wheeler's escape. Theroux went to great lengths to convince Sink that the potential dangers were much greater than the advantages. 89. Consequently, Sink decided to forego the communique regarding Wheeler's escape. Later that month, the SLA did release their declaration of war against the United States, but it would take the abduction of an heiress for the press to take notice of this new revolutionary group. Soon after his escape from Vacaville prison and his arrival in the arms of the SLA, Wheeler began to clash with Sink regarding the aim and structure of this new revolutionary cell. After seeing firsthand Sink's plan for the SLA, Wheeler considered it really should 90 The ambivalence felt by Wheeler toward the organization, politics and goals established by Sink, Mizmoun, Perry, and the other members foreshadowed their future difficulties. Inside the prison walls the talking about revolution came easily. Wheeler now came face to face with the actual prospect of fighting the United States government and balked. Furthermore, roles had reversed. In prison, Wheeler had the reputation of a leader while Sink was the follower. The situation and the circumstances had changed dramatically for Wheeler and he did not particularly like what he found. Sink was the unchallenged leader of the SLA and Wheeler now found himself in a subservient position. 91. The SLA had a definitive purpose in mind when they became involved in assisting Wheeler to escape from Vacaville. Sink had difficulties convincing African Americans to join the SLA. 44. The hope, which neatly coincided with reality, was that Wheeler had the contacts, reputation and credibility to gain access to individuals Sink could not reach. 92. Thus, the feeling among the collective had been that freeing Wheeler and adding him to the organization would increase their stature and improve recruiting immensely. Wheeler stated that I couldn't seriously recruit for him because he was off into suicide and bullshit. The people I knew just wouldn't accept the SLA. 93. The accepted story surrounding the SLA consists of Sink moving around the Bay Area attempting to sell his vision of the revolution and being unsuccessful. In terms of developing additional cells of hardcore Cotter, the scenario has merit. However, groups of sympathizers did exist, but their allegiance did not match that of the original. 10. In a magazine interview in 1976, Bill Harris mentioned that Sink left the SLA for a period of time to train with a group of African American revolutionaries. 94. Taken at face value, why should anyone believe this statement? Many of the pronouncements emanating from the living members of the SLA have not stood up in court. 95. In this instance, Harris's statement was accurate and corroborated by none other than Patricia Hearst. During an interview with the FBI on August 27, 1976, Hearst was shown a paper that had been recovered from the safe house in Clayton, California on January 14, 1974. The list contained the names Mwanza, Shago, Sodium, and Ikla. Hearst recognized the Mwanza as an associate of Sink who was affiliated with Nairobi College in East Palo Alto. Hearst, during her time with the SLA, had learned that Sink spent time training with Mwanza and others prior to her abduction. Hearst also stated that Sink met with Mwanza at an unrecalled parking lot after her abduction. 96 Mwanza's true identity was lost in the May 1974 Los Angeles shootout that claimed the lives of Sink, Solti Seek, Perry, Hall, Wolf, and Atwood. The whole of the SLA collective did not know the true identity of Mwanza and the other revolutionaries involved with Nairobi College. These individuals, like the SLA, adopted reborn names that provided them with a certain level of anonymity, which, in this case, served its purpose. Following the shootout in Los Angeles, Hearst along with Bill and Emily Harris attempted to contact Mwanza in their search for help. 97. The FBI was able to identify most of the members of the SLA within a few days. 98. The possibility of other potential members of the SLA was constantly being explored by law enforcement, particularly the FBI. Bill Harris recalled meeting another SLA cell which widely disbanded after the arrests of our comrades in January 1974-99. These other cells or SLA sympathizers had sufficient reasons to disband during the period starting in November 1973 through February of 1974. In November of 1973, the SLA became the subject of condemnation throughout the Bay Area for its assassination of the Oakland superintendent of schools Marcus Foster. SLA members Joe Remiro and Russell Little were arrested in January of 1974, which led police to an SLA safe house in Clayton, California full of information pertaining to the cell. While the core of the SLA quickly headed underground, those who had any affiliation early on with the SLA quickly and quietly severed any remaining ties. In the February 22 to 28, 1974 edition of the Berkeley Barb, a letter from ex-members of the SLA was published. Within the text of this public letter, the former members declared that they resigned collectively following the assassination of Marcus Foster. Furthermore, they stated that the revolutionary role of necessary violence is the opposite of what the SLA believes and practices. 100 These former members felt it necessary to go into hiding to avoid retribution from the SLA, as well as law enforcement. What is most interesting within the open letter from the former members of the SLA related to the timeline they gave regarding their recruitment. This timing lends a great deal of authenticity to their claims. These former members were first approached in June of 1973. 101. This matches the timeline of the Sink and Ms. Moon's move from the Parker Street bungalow to an apartment in Oakland. After the move, the SLA began reaching out to other radical organizations to join the Symbionese Federation. According to the article, these former SLA members felt they had found a place for ourselves in a revolutionary organization that was on its way beyond the left, old and new. We joined in August. 102. The August timeline is important because it coincides with the escape of Theodore Wheeler and signals the true beginning of the SLA as an active entity. The only issue that strains the credibility of these individuals being a part of the SLA is their seeming innocence regarding the usage of violence. The Federation established a war council, and on August 21, 1973, the SLA issued a declaration of war. These documents clearly reflect the general attitude of the original members of the SLA, that violence was the necessary next step on the path of revolution. The evidence which demonstrates that the SLA made contact with other revolutionary groups and peoples presents a very different picture of the SLA than previously constructed. The early members of the nascent SLA busied themselves with organizing a Symbionese federation of which the SLA, in their minds, would provide the leadership. Within this new organization they hoped to include individuals and groups seeking a replacement for the Vence Ramos. Prior to the organization phase, Sync found assistance through his contacts within BCA. Particularly helpful was James Mayfield. Not until the SLA assassinated Marcus Foster would they find themselves isolated from other revolutionary group within the New Left and treated as pariahs by such stalwart figures as Huey Newton, Angela Davis, and Jerry Rubin. 103. The decision to assassinate Foster not only ostracized the SLA, it demonstrated their single-minded determination to become the vanguard of the coming revolution. Through their attempted implementation of the Foucault theory of revolution in the United States. If a moment in time ever existed in which a leftist revolution might have occurred in the United States, it was August 1973 through August of 1974. During this period of time, respect for an incumbent president hit an all-time low as a result of the Watergate crisis, and for the first time, it was revealed that a taping system existed in the Oval Office. The revelation of the existence of a taping system in the White House would lead to a year-long constitutional crisis, and ended with the resignation of President Richard Nixon on August 9, 1974. Despite these events, the revolution never truly started. Even though the SLA made the national headlines almost daily from February 4, 1974 through the middle of June, 1974, the masses did not flock into the arms of the SLA. Instead of leading a revolution, the SLA became America's first reality television show brought to the nation in the form of news. The kidnapping took America's mind off of the troubles in Washington for the briefest of moments. 49. Chapter 4. Battle for Control. With the arrival of Wheeler as a member of the SLA following his breakout from prison, came a battle for control over the organization. Wheeler did not view Sync as a powerful leader. Furthermore, he felt nothing but disdain toward the SLA's simplistic Marxist theories pertaining to revolution. 104. Almost immediately Wheeler and Sync clashed over the idea of issuing a communiqué regarding the SLA's role in facilitating Wheeler's escape. Having just gained his freedom, Wheeler wanted to remain as anonymous as possible. Consequently, Wheeler and Sync became increasingly frustrated with each other as the days drifted into weeks. Sync had established himself as the unquestioned leader of this new revolutionary group prior to Wheeler's escape. The Caucasian members of the SLA treated Sync like royalty. Wheeler did not. Within hours of his escape, Wheeler had already begun to challenge Sync's leadership decisions. Wheeler did not arrive empty-handed into the arms of the SLA. Soon after his escape, he was joined by his girlfriend, Mary Alice Siem. Siem had previous ties with Vence Ramos, was an heiress to a California lumber and real estate fortune. 105. According to associates of Siem, she provided Wheeler with a couple of $1,000 which he, in turn, shared with the SLA. 106. If Wheeler had any illusions that the money provided a seat at the leadership table, they were quickly dispelled. The key discrepancy between Wheeler and Sync focused on the future of the SLA. Wheeler's designs were much less grand than Sync's. Money, or the lack thereof, had been a continual problem for this nascent revolutionary organization. Ms. Moon's paycheck from her work as a janitor at the Berkeley Public Library and Perry's money she earned working at Fruity Rudy's had been the primary source of funding for the organization until Wheeler's arrival. 107. Wheeler argued that robbing banks provided the necessary money for revolution, while it also delivered a blow against the centers of capitalist oppression. 108 Sink was not yet ready to take the step of robbing banks during the formative period of the SLA. Consequently, he found himself at odds with Wheeler once again. Another critical difference between the two men was Wheeler's hesitancy to seek publicity. Wheeler had been a member of Vence Ramos and learned from their mistakes. In other words, take action but do not call attention to the organization by announcing your involvement and avoid a situation such as the Ron Beatty jailbreak. This one action, in which 2 prison guards were shot, one fatally, during the transfer of Ron Beatty led to the dissolution of Vence Ramos. 109. And wounding of the prison guards. Vence Ramos leaders and members were placed under surveillance by law enforcement. Consequently, police arrested Beatty a few months later. Following his arrest, Beatty, 51. Also, Wheeler failed to realize the personal relationship Sink had developed with the other members of the SLA. Sink quickly became their knight who would lead this band of white revolutionaries. Little and Wolf had forged a close bond with Sink through their involvement with the BCA and UNISA. Even though they knew Wheeler, their relationship never became as close as with Sink. Both Mizmoon and Perry quickly found a comfort level with Sink physically and intellectually. They worked closely with him on various documents relating to codes of conduct and the development of a Symbionese federation. In any confrontation between Sink and Wheeler, the members of the SLA sided with Sink, which eventually led to Wheeler's decision to leave the cell in October of 1973. Ever since Wheeler convinced Sink not to release a communique regarding the SLA's role in his escape, the SLA continued to be an anonymous group lost in the shuffle of the Bay Area, completely unknown. As a result, the SLA continued to search for that one action that would announce their arrival on the scene and the beginning of the revolution. During this period of formation they also needed money for safe houses, vehicles, arms, and ammunition. The arrival of Wheeler provided the group with a financial windfall in Mary Alice Seam, but only a short-term fix to their long-term financial needs. The monetary needs of the SLA were much greater than their means, despite the contributions of Seam. In order to concentrate on the development of the SLA, both Perry and Mizmoon left their jobs, leaving the SLA without a visible means of obtaining money. In August of 1973 Perry left Fruity Rudy's and Mizmoon followed suit in early October and quit her job as a janitor. 110 At first glance, it seems odd that Perry and Salty Seek would quit their jobs, thus leaving the SLA without a dependable source of income, particularly in the fall of 1973 when Little and Perry posed as George and Nancy DeVoto and rented a safe house in the suburb of Clayton, California. Furthermore, in early October, the SLA rented an apartment in Oakland, just a half-mile from the Oakland School Administration Building. 111. The money had to come from a source other than Mary Alice Seam. Wheeler mentioned in interviews sometime after the arrest of Hearst and the Harrises that Sink had received financial support from a well-known Bay Area radical without known ties to the SLA. Also, this individual had ties to Vence Ramos. This scenario seems plausible. However, by late September Sink began plotting a new course for the SLA. Either Sink turned his back on the money provided by Wheeler's mysterious source, or the SLA found another means for obtaining the necessary arms and money for a revolutionary life underground. According to one publication in the early fall, the SLA had burglarized the homes of at least 3 prominent leftist activists, stealing guns, ammunition, and ammo loading equipment. 112. 53. They even stole a wallet from Vence Ramos member Janet Cooper and later used her name and identity to rent a red AMC Hornet which was used in the Hibernia Bank robbery on April 15, 1974. Consequently, Janet Cooper became one of the first witnesses to appear before the federal grand jury investigating the SLA. With money becoming increasingly scarce for the SLA in the fall of 1973, the group came to the conclusion that illegal means had become necessary to obtain money for the revolution, just as Wheeler had told Sink it would be in August. Also, during this time period, Sink and his followers began their initial planning to assassinate the Oakland superintendent of schools, Marcus Foster. Prior to the assassination of Foster, Wheeler claimed that many of his supporters, mainly those involved with Vince Ramos, had provided money during the early stages of the SLA's development. 113 Wheeler also claimed that the Hibernia bank robbery on April 15, 1974 provided proof positive that Sink had severed relations with his principal financial supporters. For various reasons, the Wheeler story does not ring true. The financial difficulties began long before April 15, 1974. At least one robbery in 1973 perpetrated by the SLA can be confirmed. On September 30, 1973, Ms. Moon and Perry successfully robbed Seifert's Floral Company in Oakland, California. They stole between $400 and $600 from the floral shop but had to abandon their van used in the getaway because onlookers were seen writing down the van's license plate number 114. Soon after the flower shop robbery, the SLA struck again. On October 12, 1973, Joe Remiro, with gun in hand, approached Donald Sullivan from behind on Berkeley's Telegraph Avenue and demanded the keys to his 1969 Chevy van. The van was later found nearby the Clayton safe house stripped of almost everything, including the engine. 115. Despite the fact that Sink had dismissed Wheeler's earlier proposition to target banks for robbery because they were the center of capitalist oppression, the SLA appeared to be steadily moving in that direction during the fall of 1973. 116 in all likelihood, what offended Sink was not the idea of robbing a bank, but the manner in which the idea arose. Whether or not Wheeler meant it, he had in fact challenged the leadership of Sink over this fledgling revolutionary group. Consequently, it did not take long for the relationship between the two to rapidly deteriorate. From Sink's vantage point, Wheeler had been disloyal and ungrateful for his efforts to assist in his escape from jail. Sink feared that Wheeler wanted to take over his organization. After all his failures in life, including an unsuccessful bid to become the elected leader of the BCA, Sink had finally found a group that accepted him as their leader, and he determined that Wheeler had to fall in line or else. Wheeler viewed the events from a much different perspective than Sink. Like many other veterans of Vince Ramos and other radical organizations, the SLA came across as an overly aggressive, violent, and politically confused group. 115 Brian, this soldier still at war, 183. 116 Payne, Findlay, and Craven, the life and death of the SLA, 136. 55. The Codes of War and the Act of declaring revolutionary war against the United States appeared overzealous at best and inviting trouble at worst. These acts proved to be much more than what other leftist and revolutionary groups in the Bay Area were prepared to act upon. The aggressive nature of the SLA resulting from their actions and writings, fed into local rumors that the organization itself or Sink were acting as an agent provocateur. 117. As tensions grew between the two, Wheeler attempted to ease the growing tensions between himself and Sink by moving into an apartment with his girlfriend, Mary Aliceem, and her daughter. Even though they moved out of the SLA safe house, both Seam and Wheeler continued to participate in the SLA meetings. Despite the continued involvement of Seam and Wheeler in the SLA, the distrust between Sink and Wheeler inevitably led to a confrontation between the two escaped convicts. Sink finally reached his point of no return where he could no longer tolerate Wheeler's mocking of his leadership of the SLA. 118 in all disputes between the two men. The membership of the SLA sided with their co-founder Sink. According to one account, Wheeler attempted to reach out to other members of the SLA in an attempt to wrest the leadership from Sink. 119 in the midst of this power struggle in September of 1973, Wheeler decided to move into an apartment with his girlfriend and her child and move out of the SLA safe house in Oakland. This arrangement did not sit well with Sink. In early October 1973, Sink, along with Perry and Ms. Moon, decided to pay a visit to Wheeler's new apartment. 120 The visit quickly became a confrontation as Sink and his companions pulled their guns out and aimed them at Wheeler and Seam. Sink was angry because of Wheeler's separation from the SLA and, therefore, his control. He told Wheeler that there would be no auxiliary members of the SLA. He gave Wheeler an ultimatum: return to the safe house or be shot along with Seam and her child. Throughout the confrontation, Wheeler remained calm while he tried to convince Sink that he was still committed to the cause and an active member of the SLA. 121. As a result of the meeting, Wheeler, Seam, and her child returned to the SLA apartment. After a few days, Wheeler and Seam were allowed to leave the apartment to pick up their necessities from the former residence. Both Seam and Wheeler took this opportunity to flee, and they did so separately. Both went away with the deep conviction that Sink and his followers were on a rendezvous with a destiny that they did not want to share. In the words of Theodore Wheeler, it didn't have nothing to do with reality, man, all it could do was get you killed. 122 As a result of the defections of Wheeler and Seam, the SLA moved out of the Oakland apartment they shared with Wheeler and Seam and moved into a new safe house in Clayton, California, a residence that Wheeler knew nothing about. The absence of Wheeler left Sink as the unquestioned leader of the SLA. It also left the organization and Sink without an alternative viewpoint. Sink had a thirst for notoriety and publicity. As long as Wheeler continued to participate in SLA meetings and planning, he provided the check upon Sink's desire to publicly proclaim the birth of the SLA. According to Wheeler, he had vetoed Sink's plan to assassinate San Francisco Examiner reporter Ed Montgomery. The transgression committed by Montgomery for which Sink wanted to kill him was an article Montgomery wrote about Wheeler. 123 Sink planned to write a letter to Montgomery, presumably letting him know he was targeted for death by the SLA. Wheeler replied by telling Sink that he would write his own letter to Montgomery denying his involvement with the plan to kill him. This event occurred in the same fashion as the proposed communiqué Sink wanted to release announcing the SLA's involvement in the escape of Wheeler from jail. In each case, Wheeler proved able to convince Sink not to act in a way that would gain publicity for the SLA. However, once Wheeler left, no other member of the SLA fulfilled the role he previously played. As a result, the SLA would announce their arrival on the scene with an assassination on November 6, 1973, just a few short weeks after Theodore Wheeler left the SLA. By late October of 1973, Sink and his followers locked onto their target for the first salvo of their revolution, educator Marcus Foster. Sink had consolidated his power within the organization, which led to Wheeler's departure. 58. Under Sink's leadership, the SLA left the shadow of the Bay Area's new left for the notoriety that only the media could provide. Not only did Sink wish to lead a revolution, demonstrated by the lengths the SLA would go to in order to gain the attention, but he also hoped that their actions would kickstart the revolution with the SLA as the vanguard. Also, the SLA provided the vehicle with which Sink demonstrated to the rest of the world that he no longer was the frightened petty criminal who had been trapped in a marriage in which his wife dominated and emasculated him. Donald DeFries, the man who never followed through with his plans for a better life, who could never find success, no longer existed. Sink, the leader of the SLA, had taken his place and, for the first time in his life, DeFries achieved the recognition he desired. 59. Chapter 5. The assassination of Marcus Foster. The SLA first came to the attention of law enforcement and the San Francisco Bay Area's radical scene with the assassination of Marcus Foster in November of 1973. David Horowitz wrote that, the act itself was so brutal, so morally unjustifiable and so politically incomprehensible that most Bay Area radicals assumed the SLA to be a cover for some right-wing or police group. 124. This singular act colored all future actions of the SLA and led directly to the arrests of Joseph Remiro and Russell Little, leading the remaining members of the revolutionary group to kidnap heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst in the hope of negotiating a prisoner exchange. According to one-time SLA member Theo Wheeler, a decision by the SLA to assassinate Marcus Foster occurred by mid-October 1973 during a meeting he attended. According to this account, after watching a television news story regarding Marcus Foster and security issues in Oakland schools, Sink proclaimed that we are gonna off that nigger. 125. While Sink acted rashly on occasion, the SLA's standard methodology when planning an action involved detailed planning, if not always accurate information. While Sink may have uttered the threatening and degrading words regarding killing Marcus Foster at an SLA meeting, it is much more likely that these words came in response to a report delivered by Willie Wolfe following an October 9, 1973 Oakland school board meeting and not based solely upon Sink's reaction to a news story. 126. Prior to the school board meeting of October 9, 1973, a series of events occurred, which led to the fateful meeting that Wolfe attended. In March 1973, an Alameda County grand jury had been investigating drug abuse, vandalism, and efficient use of school funds. As a case study for its report, the grand jury chose to focus on Oakland schools. The grand jury's decision may have been influenced by the May 1973 on-campus stabbing death of an Oakland Tech student by a non-student. 127. The final report, issued during the summer of 1973 while Foster vacationed, recommended that the Oakland police and the school authorities develop guidelines regarding each other's responsibilities when law enforcement arrived on a school campus. The report also recommended a police presence on school campuses throughout Oakland to combat future violence and other illegal activities. 128. The California Council on Criminal Justice provided Oakland schools with a $275,000 grant to add greater security measures in light of the recent stabbing. However, the CCCJ wanted Oakland schools to add a significant portion to the security program and ensure that all security staff have police experience and target the city's junior and senior high schools. 129. Foster strongly disagreed with the idea of police in Oakland schools. Instead, he hoped to enlist parents from the neighborhood to serve as the security coordinators instead of police. 130. Consequently, Foster decided to remove from the October 9, 1973 meeting a vote regarding the CCCJ proposal because of the clause necessitating security aides in school campuses having a law enforcement background. 131. In the midst of the debate regarding security/police in the Oakland schools, the issue of establishing a new identification card program arose as a way to keep non-students off school campuses. Just 2 years prior, Foster and the school board made a financial decision to cut identification cards from the school budget without any reference to ideology or politics. Cutting the identification card program saved Oakland schools approximately $17,000. 132. Like security officers on school campuses, the issue of ID cards for students led to public criticism of Marcus Foster, from a local citizen named Vera Silverman and a group known as Save Our Schools. 133. Silverman alleged that reinstating the ID cards in schools would serve the same purpose as ID cards used by the South African government, to allow law enforcement to track and imprison all the black and brown students once the revolution began. 134. In September of 1973, Robert Blackburn, Marcus Foster's hand-picked deputy superintendent, met with students at the All-City Council. The council was comprised of elected leaders of all high schools. During the meeting, Blackburn asked the students for their thoughts on reinstating the ID card program for students. The students responded positively to the return of the ID cards. They were useful checking out books at the library, getting into football games and accessing Alameda County Transit buses. Consequently, the students favored the return the ID cards. 135. Unfortunately for Foster and Blackburn, Vera Silverman or Willie Wolf never discussed the ID card issue with the students. Instead, Save Our Schools and the SLA jumped to conclusions regarding the potential political usage of the ID cards instead of learning from the students the practical purposes for them. By the time of the October 9 school board meeting, Elaine Brown had proposed to Marcus Foster that the Black Panther Party would be happy, for a fee, to provide security for the schools. 136. Foster, however, turned down the Black Panthers by insisting that he was not interested in adding new security at any of the Oakland schools. 137. If the changes in regards to the Oakland schools were not going to occur, then what led to the confrontation at the October 9 meeting? According to Deputy Superintendent Blackburn, who attended the school board meeting, it lacked the drama that has been attributed to it previously. 138. While Vera Silverman did move to the front of the audience and did cut up a child's ID card in protest, she did so without a tremendous amount of impact upon the majority of the crowd. 139. Willie Wolf, with the assistance of the recently purchased used car his father had obtained for him, attended the October 9 meeting and noticed the opposition of Vera Silverman and the Black Panther Party toward the ID cards and police involvement in providing added security for the Oakland schools. Wolf served as the eyes and ears of the SLA at the meeting and reported his findings to his fellow revolutionaries a few days later at an SLA meeting. Wolf's report to his fellow revolutionaries must have given Silverman and the Panthers a much more confrontational role against Foster than had actually occurred. As a result of Wolf's report, the SLA made the decision to target Foster for assassination and began their surveillance of his daily activities. 140. In order to facilitate their surveillance of Foster, Nancy Ling Perry, using the name Lynn Ledworth, rented an apartment in Oakland at 1621 7th Avenue. The new apartment was located within a half-mile of Foster's office. In what would become a standard method of operation, and the SLA kept a close eye on their target and trained daily for the action which would announce their arrival on the revolutionary scene. Marcus Foster, a native of Atlanta, Georgia and a product of Southern poverty and Mid-20th century racial bias against African Americans earned his reputation as a highly respected educator in Philadelphia, where he turned around a struggling inner-city high school in 3 short years. His fine work at Simon Gratz High School led to his promotion to Director of Community Affairs. He also became a trustee of the University of Pennsylvania and was named Philadelphia's Man of the Year in 1968. 141. In mid-1970, Oakland provided Foster with an opportunity to escape from his community relations position in Philadelphia. 142. Foster was a unique individual who found himself at home with people from all walks of life. As a close friend described him, he was a good and dutiful student, but could run with the boys on the corner of Ghetto Philly. 143. Furthermore, he was steeped in the Bible, but could shoot pool like Minnesota Fats. 144. In other words, Foster had the ability to appeal and communicate with a wide variety of people. This ability quickly became important upon his taking the reins of the Oakland schools. The composition of the school board was overwhelmingly Caucasian, while the enrollment in Oakland schools for 1973 consisted of 64.2% African Americans, 21.1% Caucasian, 7.7% Latino, 5.7% Asian, and 1.1% Filipino and other minorities. Oakland was a city in transition, and Marcus Foster had been hired because of his ability to communicate and bridge the growing gap between African Americans and the Caucasian minority that still wielded power far greater than their numbers suggested. Foster's ability to succeed within the white power structure undoubtedly led to Sink's animosity and jealousy towards him. Instead of facing his failures in life, Sink used Foster as a replacement for his abusive father and his lack of economic success thus far in his life. By making a target of Foster, Sink had taken direct aim at his past life, and through Foster's death he hoped to free himself from his past weaknesses. Understandably, the surviving members of the SLA have never fully explained the reasoning behind their assassination of Foster. At best, all they have mustered up has been a conclusion that the assassination of Foster had been a serious error, while also stating that killing Foster put a quick stop to the intended programs regarding the ID cards. 145. In retrospect, the arguments of the SLA regarding ID cards and the presence of police on school campuses seem ridiculous, as both have become standard and everyday occurrences at junior and senior high schools across the country, without any serious dissent from the political right or left. Then again, those who argued against ID cards and law enforcement on high school campuses in the 1970s never in their darkest dreams could have imagined the horrors such as the killings at Columbine High School. 145. Susan Lynn and Robert Shear, The Story of the SLA, New Times, April 16, 76, 31. 66. On November 3, 1973, an election day, the SLA cast its vote via bullets fired from handguns and multiple shotgun blasts. In the most confounding event of their short history, the SLA made the decision to assassinate Marcus Foster. The assassination made little sense when it occurred, and the passing of time has done little to alter the earlier analysis. At the time of his death, Foster had become a popular leader of Oakland schools. He had developed the ability to work with the myriad of ethnicities and cultures that populate the city of Oakland, demonstrated the necessary political skills to deal with a diverse city and a powerful school board composed of mostly Anglo citizens. However, one constituency existed in Oakland that not even Marcus Foster's vast political skills could successfully neutralize: the SLA. The day of his death began like any other day for Dr. Foster. His official day began with an Oakland City Council work session where he proposed the city should reopen high school gyms after school to keep the youth of Oakland off the streets. A little later in the day he chaired a school board meeting. As one biographer of Foster mentioned, it was a typical 11-hour day. 146 It began when Deputy Robert Blackburn picked him up at 8 a.m. and ended in a hail of bullets shortly after 7 p.m. Foster and Blackburn left the Oakland Board of Education building heading toward Blackburn's Chevy Vega parked in the deputy superintendent's stall. As he left the building with his friend and boss, Blackburn noticed two young men loitering against the building in the shadows. 147 As he glanced over he got a good look at both of them. 148. 146 John Palmer Spencer, caught in the crossfire, Marcus Foster and America's urban education crisis. 67. As they continued walking toward the car, Blackburn sped up to open the passenger door for Foster. As Blackburn reached the rear of the vehicle and Foster crossed over in front, the two men who had previously been loitering caught up with Blackburn and Foster and began shooting at Foster because he was closest to them. At that moment, Sink emerged from the bushes with a sawed-off shotgun and began firing at Blackburn. Both of Sink's blasts hit Blackburn, the first spinning him around while the second made contact as Blackburn attempted to escape back toward the education building. 149 Blackburn recalled hearing the handguns fire and seeing the muzzle flashes from the attack on Foster prior to being shot in the back by Sink from an approximate distance of 15 feet. 150. Despite the pain inflicted upon him by the shotgun blasts, Blackburn continued to stagger back toward the education building in search of help. Upon arriving inside the building he quickly cried out for help. David Tom found Blackburn lying down in the hallway, bleeding profusely. He yelled out to a janitor to call the police while he checked on Foster. Tom found Foster face down and unresponsive in the parking lot and quickly discovered that Foster no longer had a pulse. 151 The Slaw had their first victims, luckily. One survived. Police found a wealth of information at the crime scene, but could not immediately translate that information into a suspect. Also, initial sightings by witnesses did not provide police with a consistent description of the murderers. Police came away from these interviews confused regarding the height, weight, and ethnicity of the suspected shooters. The first break for police came during the autopsy. Dr. Alan McKnight, while performing the autopsy of Marcus Foster the day after the murder, found a bullet which passed through Foster's heart but had slowed down so much that when it hit the pen and pencil clip to Foster's shirt pocket, the bullet came to a complete stop. After touching the bullet in the pocket, Dr. McKnight became aware of a strange odor that he quickly confirmed to be cyanide. 152 The Slaw had drilled tiny holes in the tips of the bullets and inserted small amounts of potassium cyanide in the bullets and then sealing the hole with wax. 153 The Oakland police officer in charge of the Foster murder investigation, Detective Sergeant John Agler, upon confirmation of the existence of cyanide in the bullets, quickly closed the loop in the knowledge of the existence of these unique bullets. By requesting secrecy from the coroner and the toxicologist, Sergeant Agler hoped to keep this information from becoming public knowledge. Furthermore, Agler informed only the police chief of the discovery during the autopsy. Consequently, the discovery of cyanide-laced bullets found at the site of Patricia Hearst's abduction immediately led police to the Slaw as the perpetrators. The Oakland police did not have to wait long for Foster's murderers to identify themselves. A group calling themselves the Symbionese Liberation Army, Western Regional unit sent Berkeley radio station KPFA their first public communique. Within the heading of the communique, the organization listed a warrant order. Execution by cyanide bullets, of which Marcus Foster and Robert Blackburn were listed as the targets. 154. As a result, the Oakland police had the name of the organization responsible for the brutal attack, but not the members. In the San Francisco Bay Area of the mid to late 1960s and the early to mid 1970s, new radical organizations sprouted to life and died quickly, usually with little fanfare. This new organization seemed much different, particularly because of their willingness to announce their complicity in a murder of a respected educator. In hindsight, the communique represents either an arrogance or absolute contempt of law enforcement. By issuing the communique and announcing their involvement, the SLA essentially begged law enforcement to investigate them with all available resources. The communiques issued by the SLA also demonstrate their need for recognition from both law enforcement and the media, a need that increased over time. Community reaction toward the murder of Marcus Foster ran counter to the expectations of the SLA. Their first communique announced that the act was an order from the court of the people. The people of Oakland, however, quickly demonstrated their grief and anger regarding the murder of their beloved school superintendent. The Oakland community, which had difficulties working together on many issues, now came together as one in their anger and sadness regarding the death of Marcus Foster. 154 Ibid, 132 to 133. 70. For a period, it brought the city together, with Oakland Mayor John Reading standing beside Black Panther Chairman Bobby Seale at the Beebe Memorial CME Temple to pay their last respects to Foster. 155 The greatest blow to sink, however, concerned the outpouring of grief from the Bay Area's African American community. The Black Panther Party in Oakland described the murder of Foster as brutal and senseless. 156 In fact, initial reactions to the murder, particularly within New Left circles, maintained that the Foster murder must have been the work of a right-wing fascist or government conspiracy. 157. The news of the Foster assassination rapidly reached the California prisons. Within one day of the shooting, inmate Al Taylor told his prison psychiatrist that they should not have killed Marcus Foster. When the doctor asked who they were, Taylor responded, the Lebanese Liberation Army. Reports from the prison inmates regarding the Foster murder were extremely critical and may have included an order for Sink's execution. 158 Instead of being a celebratory time as a result of their first successful action, the period between the Foster assassination and the arrests of Remiro and Little became a period of introspection and further isolation. Chapter 6. Triumph turns to turmoil. Following the assassination of Marcus Foster, the SLA found itself perched in a precarious position. Forced to abandon the Oakland apartment they used as a base for the assassination, the SLA moved to a new safe house to serve as their base of operations on October 8, 1973. For the first time, the SLA moved outside their traditional base in the Berkeley/Oakland area and moved into the suburbs, 1560 Sutherland Court in Concord, California. 159 In hindsight, Russell Little observed that the SLA should never have had a safe house in Concord, because we didn't fit into that middle-class suburban community. 160 In the aftermath of the Foster murder, the SLA lost its contacts with the New Left in Oakland and Berkeley, the ability to contact friends and possible new recruits, and obtain money. Condemnation of the SLA arrived quickly and universally. 161. While the word stung, the loss of affiliates hurt much more. 162 As a result, Concord was Much safer than either Oakland or Berkeley, and the fledgling revolution had to be placed on hold while the SLA membership consolidated and set about to determine their next steps. Willie Wolfe did not understand what went wrong with the Foster assassination. As the response from the local communities and the media continually characterized the action in a negative light, Willie began to have doubts regarding his role in the action. 163. Consequently, Wolfe made the decision to return to his family on the East Coast for a brief respite and, hopefully, much needed money. After all, revolutions are expensive. He arrived at his father's house in Pennsylvania on December 20, 1973. Despite his private doubts, he continued to speak and proselytize about the coming revolution in America. Also, Wolfe mentioned to his family his plans to marry his Swedish girlfriend, Eva Olsson, and this was the purpose of his visit. 164. Another reason for the visit involved money and the opportunity to leave the Bay Area and regroup. In all likelihood, Wolfe, the youngest member of the SLA, had become increasingly confused and agitated by the reactions of his friends, currently residing in California prisons, to the murder of Dr. Foster. However, the SLA also needed money. Wolfe's parents had money, and his cover story regarding his impending marriage might ease the discussion toward financial assistance from his father. 165. Whatever the reasons for Wolfe's trip to the East Coast, his friends in the SLA had an interest in his activities. Remiro and Little both tried to contact Wolfe around January 1, with Little finally getting in contact with him and asking him to return as soon as possible. On January 10, Bill Harris phoned Wolfe to advise him that Remiro and Little had been arrested and that Wolfe needed to return to the West Coast. Harris provided Wolfe with the information necessary so he could contact the SLA upon his return. Willie quickly cancelled his meeting on January 11 with his father, and asked his sister Roxy to drive him to the bus station because he needed to visit a sick friend in New York. When they arrived at the bus station, Willie gave his sister his most prized possession, a duffel bag that once belonged to his father. 166. In his own way, Willie said his final goodbye to his sister. With the arrests of his two comrades in Concord, Wolfe returned to California, committing himself to the SLA and leaving any doubts he may have had regarding the assassination of Marcus Foster behind. The revolution still needed money. Up until the arrests of Remiro and Little, the SLA could count on the income received by Bill and Emily Harris and Camilla Hall as they continued to work. Sink, Solti Seek, Perry, Remiro and Little remained underground, essentially becoming professional revolutionaries. The public grief regarding the Foster murder isolated the SLA from what remained of the New Left in the Bay Area and severely limited any access they may have previously had to financial supporters of New Left causes. Despite these difficulties, the SLA continued to seek new allies. An undated schedule found at the Concord Safe House lists meetings with medical people, Ciara Arco, Chicano Brother, and Bro High. Not all of these contacts faded into anonymity. However, the individual given the codename Arco provided Sync with a method for converting a carbine into an automatic weapon with a high cyclic rate of fire. 167. 166 Ibid, 67-69. 167 Federal Bureau of Investigation, HERNAP Files, 2920, p. 74. The period between the Foster murder and the arrest served as a period of consolidation for the SLA. Although they did not expand beyond their original 10 members, they solidified their organization, enhanced their armaments, and most importantly for their organization, they survived the public backlash against the perpetrators of the Foster murder. Law enforcement found little to no help within the New Left communities in their search for the killers. Consequently, as 1973 melded into 1974, the SLA had reasons for optimism for their fledgling revolution as they remained at large and untouched by the Oakland Police Department's ongoing murder investigation. The arrests of Little and Remiro changed everything for the SLA. Prior to their arrests, the SLA had contemplated splitting their organization into two distinct groups. One above ground, which would provide a steady flow of information from the local communities, money, and other necessary support, while the other component went underground and served as a combat unit. After further discussions, the SLA membership decided to establish two combat units, with one of the units moving to San Jose. Remiro, Little, Atwood, and the Harrises had planned to move to San Jose. 168 This plan became moot with the arrests of Little and Remiro. With the Oakland Police Department's investigation of the SLA going nowhere fast, a routine traffic stop near the SLA safe house in Concord proved to be the catalyst for the kidnapping of wealthy heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst. 168 Susan Lynn and Robert Shear, The Story of the SLA, New Times, April 10, 76, 32. 75. At approximately 1:23 a.m., the SLA had their first brush with law enforcement. Concord Police Sergeant David Dugg spotted a van driven by Little with Remiro in the passenger seat driving slowly in the general vicinity of the safe house. Dugg patrolled the area regularly and was familiar with the routine in the suburb. Traffic after midnight was rare, and given the slow pace of the SLA van, Dugg concluded that the people in the van were car thieves looking for a target. On the other hand, if the driver was lost, he would likely be thankful for assistance from the police. Consequently, he made the decision to pull over the suspicious van. Inside the van, waiting impatiently, were Little and Remiro. 169. Dugg asked Little for his license, which he provided. The license was in the name of Robert James Scalise. 170. These false identifications proved very important to the SLA. They were particularly handy when they needed to rent a home, apartment, or car without providing their real identity. Dugg, however, became suspicious of the van's passenger, Joe Remiro, who provided identification in his own name. Dugg then asked both men what they were doing out so late, and Little replied that they were looking for the Devoto residence. Dugg then contacted the police dispatcher to run a check in the names of both Remiro and Scalise. The check came back clean, and Dugg had no reason to keep the men any longer. However, on a hunch, he decided to ask the dispatcher if there was a Devoto residence in the area. When this request came back as a negative, Dugg decided to take a closer look at Remiro. 171. As the police officer returned to the van, he asked Remiro to step out of the vehicle. He quickly asked Remiro if he had any knives or guns on his person, but before he received a response, he moved toward Remiro to frisk him. Remiro, feeling threatened, stepped back and pulled out his gun, a Walther .380 automatic. Shots were then exchanged. 172. Remiro quickly ran for cover, firing as he ran. Dugg, meanwhile, called for backup while Little drove off in the van. With the rear window shot out, a flat tire and a superficial shoulder wound from one of Dugg's stray bullets, Little did not get very far and was quickly rounded up, with the police finding a stash of SLA leaflets in the van. The police now knew they were hunting Marcus Foster's killers. Remiro continued to evade the police, no doubt assisted by his military training. At approximately 5:31 a.m., over 4 hours after the two SLA members had their first Contact with police, Remiro surrendered to two police officers who had noticed him darting in and out of the shadows within blocks of the SLA safe house. Police quickly disarmed Remiro, finding the Walther handgun, which Oakland police quickly determined to be one of the weapons used to murder Dr. Foster. 173. In the period between flight and arrest, Remiro had the opportunity to warn his SLA brethren at the safe house. Speculation exists stating Remiro did just that. 174. Remiro's peaceful surrender provides greater credibility to the theory that he warned his fellow SLA members at Sutherland Court. It was against the codes of war for an SLA soldier to surrender, as the Los Angeles Police Department graphically discovered later in the year. According to the SLA's codes of war, any SLA soldier who surrender to the enemy, if convicted in the People's Court, faced the death penalty. However, instead of condemning Remiro for his meek surrender, the SLA lionized their two captured soldiers and began planning an action that, they hoped, would lead to their release from prison. The arrests of Little and Remiro proved significant for a number of reasons. To begin with, Oakland police found one of the murder weapons and two likely suspects in the Foster murder case. Also, through Little and Remiro, law enforcement began the arduous process of gathering information relating to the membership of the SLA. Thus, police began to piece together the activities and contacts of Little and Remiro in addition to the material gleaned from the Concord safe house. The van seized by police also provided clues regarding the past and future activities of the SLA. 78. Within the van, investigators found a cache of SLA leaflets, discovered the van was registered to Nancy Gale Ling, and traced the motor in the van to a stolen van seized at gunpoint in Berkeley on October 12, 1973. Through sheer luck, the police now had two SLA members in custody and the identity of another. 175. Unfortunately for the police, they chose not to follow up with a search for a Devoto residence. Around 6 p.m. on the evening of the arrests, the safe house at 1560 Sutherland Court caught fire while the members of the SLA left the hideout in the vehicle Willie Wolf's father purchased for him. The attempted arson proved unsuccessful because the SLA sealed the house up, not allowing enough air into the house to allow the blaze to catch fire. All the attempted fire produced was a black billowing trail of smoke, which led law enforcement directly to the hideout. The ineptitude did not end with the SLA's attempted fire. To make matters worse, police did not cordon off the residence. By the time reporter Marilyn Baker arrived on the scene, the residents had taken on a circus-like atmosphere as kids and neighbors paraded by clutching their Symbionese trophies. I kept pulling more papers from under the pile on the bed. 176. The police not only missed the opportunity to capture most of the SLA in one fell swoop, they compounded that mistake by allowing people to move freely through the safe house, removing potential evidence. Within the burned-out safe house, police found fingerprints from Sink, Perry, and Solty Seek and began to put the puzzle together in regards to the SLA's membership. Police were able to link the Chevrolet that Perry used in the escape from the Concord safe house to Willie Wolf and then Wolf to the SLA. In spite of the colossal failure by the police to cordon off the Concord safe house, they still found a treasure trove of material. Inside the former SLA hideout, police removed more than a dozen cartons of letters and files along with an address book and other miscellaneous documents. 177. This rich haul of information, which included Patricia Campbell Hearst's name on a list of potential SLA targets, did not seem to be significant initially. The target document listed Marcus Foster as executed, Charles W. Comer, president of the T.A. White Candy Company, had a note next to his name stating, "Kidnap or execute, warrant prepared." Beside Hearst's name was the citation "arrest." Warrant issued. 178 references to Patricia Hearst were also found in a spiral notebook belonging to Nancy Ling Perry. 179. The slaw had obviously been tracking Patricia Hearst and planning some action against her as early as January 1974. Unfortunately for the Hearst family, police did not consider the notes, lists and other materials significant enough to warn individuals whose names were on them. Even after the Foster murder, police did not consider the slaw to be a major threat. 80. The arrest warrant issued for Patricia Hearst signaled a shift in the slaw's actions. Stung by the harsh criticism that resulted from their murder of Marcus Foster, the slaw moved from political murders to politically motivated kidnappings. The membership of the slaw had seen the movie State of Siege, which exalted the Uruguayan terrorists known as the Tupamaros. The Tupamaros engaged primarily in political kidnappings and armed propaganda and served as a role model for the slaw in the next phase of their development following the arrests of Little and Remiro. 180. With the abandonment of their safe house in Concord, the slaw found themselves homeless. In the case of Nancy Ling Perry, her name became publicly associated with the slaw. Feeling as if she had nothing to lose in terms of being identified as a member of the slaw, Perry sent a letter to various media outlets. 181. This letter provides an insight into the slaw's version of American history and its view of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. In an Oliver Stone-like storyline, Perry refers to a military coup which occurred in 1963-64, allowing the militarily armed corporate state to take over the existing government as they blatantly destroyed the Constitution that some of us still believed in. 182. The same storyline, with a few differences, occurred in Stone's movie JFK. The slaw attempted, however, to present themselves as patriotic Americans whose movement supported and defended the Constitution. Ironically, Sink and his comrades missed the opportunity to link their movement to the Founding Fathers by failing to invoke Thomas Jefferson's famous admonition in a letter to William S. Smith in 1787 when he wrote, "What country can preserve the liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance?" Jefferson continued on this theme and wrote, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants. It is its natural manure." 183. Instead, Perry provided her autobiography, a justification of the murder of Foster, and an assertion that the fire at the Concord residence was meant only to melt away any fingerprints that may have been overlooked. 184. Odd responses such as this had a negative impact upon the credibility of the slaw because fire does not magically erase fingerprints, and the assertion that it could had no factual basis. The Berkeley Barb, an alternative newspaper sympathetic to New Left causes, had a difficult time translating Perry's rambling communique. In fact, the communique was ridiculed and compared to speeches written for Nixon, LBJ, or Reagan. Furthermore, the article refers to Perry as in too far and went on to lampoon her justification for the fire at Concord safe house by stating a fact that fingerprints don't melt. 185. Just days prior to the abduction of Patricia Hearst, the Berkeley Barb still wondered if Foster's murder was an act of a CIA dirty tricks team, or is the slaw a bunch of sincere people? Long on revolutionary theory but short on tactics and common sense. 186. While the Berkeley Barb wrote about Perry and her communique, the slaw focused on reorganizing and began training for its next action. But first, a new base of operations was necessary following the fiasco in Concord. With amazing rapidity, the SLA rebounded from the arrests of Russell Little and Joe Remiro along with the abandonment of their only means of shelter. The arrest of Little placed the revolutionaries in a particularly difficult situation since he was the only member of the organization who knew the identities and whereabouts of all the SLA members and sympathizers. Without Little, individuals such as Arco, the person who had modified the group's .30 caliber M1 carbine S, now was lost to the organization as an asset because no one else knew how to find him or who he might actually be. 187 Sync. Perry and Ms. Moon left their Concord residence at approximately 6:15 p.m. on January 10. As a result of the arrests of Little and Remiro in the morning. As evidence of the resourcefulness of the group, less than 2 days later they had located a new base of operations. The remaining members of the SLA, with the exception of Camilla Hall, joined Sync, Perry, and Salty Seek underground following the January 10 arrests. Bill and Emily Harris quit their jobs, abandoned their personal vehicle and vacated their apartment, leaving behind most of their personal belongings. Angela Atwood followed the Harrises underground and they were quickly reunited with Willie Wolfe upon his return from the East Coast. On January 12, 1974, Emily Harris and Patricia Salty Seek, posing as Joe and James and Judith Lawrence, rented a home at 514 Winchester Drive in Daly City, just outside of San Francisco. 188 The owner of the property continued to stop by in order to make repairs to the newly rented house and kept a key to the house so he could enter at any time to complete the repairs. 189 Typically, a renter would appreciate this type of detail on the part of the property owner. However, when planning to keep a kidnapping victim isolated in the rented house, it became obvious that the Winchester Drive property was not suitable and the SLA began to search for another alternative. On January 15, 1974, the owner of the house at 37 Northridge Drive in Daly City placed an ad in the Industrial City newspaper, referred to as a throwaway newspaper by the FBI. 190 In a report filed by the owner of the home, he stated he was contacted on January 20, 1974 by two white females, Tony Wilson and Candy Jackson. The owner was unable at that time to identify either of the women he rented the house to as being identical to any of the female members of the SLA. 191 The owner's wife and one of his two sons, however, identified Patricia Salty Seek as being Tony Wilson. 192 The fact that the owner of the Northridge Drive residence did not keep a key to the house or make daily appearances led the SLA to quickly change residences. By January 23, the SLA abandoned the Winchester Drive safe house and relocated to the Northridge Drive property. 193. Soon after moving into their new base of operations, the SLA changed the locks on the front door and installed a heavy-duty bolt-type lock to ensure the owner of the Northridge property would not barge in unannounced. 194 They proceeded to cover up the windows with a heavy material which was nailed to the wall. Also, drapes were nailed to the window frame to make sure that no one outside the home was able to peer inside. 195 The strangest renovation to the home by the SLA, however, had to be the walk-in closet of the master bedroom. The knobs had been retrofitted so that the door could not be opened from the inside. 196 This walk-in closet measured 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The SLA was finally ready for their next action, the abduction of wealthy California heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst. Following her abduction on February 4, 1974, the walk-in closet served as her people's prison, while the SLA attempted to coerce the release of their jailed comrades Russ Little and Joe Remiro. Chapter 7. The Kidnapping of Patricia Campbell Hearst. February of 1974 found the United States locked in the midst of the Watergate scandal. Every day it seemed, new revelations of wrongdoing by individuals involved with the Nixon administration were reported on the front pages of newspapers throughout the country. On February 4, an event occurred which replaced Watergate in the headlines of American newspapers when the SLA kidnapped heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst, the granddaughter of the legendary William Randolph Hearst. Initially, the media adhered to a voluntary news blackout of the abduction in deference to the Hearst family, which owned numerous media outlets. However, by the following morning, KGO Radio learned that the Oakland Tribune, owned by former United States Senator William Knowland, planned on breaking the story of the Hearst kidnapping in its afternoon edition. 197. The media attention provided validation for the SLA, at least in their minds. It fed into their belief that they represented the voiceless throughout the nation. Negotiations with Randolph Hearst, if the back and forth between the SLA and Hearst can actually be characterized as true negotiations, occurred by way of the various media outlets of the Bay Area. In fact, the line often blurred between those who reported the news and those who made the news as it related to the SLA. 197. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 198. 86. With Patricia Hearst in tow, Sink found himself in a position of power that had never occurred previously in his life. The difficulty for the SLA resulted from their inability to translate this temporary power into a positive result. They never determined an actual value for their captive. Consequently, the SLA found themselves seduced by the sudden media attention and unable to determine a single course of action following the abduction. Despite the efficiency of the kidnapping, the SLA's actions from that date through the shootout in Los Angeles demonstrated a central weakness within their organization, namely their inability to determine a plausible and achievable goal and develop a means to reach it through their access to the media to publicize it. The SLA had Patricia Hearst under surveillance for a lengthy period of time, dating the arrests of Little and Remiro. 198. 3 weeks prior to the kidnapping took place, Hearst and her fiancé hosted a party at their Berkeley apartment. Both Hearst and Weed spotted 3 rough types, not college students, sinister, at the party. They each figured the 3 were friends of one of the friends they had invited to the party. Therefore, they never confronted them or asked them to leave. Following the kidnapping, Weed identified Ms. Moonsolty-Seek as one of the party crashers. 199. On the day of the kidnapping, the SLA had everything in place, except for one thing: they did not have enough vehicles for the getaway following the kidnapping. No one in the cell knew how to hotwire a car, thus the SLA had to steal a car. 200. The would-be revolutionaries stood on the dark side of Berkeley's Shattuck Avenue Co-op parking lot looking for a car to borrow. 201. When the members of the SLA first spotted the 1964 Chevy convertible that they used for the kidnapping, they laughed derisively at the vehicle and referred to it as a junker. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to appropriate a vehicle, the SLA came back to the Chevy convertible parked nearby on Josephine Street. 202. As Peter Berenson, the owner of the targeted vehicle, began removing groceries from the car, he was approached by 2 females from the SLA told him to give me the keys. We want your car, not you. He was then knocked down and tied up, blindfolded and gagged by the 2 women and another assailant. He was then thrown in the back seat of the car with a blanket thrown over him. 203. The SLA had enough vehicles to proceed with their night's work. While hunting for another getaway car, a blue Volkswagen parked across the street from Hurst and Weed's apartment. The Volkswagen remained in that position, with the motor running, from at least 7 p.m. until the kidnapping, leaving with the other SLA vehicles associated with the abduction. The license plate was covered in mud and not visible. A blonde woman who bore a striking resemblance to Camilla Hall based on descriptions from eyewitnesses, was identified as one of two people waiting in the car. 204. The SLA wanted to ensure that their target remained at home until they came calling. The kidnapping of Patricia Hurst occurred at 9:17 p.m. on Monday, February 4, 1974. By 9:21 p.m., the SLA had their captive in tow and had left the apartment building complex where Hurst lived with her fiancé Stephen Weed. 205. This action represented the first political kidnapping in the history of the United States. The SLA, however, had not come up with this idea all by themselves. In fact, they were imitating the leftist Tupamaros of Uruguay, who used political kidnappings to fund their activities and bring individuals before the People's Court in order to stand trial for their actions. Members of the SLA had previously viewed the film State of Siege, which glorified the actions taken by the Tupamaros. Faced with the dilemma of wanting to free their two captured comrades, the SLA used the Uruguayan revolutionaries as a model for their abduction of Patricia Hurst. The kidnapping of Patricia Hurst occurred quickly and efficiently. Within a 4-minute period, Sink along with Bill Harris and Angela Atwood charged into the apartment of Hurst and Weed, tied up and beat up Weed, snatched Hurst's wallet and tied her up. 206. Right before the SLA left the apartment with their victim, Weed leapt to his feet and ran around the apartment like a wild man before exiting out the back door screaming for help. Weed did so, fearing if he did nothing, he would be killed. In the meantime, Bill Harris picked up Hurst, threw her over his shoulder and exited the apartment complex, crying out to Sink, Harris, and Atwood, "Take my wallet. That's all we have. Take anything you want, anything you want." Taking Weed's advice, they did. They took his bride-to-be. 89. When Harris came to the stolen getaway car, he found the trunk closed. While Harris went to the front of the vehicle and removed the keys from the ignition, he returned to the trunk only to find Hurst attempting to hop away. 207. When he reflected upon the kidnapping in later years, Harris mentioned the much different reactions of Weed and Hurst to the kidnapping. Unlike her fiancé, who screamed and whimpered at differing times until he was knocked out by Sink, Hurst reacted in a cool and defiant manner. 208. Initial reports of the abduction, based on the eyewitness accounts from Stephen Weed and neighbor Steve Swinaga, described the kidnappers as two black men and a white woman. 209. Consequently, the initial search quickly focused on Sink and Theo Wheeler as the primary suspects. Despite the fact that Wheeler had left the SLA prior to the Foster assassination, accounts of the kidnapping continued to include him. 210. In a search of Weed's and Hurst's apartment soon after the abduction, officers found a box of .38 caliber bullets beneath a bookcase. 211. The bullets had the tip drilled, then filled with potassium cyanide and capped with wax. This was the calling card of the SLA, and only the police knew of the SLA's cyanide bullets at the time of the kidnapping. Prior to the kidnapping of Patricia Hurst, only Nancy Ling Perry had publicly announced her affiliation with the SLA. She did so by sending a rambling communique to the various media sources in the aftermath of the arrests of Little and Remiro and her bungled attempt to burn down the Concord safe house. Police were quickly able to add Sink's name to the list of SLA members as a result of eyewitness accounts and their ability to pick his photograph from a lineup. While law enforcement officials quickly attributed the abduction to the SLA, the public had to wait for 2 days before the SLA announced their involvement with an arrest warrant sent to Berkeley radio station KPFA and received by station manager Paul Fisher. The document announced that Hearst had been arrested as a result of a warrant issued by the Court of the People. It went on to state that Hearst had been removed to a protective area of safety and that any attempts to rescue her would lead to her execution. 212 included with the communique was Patricia Hearst's mobile oil credit card in her father's name, substantiating the SLA as the kidnappers and that Hearst was in their possession. Unfortunately, the SLA did not include any explanation for the Court of the People, such as its makeup and purpose. The court, however, like the protective area, medical units and combat teams, mentioned by the SLA proved to be a figment of their imaginary revolution. Instead of establishing a ransom for their hostage, the SLA demanded that all communications from this court must be published in full in all newspapers and all other forms of media. Failure to do so will endanger the life of the prisoner. Consequently, the SLA established media access and not money as their initial form of tribute. While Randolph Hearst and Stephen Weed hoped for a demand from the captors that could be satisfied, the SLA prepared their next communique, which outlined for them the good faith gesture that needed to be met before negotiations for the release of Patricia could begin. The uniqueness of the negotiations between Randolph Hearst and the SLA resulted partially from their public nature. At no point did Randolph Hearst have the opportunity or the ability to contact Sink directly. On the other hand, Sink and his SLA cohorts preferred to use the media as their middleman. By doing so, Sink demonstrated his control of the process while keeping Randolph Hearst and law enforcement in a defensive and reactive state. After almost a week of waiting, the SLA sent an audio-taped communique on February 12, 1974, again via radio station KPFA. In this second message, both Sink and Patricia spoke. Patricia's role was to reassure her family that she was still alive and in good condition. Sink spoke first on the communique. He identified himself as a black man who holds the rank of General Field Marshal in the United Federated Forces. In the SLA, Sink stated that Patricia Hearst had been kidnapped as a result of the sins of her parents. As a result, the Hearst family must provide a good faith gesture before negotiations could begin. 92. The good faith gesture requested by Sink involved a food giveaway of at least $70 worth of high-quality foods to each person who provided a welfare card, parole or probation papers, and jail or bail release slips. Randolph Hearst was instructed to begin the food giveaway by February 19, and to set up the food distribution for Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. Distribution centers, per Sink's verbal instructions, needed to be established in the poor communities of San Francisco, Oakland, East Los Angeles, Compton, and Watts. Furthermore, the SLA demanded that there not be any interference or involvement in the food giveaway by police. 213. Patricia Hearst's role in the communique was to provide evidence that she was still alive and being treated humanely. Also, she attempted to validate the kidnapping by providing background on the serious nature of the SLA as she had experienced it. She went on to state that she was a prisoner in the same manner as Remiro and Little, a not-so-subtle hint that the SLA hoped to exchange her for their imprisoned comrades. The tone of Patricia's voice led the FBI to believe that she may have been drugged. 214. Although Patricia's portion of the tape must have been scripted, she came across as sympathetic to her captors and their cause, foreshadowing her future role with the SLA. This second communique resulted in two major problems for Randolph Hearst. First, a good faith gesture as laid out by the SLA had been estimated to cost over $400 million. 215. The other problem he faced was the implied swap of his daughter for Remiro and Little. In regards to the first problem, the SLA had greatly overestimated Randolph Hearst's wealth. According to Stephen Weed, Patricia Hearst had at one time estimated her father's wealth at approximately $15 million. After Weed reviewed the Hearst family accounts in 1974, he estimated the family to be worth $1.4 million. During the period between the release of the first communique and the taping of the second, Sink and Perry conducted an interrogation of their captive. The interrogation focused on the wealth of Randolph Hearst. As a result of her lack of knowledge regarding her family's finances and her status as a prisoner, Patricia was in no position to repudiate the assumptions of wealth attributed to her family by the SLA. 216. Factor in the lack of knowledge on the part of the SLA regarding the number of individuals throughout California bearing the types of identification needed to obtain food, and it became evident how such an unreasonable good faith gesture came about. The SLA did not have access to the type of information that allowed them to develop a reasonable request within such a short time frame. The spur-of-the-moment nature of this initial request is painfully obvious. By March, the SLA lost interest in the food give away, confirming that the good faith gesture had more to do with an attempt to obtain a positive impression among the poor of Northern California, than any real desire to negotiate the release of Patricia Hearst or develop a program to benefit the poor for the long term. 216. Hearst and Moscow, Patty Hearst, 53-53, and Bill Harris interview with author, February 2, 09. 94. The desire to free Remiro and Little from prison served as the other factor in the SLA's decision to demand a good faith gesture instead of a ransom. The SLA wanted either the Hearst family, Governor Ronald Reagan, or any other government entity to offer to swap their captured soldiers for Patricia Hearst. Unfortunately for the SLA, Randolph Hearst did not have the power to release Remiro and Little from prison, and Governor Reagan, who did have the power, refused to do so for the obvious reason of the precedent it would set. When the negotiations for the release of their comrades failed to occur, the SLA faced a difficult dilemma: how valuable was their captive? 217. In the end, Patricia Hearst's value led to a $2 million food giveaway by her father. The Hearst Foundation placed another $4 million into an escrow account to continue the food program known as People in Need once the SLA released Patricia. Unfortunately for the Hearst family, the SLA quickly lost interest in the PIN program. While it provided the initial gratification of enabling them to manipulate Randolph Hearst, by the end of March the SLA had new plans for Patricia Hearst. If the first public arrest warrant issued by the SLA did not provide the Hearst family with enough forewarning that the kidnapping of Patricia would be unlike any other kidnapping in recent memory, the communique from February 12 erased any doubts. The request for a $400 million food program opened a new phase in the relationship between the SLA, the Hearst family, and the media. The SLA hoped to reconnect with the Bay Area's African American community, a relationship that never developed because of the Foster assassination. Also, they sought to embarrass Randolph Hearst by refusing to negotiate the release of his daughter prior to his providing a good faith gesture. Sink and his comrades knew that with Patricia, they had a sword hanging over the Hearst family. The question at the time revolved around just how far would Randolph Hearst go to secure the safe return of his daughter? Randolph Hearst quickly responded to the SLA's second communique, stating that the request was far beyond his financial means. He went on to state that he would Provide another option within the next 24 to 48 hours. 218 Neither the SLA nor Patricia Hearst believed Randolph Hearst. For Patricia, the thought of anything being beyond the financial capability of her family was likely an unthinkable proposition. In reality, Randolph Hearst did not have the financial means to meet the SLA's request. In the interim, Randolph Hearst continued planning for the people in need program to meet the basic parameters of the SLA's request. However, on February 16, the SLA responded to Randolph Hearst. This second audio communique was received by the Reverend Cecil Williams of Glide Memorial Church and featured both Patricia and Sink once more. Patricia told her father that the SLA was not trying to present an unreasonable request or to feed the whole state. 219 She mentioned that the SLA was mad about comments made concerning the upcoming food program, particularly those by Governor Reagan. 220. Patricia goes on to state that she would remain okay as long as the SLA demands are met and as long as the two prisoners in San Quentin are okay. And as long as the FBI doesn't come in here. 221 Once more, the SLA attempted to link their two friends in police custody to Patricia. The fact that no one at any point attempted to insert Remiro and Little into the negotiations for Patricia Hearst's release complicated further communications between Randolph Hearst and the SLA. Without the release of their comrades, the SLA had to desperately search for a different method to continue to negotiate with Randolph Hearst and yet, not to project any weakness in their negotiating position. The February 16 communique also called upon the Reverend Cecil Williams and representatives of the American Indian Movement, the Black Teachers Caucus of Nairobi, College of East Palo Alto, the United Prisoners Union, and the National Welfare Rights Organization to serve as observers of the food program and intermediaries between the SLA and the Hearst family. Other organizations such as the Black Panther Party, Kalayan newspaper, and the Radical newspaper Getting Together refused to participate. The groups that chose to participate issued a joint declaration stating that they did not condone terrorist activities. 222. By involving these outside organizations, the SLA continued its attempt to provide their actions with the cloak of legitimate revolutionary actions. Through the involvement of all these organizations, they hoped to clear themselves of any wrongdoing regarding the assassination of Marcus Foster and demonstrate that the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst occurred for humanitarian reasons and to benefit those who had little or no voice in the American political scene. Reactions among the New Left were tepid at best. They proved willing to involve themselves in an activity that they hoped would lead to the release of Patricia Hearst, but they remained wary of the SLA, particularly because of its violent past. 223. In response to the SLA, Randolph Hearst announced on February 19, the establishment of a tax-exempt charitable organization under the leadership of Ludlow Kramer, the Secretary of State in Washington State. 224 In Washington, Kramer established a similar food program known as Neighbors in Need, which served as the model for People in Need program set up to respond to the SLA's demands. Randolph Hearst donated $500,000 to the program, while another $1.5 million came from the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. In responding in such a proactive and compliant manner, Randolph Hearst placed himself in a no-win situation. Nothing he did could possibly meet the expectations of the SLA. The fourth communique received by the Reverend Cecil Williams on February 98. Sink responded to Randolph Hearst's $2 million food program with the critique that it was not at all a good faith gesture but rather is an act of throwing a few crumbs to the people, forcing them to fight over it amongst themselves. 225 Sink upped the ante by demanding another $4 million be added to the food program. They had the Hearst family by the throat, and the SLA was not about to relax its grip on the situation. Therefore, they told Randolph Hearst that not only did they require more money be added to the food program, but the food distribution needed to occur in 7 largely ethnic neighborhoods in San Francisco, Oakland, and East Palo Alto. No identification was required to receive the food, and they designated WAPAC, the Western Addition Project Area Committee, as chairman of the PIN coalition. WAPAC, as chairman of the coalition, had veto power over any and all decisions regarding the PIN program. 226 WAPAC had the reputation throughout the Bay Area as a hardline black radical group despite its status as a federally funded urban development project. 227 If Randolph Hearst did not meet these new demands, the SLA threatened to break off all further negotiations for the release of Patricia Hearst. Interestingly enough, negotiations relating to the release of Patricia had not yet taken place, making the statement practically meaningless. Factor in the SLA's addiction to the media, and a complete breakdown of negotiations was not likely. The SLA obtained its meaning from its ability to manipulate both the media and Randolph Hearst. Townsend and Ludlow Kramer was strained, at best. 99. The third audio communique presented a change in tactics for the SLA. It represented a final push to squeeze as much money as possible from Randolph Hearst. Yet, the ultimatum reflected a growing knowledge within the SLA that a trade for little and Remiro would not occur. Furthermore, Sink launched into a tirade in response to media reports naming Donald DeFries/Sink as one of the SLA suspects. Sink responded by stating that you do indeed know me. You have always known me. I'm that nigger you have hunted and feared night and day. I'm that nigger you have killed hundreds of my people in the vain hope of finding. I'm the nigger that is no longer just hunted, robbed, and murdered. I'm that nigger that hunts you. Yes, you know me. You know me, I'm the wetback. You know me, I'm the gook, the broad, the servant, the spick. Yes, indeed you know us all, and we know you, the oppressor, murderer, and robber. And you have hunted and robbed and exploited us all. Now we are the hunters that will give you no rest. And we will not compromise the freedom of our children. 228. The statement served as Sink's personal declaration of war against the world as he knew it. Also, it signaled the high point of Sink's manipulation of Randolph Hearst, for he had little more that he could offer the SLA. Even a Hearst had limits, as Sink had slowly come to realize. The SLA released only 3 more communiques before leaving the Bay Area for their appointment with Destiny and the Los Angeles Police Department. 228 Ibid, 241. 100. Instead of shutting down the food program based on the criticisms of the SLA, Randolph Hearst continued on. The first food distribution occurred on February 22, 1974. Trucks arrived late at the 4 distribution sites in San Francisco, Richmond, East Palo Alto, and East Oakland. The initial food distribution centers used by PIN were owned by the Nation of Islam. Crowds gathered at the distribution centers early in the morning in anticipation of receiving the free food, with thousands of people already in line by 9 a.m. Unfortunately, the trucks did not leave the warehouse until just after noon. 229 Ludlow Kramer predicted that 20,000 would receive food during the first day of distribution. Unfortunately, Kramer's estimate proved to be way off the mark. In fact, only 9,000 people received food in the initial giveaway according to Kramer's final tally. 230. with thousands of people standing in line for hours and not enough food to go around. The potential for disaster was great during the first distribution of food. However, only one location had trouble, East Oakland. At all 4 locations the food giveaway presented itself as an extremely unorganized affair, particularly through the images pictured by the media. By the time the pin trucks arrived at the Oakland distribution site, the anticipation had grown to such a level that the arrival of the trucks unleashed the waiting mass of people on the trucks. In this scene of fury, the volunteers who were to distribute the food were pushed aside as people from the crowd leapt onto the trucks as soon as they stopped and began tossing food into the surrounding crowds. 229 McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 242. 230 Payne, Findlay, and Craven, The Life and Death of the Slaw, 224. 101. Anarchy was the result as the people in the crowds began pushing, shoving and fighting, which led to 21 injuries reported by local hospitals resulting from the food giveaway. 231. In the aftermath of the first distribution, PIN received a bill from the Nation of Islam for $154,000. The Muslims billed PIN for 150,000 pounds of fish and 820 cases of eggs handed out from their warehouse as a result of the inadequacy of the PIN distribution. PIN ended up settling with the Muslims and sent them a check for $99,026. 232 No more PIN food distributions occurred at Nation of Islam-owned warehouses again. PIN was off to a bad start, due in large part to the quick turnaround necessitated by the SLA's demands. The food giveaway program had been quickly developed and staffed only by volunteers. Consequently, the program was beset by organizational problems. Although future food distributions did not have the circus-like atmosphere of the first one, first impressions of the program proved difficult to shrug off. The same day that PIN kicked off its food giveaway program, Randolph Hearst responded to Sink and the SLA's demand for another $4 million to be added to the $2 million Hearst had already invested in PIN. Randolph Hearst was accompanied by his friend and colleague Charles Gould, who also served as the publisher of the San Francisco Examiner. Hearst declared the latest SLA demand to be beyond his financial capability. 233. Following Hearst's statement, Gould stepped forward and stated that on behalf of the Hearst Corporation, he was prepared to contribute to people in need a total of $4 million for a food distribution program for the poor and needy, provided Patricia Hearst was released unharmed. 234 Randolph Hearst came to the conclusion that in order to continue to finance the food giveaway, he needed a commitment from the SLA for the release of his daughter, thus the condition placed upon the money's release immediately. Upon freeing Patricia Hearst, $2 million would be added to the PIN with another $2 million contributed in January 1975. This response essentially told the SLA to take it or leave it, but no more money would be forthcoming. The SLA responded to this last offer with silence, possibly because they did not know how to respond to the pushback. The purpose of the food program from the SLA's perspective, however, had already been met. The SLA had received the requisite attention from the media. They humbled Randolph Hearst, and, in the opinion of the SLA, the food giveaway demonstrated the support they now had among the poor and the needy. Despite the ultimatum given to Randolph Hearst from Sink, Hearst continued on with the PIN food distribution. Volunteers continued to arrive at the PIN warehouse to assist with the preparations for future food distributions. One such volunteer was Sarah Jane Moore, who attempted to assassinate President Gerald Ford during his September television appearance, regarding her involvement with the FBI and radical movements in the Bay Area. 103. The volunteers arrived on a daily basis and the individuals who donated their time ran the gamut of American society. With the flurry of activity surrounding the food give away, supplies disappeared from the warehouse by the truckload. The situation was so bad that even the security guards had filled their vehicles with food from the warehouse. 236. In spite of all the disorganization surrounding PIN, a second food distribution was scheduled for February 28, 1974. By most accounts, this second food giveaway had substantially less drama than the first, as an estimated 30,000 people received top quality foods. 237. Arnold Townsend disagreed with Kramer's numbers. According to WAPAC estimates, only 15,000 received a bag of food and each bag had a value estimated at $8 each. 238. The third food distribution occurred on March 5 and included 12 distribution sites. Despite the loss of 9 trucks, 35,000 people received food according to Ludlow Kramer, although Townsend and WAPAC estimated that only 25,000 received food. No matter which estimate was the most accurate, a large number of people received free food. On March 6, while visiting Washington, D.C. and speaking at a private luncheon for the Bull Elephants, Governor Ronald Reagan mentioned in regards to the PIN program that it's just too bad we can't have an epidemic of botulism. 239. Reagan's outrage regarding the blood money aspect of the PIN food distribution reflected the feelings of many. 104. However, despite the remarks of Governor Reagan, the PIN program continued, with another food distribution on March 8 at 14 different sites with 35,000 people receiving food packages valued at approximately $20 per package. 240. The fifth and final food distribution occurred on March 25. In all, PIN distributed food to over 100,000 people throughout the Bay Area. All of this had been accomplished with the $2 million provided by Randolph Hearst and the Hearst Corporation. Given the ad hoc nature of the PIN organization and the almost impossible deadlines imposed by the SLA, the food giveaway had been an enormous success. If the food program truly held any significance for the SLA, Patricia Hearst would have been released, and then PIN would have been infused with another $4 million from the Hearst Corporation. Another $4 million would ensure the continuity of the food distribution to the poor and the needy, theoretically the community that the SLA thought they represented. Unfortunately, the SLA failed to seize upon this opportunity. Instead, they focused their criticisms upon the failures of the initial distribution in East Oakland in order to condemn the program. The only activity in the SLA's short-lived history to actually benefit the poor communities had to take a back seat to further media attention and the integration of Patricia Hearst into the SLA. After more than 2 weeks without a public statement, the SLA released another audio communique on March 9. The latest recording was placed in the women's restroom and taped to the toilet at Foster's restaurant in San Francisco. Phil Buchanan, an on-air personality from radio station KSAN, received a phone call from a woman who provided directions to locate the audio tape. The package contained a California State Automobile Association card bearing the name of Patricia Hearst. 241. This newest communication introduced to those following the SLA, Angela Atwood as General Jelena. 242. Atwood began her monologue with a scathing rebuke of the leftist elements that had condemned the actions of the SLA. She stated that it has been claimed that we are destroying the left and those who condemn the SLA were cowards afraid of revolutionary violence. 243 What Atwood and her fellow revolutionaries failed to comprehend, possibly due in part to their isolation, was the constant surveillance of individuals associated with the New Left by law enforcement. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies used the abduction of Patricia Hearst as a pretext to follow, interview and keep under surveillance people who associated with leftist causes and organizations. Radical elements within the New Left felt just as threatened by the SLA as they did with law enforcement, due to the unpredictable nature of the SLA's use of violence. 244. Atwood went on to blast the food giveaway by stating that PIN showed contempt for the people through disorganization and distribution of surplus commodities, instead of quality fresh meats, vegetables, and produce. She then complained about the measly $2 million allotted to the PIN program. She blamed Randolph Hearst for not following the guidelines established by the SLA and considered the $4 million to be added to the PIN program a sham. In closing, Atwood stated that no further communication would occur until Remiro and Little had their interview on national television. Patricia Hearst followed Atwood on the audio tape. In an emotional and angry response to her family, Patricia stated that, in her opinion, the FBI is the enemy and feared that they were attempting to kill her. Also, she did not believe her father did not have the money for the food program that the SLA requested. Along with Governor Reagan's comments about recipients of the food distribution by PIN contracting botulism, Patricia then stated that she is no longer being treated as a person, but as a political pawn. Like Atwood, Hearst condemned the food program. She asked her cousin and sisters to speak out on her behalf, particularly her cousin William Hearst. She went on to state that the SLA had provided her with George Jackson's Blood in My Eye and through her readings gained a greater understanding of fascism in America. To protect her from the FBI, the SLA issued her a shotgun and would provide her with ammunition if the FBI attacked the safe house. 107. The reaction to Patricia Hearst's diatribe against her parents proved to be a mixture of disbelief and hurt. Patricia, by this point, had developed a relationship with Willie Wolfe and began reading books written by George Jackson, Regis Debray and others. 245 Within less than a month, Patricia Hearst changed her name to Tanya in honor of Che Guevara's lover, and joined the SLA. Indian activist and radical leader of the American Indian movement who had acquiesced in allowing AIM to join the PIN coalition became fed up with the SLA. After the release of the fourth communique, "My fears have been realized," said Means. And it looks like they're going to continue to make demand after demand. The SLA is a punk organization. 246. The response of Russell Means to the SLA's fourth communique reflected the feelings of many within various radical organizations of the mid-1970s. The SLA never found sympathy from the New Left until after the shootout in Los Angeles. In the end, the food program satisfied no one. The $2 million good faith gesture did not lead to the release of Patricia Hearst, nor did it lead to negotiations for the release of Russell Little and Joe Remiro. Furthermore, the praise the SLA had anticipated related to their decision to demand a Food for the Poor program from Randolph Hearst did not occur. No one, wrote Patricia Hearst, had come out with any kind of praise for the SLA bringing about the distribution of food to the poor. 247 For a group that had incurred the negative publicity surrounding the Foster murder combined with a lack of support from the New Left, they needed some sort of success that brought with it positive publicity. PIN did not provide that type of bounce in public esteem, therefore the SLA abandoned the program. By the end of March, Sink and his followers prepared to make an announcement that provided the publicity they craved so much. Patricia Hearst, had joined the revolution. 247 Hearst and Moscow, Patty Hearst, 80. 109. Chapter 8. The FBI. Within hours of the abduction of Patricia Hearst, the FBI began its involvement in the case they referred to as Hirnap. By 1 a.m. the following morning, the FBI began its unofficial involvement in the case as agents sat in on a briefing with the Berkeley and Oakland police departments. 248 After a 24-hour period had elapsed following the kidnapping, the FBI began its official involvement since enough time had transpired for the kidnappers to have theoretically crossed state lines, making the case a federal crime. 249 With the exception of the shootout in Los Angeles, the FBI remained the lead investigative law enforcement agency throughout the Hirnap case. In fact, upon receiving the news of his daughter's abduction, Randolph Hearst placed a phone call to the director of the FBI, Clarence Kelly. Kelly confirmed that the kidnapping did indeed occur, but did not have any other news at that time that he could pass along. 250 Thus from the very beginning, the FBI became involved in the kidnapping, which had come at the end of a tumultuous time in the agency's history. By February of 1974, the FBI had undergone many changes over the past few years as a result of revelations pertaining to COINTELPRO, the death of longtime Director J. Edgar Hoover, and the FBI's role in the Watergate investigation. Clarence Kelly, a former Kansas City police chief, had been appointed as the director of the FBI in the midst of this difficult period for the agency. The San Francisco special agent in charge leading the Hirnap investigation, Charles Bates, had previously served as the assistant director for the General Investigative Division in Washington, D.C. As a result, Bates was in charge of the FBI's investigation of the Watergate break-in beginning in June of 1972. The Deputy Associate Director of the FBI during that period, W. Mark Felt, also known as Deep Throat, stated that Bates had been transferred out of the Washington, D.C. office along with 4 other high-ranking members of the agency for either leaking information to the media or for pursuing the Watergate investigation too forcefully for interim FBI Director L. Patrick Gray's taste. 251. Gray had served in numerous positions within the Nixon administration and was considered nothing more than a political appointment by career FBI personnel. He later became ensnared in the Watergate investigation for his role in destroying documents and turning data on the investigation over to Dean. 252. The politics of Watergate and the hiring of Gray as the interim director of the FBI eventually led to the hiring of Kansas City, Missouri police chief and former FBI agent Clarence Kelly on July 9, 1973. With Kelly firmly in charge of the FBI, the organization could finally move forward from the shadow of its legendary leader, J. Edgar Hoover. 111. Under Kelly's leadership, agents were able to incorporate new technologies into their investigations, and African American and female agents began to be hired. Unfortunately for Kelly, one of Hoover's skeletons was about to emerge from the shadows. On March 8, 1971, a group calling themselves the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI broke into a resident agency of the FBI in Media, Pennsylvania and pilfered documents from file cabinets housed on site. Not long afterward, copies of the stolen documents arrived in the mailboxes of selected members of Congress and the media. 253. This led the Washington Post to publish a story relating to the break-in and documents taken from the FBI relating to FBI informants in leftist groups and on college campuses. 254. However, it was NBC reporter Carl Stern and his decision to submit a Freedom of Information Act request which led to public revelations relating to COINTELPRO or counterintelligence programs. Even though his initial FOIA requests for COINTELPRO documents had been denied, Stern pursued the case in federal court, finally winning the release of the materials on September 25, 1973, just a little over 2 months after Kelly was appointed director of the FBI. The COINTELPRO documents demonstrated the FBI's involvement in illegal domestic surveillance. Initially created to counter threats from communists, the program evolved and by the 1960s became involved in monitoring and disrupting the people and organizations involved in anti-Vietnam War protests. Hoover immediately suspended further action regarding COINTELPROs. Following the break-in at the Media Pennsylvania resident agency, the damage, however, had already occurred to both the FBI's reputation and its ability to effectively monitor domestic left-wing organizations. In the case of the SLA, it likely had little impact because the SLA had isolated itself from society long before a program such as COINTELPRO would have attempted to infiltrate the organization. On the other hand, revelations regarding the domestic counterintelligence program did lead to allegations that Singh/DeFries served as an agent provocateur for law enforcement's crackdown on the New Left in California. 255. Even though corroborating evidence had not been uncovered, the subsequent surveillance and interrogations of members of New Left organizations and New Left sympathizers had allowed this allegation to remain a part of the SLA story. As the FBI takes the lead in the Hearst kidnapping case, the SLA is quickly identified as the perpetrators of the crime. Within hours of the abduction, a box of bullets with the SLA's peculiar calling card is found underneath a bookshelf in the apartment of Stephen Weed and Patricia Hearst. The day following the abduction, the FBI began questioning Weed. During the interrogation he was asked if owned a firearm, to which he replied an emphatic no. The bullets must have been dropped in the apartment by the kidnappers. 256. The bullets, just like the ones used in the assassination of Marcus Foster, had cyanide inserted into the tips of the bullets and covered with wax. These bullets were the trademark of the SLA, which only law enforcement knew about. All doubt regarding the role of the SLA in the abduction of Patricia Hearst ended on February 7 with the arrival of an arrest warrant for Patricia Hearst sent to radio station KPFA along with a mobile gas card in the name of Randolph Hearst. 257. Initial eyewitness accounts from Stephen Weed and Stephen Swinago identified the kidnappers as 2 black males and 1 white female. As a result, initial efforts from law enforcement focused on finding Donald DeFries and Thero Wheeler. 258. Even after it became apparent that Thero Wheeler had not been involved in the kidnapping, police continued the search for him, thinking he might have remained a member or a sympathizer of the SLA with some knowledge of their whereabouts. Within 2 days of the kidnapping, the FBI had listed among the likely members of the SLA Angela Atwood, Bill and Emily Harris, Nancy Ling Perry, Willie Wolfe, and Donald DeFries. 259. Patricia Mizmoon Soltysik would soon be added to the list. Camilla Hall, because of her past relationship with Mizmoon, also became a suspected sympathizer. The FBI's list of potential SLA members included approximately 20 other names. 260. 114. By February 28, the list of suspected SLA members grew to 36 and included Gary Atwood, Nancy Lou Boehm, William James Carter, Charles Robert Conley, Elizabeth Ruth Ehrlich, Cynthia Ann Garvey, David William Gunnell, James Doc Holliday, Roy Nelson Hofstadter, Willie Waco Jackson, Clifford Death Row Jeff Jefferson, Anita Landenberg, Catherine Francis Moynihan, Raymond Sparks, and Robin Sue Steiner. At least 14 other names were included on the list but redacted for personal privacy by the FBI. 261. The FBI received a tremendous amount of criticism for their inability to locate the slaw following the kidnapping. Much like the situation the Oakland Police Department found itself in following the Foster assassination, the FBI had to depend on a lucky break to locate the slaw, such as the one that occurred at Mel's Sporting Goods in Los Angeles. The isolation of the slaw coupled with their ability to hide in plain sight due to their variety of costumes and makeup made the group difficult to find. They rented houses and apartments as everyday citizens while Angela Atwood and the Harrises made good use of their background in the theater by altering every member's look so they would not be noticed carrying out everyday tasks in public. Also, the slaw demonstrated a knack for developing alternate identities and obtaining identification cards such as driver's license in names other than their own. While underground in the Bay Area, the members of the slaw did not attempt to make contact with associates above ground. They kept isolated from their past lives with the exception of Camilla Hall before she went underground with the rest of the cell. During the period when she was blindfolded at the Daly City safe house, Patricia Hearst recalled Gabby, who lived above ground and brought supplies to the combat team on occasion. 262 Even though she participated in the kidnapping, Gabby Hall remained above ground and assisted the slaw with the activities outside the safe house. Once the FBI identified Ms. Moonsolty-Seek as a member of the slaw, Hall, her former lover, became a suspected slaw associate. The FBI quickly discovered that Hall kept a savings account at a local Berkeley branch of the central bank. The Berkeley FBI office was located across the street from the bank. In late February, the FBI requested that the bank's manager notify their Berkeley office immediately if Hall came into the bank. Bank personnel were not to inform Hall that the FBI wanted to talk to her. Unfortunately, the bank manager either forgot or did not think the request important enough to inform the bank tellers, because on March 1, 1974, Camilla entered the bank and withdrew the $1,565 she had in her savings account, and no one from the bank contacted the FBI. 263 While the FBI had heaped upon it a great deal of criticism for its investigation of the slaw, in this instance they had taken the proper steps but were hamstrung by the bureaucracy of a local bank. On March 4, Hall sold her blue 1967 Volkswagen Bug, the car suspected of being the lookout car for the Hearst kidnapping. 264 Flush with cash, Hall, no doubt, was greeted warmly by her slaw comrades when she arrived underground. After all, the revolution required money. Unfortunately for the FBI, they lost their only above-ground link to the kidnappers. Interestingly enough, a clerk in the FBI's San Francisco office, Steno Poole, unwittingly purchased Hall's blue Volkswagen, a vehicle the agency had been searching for since the kidnapping. For weeks the car had been parked just outside the FBI offices before it was finally discovered. 265. The FBI kept an eye out for other opportunities to locate the slaw. For instance, they kept in touch with the friends and family members of the slaw soldiers, hoping that they could obtain some clue regarding their location. This action almost paid off because the slaw had discovered that its revolution against the American government was quite costly. On February 14, 1974, Bill Harris sent a letter to his mother asking for money. Along with the letter, Bill sent a stamped and pre-addressed envelope in the name of Janet Cooper, which was placed in a larger envelope which Emily Harris sent to two friends from college. Emily asked her friends to hand-deliver the enclosed envelope to Bill's mother for reasons they would explain later. 266. Friends and colleagues of the Harrises had been contacted in conjunction with the investigation of the Marcus Foster murder months earlier. Consequently, when the couple received this letter, they decided to open it to determine whether or not they should forward it to Bill's mother. After reading the letter, the friends of the Harrises decided to contact Oakland police. The Oakland police and the FBI decided to forward the letter to Bill's mother and stake out the post office address on the enclosed envelope. Bill's mother did send her son a check for $250, but it was never picked up. It never arrived at the Santa Clara post office because Bill Harris wrote the wrong zip code on the self-addressed envelope. Consequently, calls to the Santa Clara post office inquiring about the letter always came up negative because the envelope was placed in a general delivery mailbox in Santa Barbara, California. In these two instances the FBI had planned correctly, contacting Camilla Hall's bank and staking out the post office hoping to catch the slaw attempting to pick up the envelope. Unfortunately, each opportunity was thwarted by simple, yet important issues. Ensuring that the bank manager understood the importance of contacting the FBI when Hall came to the bank and that the zip code on the return envelope was correct. Provided two instances when the FBI's attention to detail proved to be less than adequate, resulting in two missed opportunities. The agency did demonstrate a willingness to look outside the safety of past procedures. Unlike the latter part of the Hoover era, the FBI sought alternative methods and technologies to assist them in their quest to locate Patricia Hearst's captors. 118. In the aftermath of the slaw's successful daytime robbery of Hibernia Bank in San Francisco, the FBI determined that greater mobility had become necessary. In order to react much quicker to future slaw actions, the FBI rented 2 helicopters and pilots. The helicopters and pilots remained on standby from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and would be airborne 3 to 4 hours each day. 2 FBI agents joined the pilots to act as observers. This rapid response unit first took to the air on April 29, 1974 and remained active until the slaw's shootout in Los Angeles with the Los Angeles Police Department. The helicopters and pilots cost approximately $6,000 each for a 6-day week. 267. Although it did not lead to an slaw sighting, the use of the helicopters demonstrated the new thinking which occurred within the FBI by the agents investigating the Hirnap case. 268. During this same period of early May 1974, when the FBI began using helicopters to patrol the skies above San Francisco to help facilitate a more rapid response to future slaw actions within the city, Sink became convinced that police were in helicopters searching for the slaw. 269. The slaw left their Golden Gate apartment at the end of April and eventually wound up in a dilapidated home in the Hunters Point section of San Francisco. Hunters Point was, and still is, one of the poorest areas of San Francisco, and beset by crime and hopelessness. Consequently, a large police presence in the area convinced Sink that the slaw was surrounded by law enforcement. According to Patricia Hearst, on more than one night, CIN went out into the backyard and shook his clenched fist at a helicopter roaring overhead, assuming they were on the lookout for the slaw. 270. During their brief sojourn in Hunters Point, Sink became convinced that law enforcement had surrounded the slaw, put up roadblocks around the city of San Francisco, particularly along the bridges, in order to locate them. As a result, Sink decided the slaw could operate more effectively in Los Angeles, a sprawling city with few defined boundaries. 271. According to Bill Harris, the decision to move to Los Angeles was decided by the entire cell. 272. Hearst, on the other hand, stated that whenever Sink had a point of view, no one doubted anything he said. 273. The isolation of the SLA began to manifest itself in the group's collective paranoia regarding law enforcement. The fact of the matter is that the FBI had no idea where the SLA was in early May. They were no closer to the SLA in April and May than they were in February to locating the safe house. In fact, the FBI had no idea where the SLA was until May 16 when the Harrises and Hurst made their escape from Mel's Sporting Goods in Los Angeles. The attempts to verify locations visited by the SLA did not depend on only high-tech gadgetry. During the investigation, the FBI trained dogs to know the scent of Patricia Hearst and verify if she had visited specific places. The FBI referred to this program as Operation Sniff. When the SLA had been sighted in Los Angeles in May 1974, the FBI flew dogs involved with Operation Sniff to Los Angeles. When 6 of the SLA members had been surrounded and killed in a firefight with the Los Angeles Police Department, law enforcement officials needed to quickly and accurately determine if Patricia Hearst had been in the house and if she had been one of the victims. Thus dogs were used to rummage through the ruins of the East 54th Street home that served as a temporary tomb for 6 SLA soldiers. 274. The FBI's dogs were later employed to confirm that Patricia spent a portion of the summer and early fall of 1974 at a farmhouse in Jeffersonville, New York with Wendy Yoshimura and Bill and Emily Harris. 275. After almost 2 months of frustration in their attempts to locate the SLA and their captive Patricia Hearst, the FBI began considering more drastic measures. Physical surveillance of individuals who had been associated or deemed friendly towards the SLA had not been productive. Consequently, on March 25, 1974, FBI agent W.R. Wannell sent a memorandum to fellow agent E.S. Miller broaching the topic of electronic surveillance of individuals who might have knowledge of the SLA's whereabouts. The memo discussed the topics of probable cause and the Keith decision. The author knew that the FBI needed to obtain approval of electronic surveillance without providing the court with probable cause as traditionally understood. 276. Traditions regarding the usage of electronic surveillance had undergone tremendous change in light of the Watergate break-in and allegations of illegal usage of electronic surveillance by Richard Nixon, John and Robert Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and J. Edgar Hoover. The key question then became whether or not the FBI could pursue a domestic intelligence operation using electronic surveillance methods without new legislation from Congress as a result of the Keith decision, named after United States District Judge Damon S. Keith. Judge Keith had ruled against the legality of domestic intelligence usage of electronic surveillance. The Supreme Court upheld the Keith decision, acknowledging that warrantless electronic surveillance was not necessary to protect the nation from subversion by domestic organizations. 277. Wannell hoped that Congress's inability to produce new legislation regarding this issue and given the FBI's immediate need, a sympathetic U.S. District Court judge might approve the usage of electronic surveillance. The legal counsel for the FBI commended the efforts of Wannell and Miller, but emphatically stated that the Hearst kidnapping case should not be used as a test vehicle to establish the authority of the FBI to undertake electronic surveillance in domestic cases for intelligence purposes. 278. The FBI in its desperation to solve the Hearnap case sought all means at its disposal. The Hearst kidnapping case not only became the first political kidnapping in American history, but also the first case of domestic terrorism. Consequently, the FBI chose to consider the implementation of any weapon in their arsenal to locate the SLA. Another example of the changes which occurred within the FBI during the THIRD investigation is the case of Dr. Murray Myron. On March 12, 1974, a member of the Federal Aviation Administration's Air Transportation Security team contacted Richard J. Gallagher, the Assistant Director of the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, stating that Dr. Myron expressed an interest in assisting the FBI on the THIRD case and that he had worked with the FAA and the CIA in the past. 279. Dr. Myron leads Syracuse University's Psycholinguistics Center and wanted to produce an analysis of the SLA's audio communiques for the FBI. Under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, a strong rebuff of Dr. Myron would have been the likely result. However, new FBI Director Clarence Kelly, according to author Ron Kessler, wanted the FBI to explore new ways of doing things. According to Gallagher, Kelly's mandate to me was, how can we improve it? Even though it seems to be working, let's check and see. 280. Dr. Myron specialized in communications involving the mentally disturbed individuals along with other forms of aberrant behavior. In fact, he had been a consultant with the CIA and FAA, providing psychological profiles of foreign personalities for the CIA and hijackers for the FAA. 281. Myron's analysis focused on keywords used by the speakers. The FBI referred to his methodology as a blend of intuitive and empiricism based on the semantic differential technique pioneered by the University of Illinois. 282. Myron stated at the outset that the analysis generated by his computer program could not replace the experience of the investigator in the field. However, the more input he has to put into his computer, the more definite he can become in his conclusions. 283. In retrospect, the analysis generated by Dr. Myron proved to be extremely accurate. In a meeting with the FBI on April 3, 1974, Dr. Myron provided an interesting and accurate insight into the SLA. He stated that Patricia Hearst is using SLA as therapy and telling the SLA her problems. 284. Former SLA member Bill Harris echoed this sentiment when he stated that Patricia told members of the SLA about her difficult relationship with her mother and that she was having problems with her fiancé. 285. Myron went on to mention that Patricia had adopted the ideas of the SLA because she was suggestible and would require psychiatric treatment following her capture. 286. Also, he did not conclude that either the members of the SLA or SYNC, despite the Foster assassination, had developed into cold-blooded killers. Therefore, he did not believe that they would kill their captive turned revolutionary. Instead, he stated that the SLA was determined to commit suicide by establishing the condition in which their destruction at the hands of someone else is inevitable. 287. The analysis provided by Dr. Myron at the April 3 meeting chillingly foreshadows the events that took place in Los Angeles on May 17, 1974. Had the events at Mel's Sporting Goods not taken place, it is not difficult to imagine Patricia Hearst, along with Bill and Emily Harris, joining their comrades in the same fateful ending. Although the analysis of Dr. Myron's did not lead to the quick capture of the SLA, it did provide the FBI with a greater understanding of the group dynamics of the organization they were chasing. Also, being receptive to Dr. Myron's work demonstrated the FBI's willingness to incorporate new methodologies in fighting crime, demonstrated by the fact that Dr. Myron continued to serve as a consultant for the FBI long after the completion of the THIRD case. Contemporary accounts of the Hearst kidnapping case had not been kind to the FBI. Law enforcement was treated in such a way that their investigation of the kidnapping became more of a Keystone Cops affair. However, this account of the Investigation did not come close to accurately portraying the FBI's methods in searching for Hearst and the slaw. Mistakes were made in the surveillance of Camilla Hall's bank and the Bill Harris money/envelope caper. Other factors apart from the FBI's investigation lead to the failure of each activity. The FBI, much like the Oakland police investigating the Foster murder, needed a break to assist in solving the case. The slaw had effectively isolated themselves when they went underground, so they were impossible to locate by conventional means. The quick location of the slaw following the events at Mel's Sporting Goods on May 16 demonstrated how quickly law enforcement reacted when provided with solid intelligence regarding their quarry. 125. In the wake of the revelation regarding the FBI's involvement in COINTELPRO, intelligence regarding radical organizations in Northern California was not plentiful. Also, whispers regarding the Bureau's misdeeds under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, along with allegations of preferential treatment provided by the agency to the White House during the Watergate investigation, placed the FBI in an extremely difficult position at the outset of the THIRD investigation. With such a high-profile case, the FBI concentrated all possible resources they could muster to locate the kidnappers. In a cable regarding manpower issues sent from the San Francisco office to Director Kelly, it outlined the number of staff assigned to the THIRD investigation. In this case, 119 special agents had been permanently assigned to the case, 68 operating from the San Francisco office and 51 from Berkeley. Also, 37 agents were on special assignment and working with the THIRD investigation. Many of the agents were involved with investigating the various sightings of Patricia Hearst and the slaw that came into the agency from around the country. From April 29 through May 8, 1974, for example, over 400 sightings were reported. 288. The FBI, along with all the other law enforcement agencies actively investigating the slaw, waited for their prey to make that one mistake. Although it had taken the slaw over 3 months, they finally made that singular error that allowed the police to locate the cell. 288 Federal Bureau of Investigation, THIRD files, document 1711, 126. That fateful mistake in Los Angeles on May 16, the combined and decisive efforts of the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department led to shootout of May 17, during which the 6 slaw members involved died. Although the Harrises and Patricia Hearst did not participate in the shootout, thus surviving and eventually making it back to the Bay Area over the Memorial Day weekend, the slaw as a revolutionary movement did not survive the shootout. It perished in the flames that resulted from the slaw's only direct clash with law enforcement. 127. Chapter 9. The Media. From the moment the Berkeley police officers realized that the kidnap victim from 2603 Benvenue residence was a member of the Hearst family, issues regarding the handling of the media became a chief concern for everyone involved in the case. The initial strategy formulated by Randolph Hearst in response to the kidnapping led to a voluntary news blackout among the various news outlets. The hope of the Hearst family was that either a ransom could be paid or the culprits quickly found before the news of the kidnapping spread. Randolph Hearst's hope for a news blackout quickly came to an end as former United States Senator and publisher of the Oakland Tribune, William F. Noland let Berkeley police know on the morning of February 5, approximately 12 hours after the abduction, that his paper would run the story regarding the Hearst kidnapping in the afternoon edition. Berkeley police then notified the other media outlets participating in the voluntary news blackout of Noland's decision, and the media circus began with the announcement by KGO Radio in San Francisco of the kidnapping. 289. What ensued were more than 2 years of headlines relating to the kidnapping, the Hibernia bank robbery, the shootout in Los Angeles, the continuing mystery of Patricia's whereabouts, and finally the trial of Patricia Hearst with media magnate F. Lee Bailey as her defense lawyer. 289 Payne, Findlay, and Craven, The Life and Death of the Slaw, 206. 128. On many occasions the Hearst case replaced the constitutional crisis then unfolding regarding the Watergate break-in on the front pages of the nation's headlines. At least until July and August of 1974. As the granddaughter of a media giant, it seemed only natural for the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst to be played out on the front pages of newspapers throughout the country and the lead story on television news programs. As the president and editor of the San Francisco Examiner, Randolph Hearst knew immediately that his daughter's abduction was big news, particularly within the borders of the state of California where the Hearst family served as uncrowned royalty since the 19th century. The sensationalistic journalism popularized by William Randolph Hearst found its perfect story in his granddaughter's kidnapping. As soon as the news of Patricia Hearst's kidnapping was released to the public, a virtual city sprouted to life outside the Hearst home in Hillsborough, California. The Hearst's front yard took on the atmosphere of a campground for news networks and the print media as they waited for the latest news regarding Patricia Hearst and the slaw. The tapes and communiques that the slaw released here and there fed into this dramatic environment as the media reported on every utterance that emerged from the slaw. Never before had a terrorist group had this type of access and control of the media, and the slaw catered to this atmosphere of crisis. 290. In the midst of all this activity, John Lester, the reporter covering the kidnapping for the Bay Area's ABC affiliate Channel 7, was called into the main house on February 12, 1974, to meet with Randolph Hearst. Hearst asked Lester to round up the news crews so that Randolph and Catherine Hearst could respond to the recent demand for a food program from the slaw. By the following morning, Lester was referred to as the Hearst family spokesman in the San Francisco Chronicle. Interestingly enough, Lester went on to serve as the Hearst spokesperson throughout the family's involvement with the Nap case. 291. It is also indicative of the close association the media had in the case. In terms of access to the Hearst family, the FBI, and other law enforcement officials. In the first communique following the kidnapping, the slaw demanded that all communications from this court must be published in full, in all newspapers, and all other forms of media. Failure to do so will endanger the safety of the prisoner. 292. Randolph Hearst took the threat very seriously. Consequently, the San Francisco Examiner published every communique as well as a transcript from every audio tape. This was a small price to pay to ensure the safety of his daughter. Many other media outlets followed suit. No one wanted to be responsible for any harm coming to Patricia Hearst. Looking back, the year 1974, with Watergate and the Hearst kidnapping vying for headlines and lead stories on television news, can be described as the year of investigative journalism. 291. John A. Lester, Girl in a Box, The Untold Story of the Patricia Hearst Kidnap, 26 and 32. 292. McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 200. 130. While Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein were becoming famous for their investigation of the Watergate break-in and the Nixon administration, a number of journalists such as Paul Avery, Ven McClellan, Tim Findlay, Leigh Payne, Jerry Belcher, Don West, Shauna Alexander, and Marilyn Baker were reporting on the Hearst kidnapping. Their insights and investigations led to their producing a number of articles and books, with varying degrees of accuracy, relating to the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst. The insatiable appetite of the reading public, no doubt, encouraged publishers to produce as many accounts of the case as practical. What made the SLA so unique was their access to the media. Every communique was published and every audio recording played for public consumption. No other movement within the New Left ever had such easy media access as the SLA had. The closest comparison, albeit for a much shorter time span, may be the protests outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1968. Even then, with the students shouting "The whole world is watching," the whole world was not. The electrical strike in Chicago prevented the media from transmitting the images live. The footage was aired approximately 1/2 hour after the events occurred. While the pictures transmitted the anger of the protesters, the entire media contingent did not publish in whole a communique or other form of communication from protest leaders David Dellinger, Rennie Davis or Tom Hayden. The SLA may have had to share the spotlight on occasion with Richard Nixon, but never with Hubert Humphrey. 131. The media placed the SLA on center stage for all to see and hear. The question remained, however, was the media reporting news or being used by a group of Berkeley leftists who were playing revolution? In the sense that the general public maintained a keen interest in the case, then yes, the media was supplying news. However, they also served as enablers for the SLA's enthusiasm for publicity. Sink and his followers knew that any public action or statement created instant news. After the Hibernia Bank robbery, for example, SLA members turned on their radios and television sets to catch the latest news of appropriation. In fact, everyone was swept up in the awe and public surprise as radio and television programs were interrupted with the sensational news of the daring daylight holdup of the Hibernia Bank by the SLA. 293. The media provided the SLA with a prominent voice and a forum to express their beliefs. This forum took on a life of its own because every action undertaken by the SLA had to be accompanied with a communique or audio tape. In a sense, they represented voiceless portions of 1974 America, homosexuals, women, Vietnam veterans, and African Americans. In this instance, the SLA manufactured a forum which had not previously existed, in order to be heard. It was not coincidental that Patricia Hearst, the granddaughter of media titan William Randolph Hearst, had been the kidnap victim. With Patricia as their prisoner, Sink and his band of revolutionaries guaranteed themselves access to the media, particularly from the Hearst-owned newspapers, magazines and television stations. In the minds of the SLA, this meant their message would reach the people. 293 Hearst and Moscow, Patty Hearst 162-163. 132. By doing so, it meant an insurrection became inevitable. It had to because Sink had constantly told them that the country was on the brink of revolution, all it needed was a push. From the very beginning, Patricia's revolutionary captors told her their goal was to lead an armed revolution against the fascist American government and that the revolution had just begun in California. 294. Just because their audio tapes were played on the radio and their communiques printed in newspapers, the SLA's message did not generate enthusiasm for a revolution among the American people. The access to the media did not translate into greater enthusiasm for their cause for the simple reason that their message of communism and revolutionary violence was a foreign concept to most Americans. Americans did not rally around the cause of the SLA because they did not believe in it, Pure and simple. George Jackson may have struck a nerve with the membership of the SLA, but not with Middle America. In the end, this odd mixture of Marxism, Maoism, and prison politics did not provide the general public with enough reasons to take to the streets to overthrow the government. The SLA's message created a curiosity based not on interest but through an odd sort of voyeurism. Unfortunately, what resulted from this unique opportunity to take a deeper look into the issues and concerns of the new left led not to the embrace of these ideas by the middle class, but their almost total alienation from the SLA and its goals. 294 Ibid, 47-48. 133. Middle America was not the only segment of society that did not view the SLA in a positive way. What remained of the New Left in 1974 did look favorably upon this new revolutionary group. David Horowitz wrote a scathing editorial of the SLA and its violent proclivities in the May 1974 edition of Ramparts. He did not sign his name to the article out of fear of reprisals. Horowitz viewed the SLA's emergence as directly attributable to the collapse of the organized left at the end of the 60s, and its continuing failure to regroup itself and revive. 295 Horowitz and the writers of Ramparts were not alone in the negative assessment of the SLA. H. Bruce Franklin, the former leader of Vence Ramos and Stanford University English professor, referred to the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst in an interview as counter-revolutionary. He went even further, stating that "I can't imagine what political movement the SLA is part of." In an interview at Glide Memorial Church in San Francisco, Angela Davis responded to the actions of the SLA by stating, "If you want to build a mass movement against racism, poverty and imperialism, you don't do things that alienate people. You do things that will help draw people into your struggle." 296 Unfortunately for Patricia Hearst's kidnappers, the publicity generated by the kidnapping did not endear them to their fellow Americans. The outlandish statements and actions served only to remove serious debate regarding poverty in America in favor of a unique form of guerrilla street theater posing as revolution. The various different media outlets played in the Hirnap case played a vital and central role. Not only did they provide an outlet for the communiques and other announcements from the SLA, but they also served as the go-between for negotiations between the Hearst family and the kidnappers. They played the unique role of conduit between the Hearsts and the SLA, with each party responding to the other via this new public forum. These very public negotiations proved unsatisfactory to each side. In the end, the negotiations proved fruitless as the SLA abandoned their Bay Area roots and set off for their meeting with destiny in Los Angeles. 135. Chapter 10. From Captors to Comrades. Prior to the abduction of Patricia Hearst, the SLA prepared the Daly City Safe House on Northridge to serve as Hearst's prison cell. This temporary cell brought Patricia into daily contact with the revolutionary cell. These close conditions provided her with an introduction into the SLA's lifestyle as urban guerrillas. The Daly City accommodations represented the pinnacle of SLA safe houses. In succession, the housing and the neighborhoods in which the SLA hid continued to worsen. The infamous walk-in closet, which served as Patricia's personal jail cell from her arrival on February 4 until the group's move to San Francisco on either March 20 or March 21. 1974. 297 Patricia's confinement in the Daly City closet has never been disputed. Other factors such as the length of time spent isolated and blindfolded, sexual relationships, and the manner in which the audio communiques were taped, has been vigorously debated by the survivors and prosecutors of the SLA. Hearst's SLA jail cell had previously been a walk-in closet. It measured 2 feet and 1.5 inches deep and 6 feet and 7.25 inches high. 298. To soundproof the closet, shag carpeting was nailed to the walls. Also, a 3-inch thick foam pad was placed on the floor of the closet and served as Hearst's bed until the move to the Golden Gate apartment. Initially, Hearst had her hands tied and the closet door locked from the outside so she could not escape. 299. Hearst described her closet/jail cell as smelling very bad of a musty odor of body, sweat and filth and compared it to an underground coffin. She mentioned her initial reaction to being placed in the closet as utter terror. 300. Her first thought, according to her biography, was the news story of the girl who had been kidnapped in Florida and buried in a box with an air tube. 301. In her trial testimony, Hearst tells the story regarding her initial fear of the closet, albeit with a great deal of leading by her defense lawyer F. Lee Bailey. 302. However, she never mentioned an overpowering stench in her trial testimony but did mention that she felt fresh air coming into the closet. 303. Patricia Hearst maintained that following her abduction her only thought was how to stay alive. Every action from that point until her arrest in September of 1975 was a calculated decision based on that single factor. Hearst presented her abduction as a series of events beginning with her isolation and sensory deprivation through a series of audio communiques taped in the closet, and being raped by Willie Wolf and Sink. She also stated that she was kept in closets at both the Daly City Safe House and the Golden Gate apartment for a total of 8 weeks. 304. When freed from the closet, Hearst described her attempt to ingratiate herself with the cell and how she convinced them to let her join. However, even after she joined the SLA, she still viewed her situation as hopeless and that her only real hope was a rescue. 305. Unfortunately, when the opportunity for rescue presented itself on May 16, 1974, Hearst chose instead to free her former captors. She took up arms for her former tormentors, Bill and Emily Harris, and freed them from certain arrest. The only explanation that Hearst provided for her actions was that she acted instinctively. 306. The time Hearst spent isolated in the closet ended with the move to the Golden Gate apartment. The SLA never contemplated the Daly City Safe House becoming a permanent residence. Soon after Camilla Hall's decision to go underground with the cell, in early March, the group decided the time had come to find a new safe house. One of the factors in the decision to move had been the fact that they no longer needed a jail cell for Patricia. In fact, she had begun taking meals with the group and was slowly becoming a de facto member of the cell. At mealtimes, according to Hearst's trial testimony, group discussions occurred and she participated. 307. The decision to allow Patricia Hearst to become a member of the SLA did not occur as a result of a dramatic, spur-of-the-moment decision. Instead, it began slowly with the members of the cell inviting Hearst to join them at meals and during group discussions while they lived in Daly City. By the latter part of February it became apparent to the members of the SLA that the negotiations for the release of Patricia Hearst had failed. The good faith gesture, also known as the People in Need program, had not been greeted with the universal acclaim that the SLA had hoped for. Also, it became increasingly apparent that an exchange of Hearst for Little and Remiro had almost no chance of happening. The SLA had been planning on their actions serving as the vanguard for a nationwide revolution, which would topple the current form of government in the United States. The SLA was perplexed, however, because neither the assassination of Marcus Foster, abduction of Patricia Hearst, nor the development of a program to provide food for the poor provided the slaw with the admiration from society which they craved. Instead, the remnants of the New Left found themselves under the constant scrutiny by law enforcement. Many within the movement believed the slaw to be agent provocateurs working for the FBI or some other law enforcement agency. As a result, the slaw remained isolated with little prospect of gaining new followers. In an interesting and completely unforeseen twist in the kidnapping, Patricia Hearst the captive became the queen of the revolution. The change began when Randolph Hearst replied to Sink's demand for another $4 million to be added to the pin food distribution by stating that the request was beyond his financial means. This response enraged Patricia and she began confiding in her captors regarding her poor relationships with her family and her fiancé. 308. 308 Bill Harris interview with author, February 2, 09. 139. In doing so, she portrayed her mother as an alcoholic who also was addicted to prescription drugs. 309 Factor in the recent news that in the midst of this turmoil, Catherine Hearst had accepted a new term to the UC Board of Regents. Catherine had one of the most conservative voting records of all the regents, and her acceptance of another term right in the midst of the negotiations for her daughter's release added yet another layer of intrigue and complications. For Patricia, it demonstrated that her mother cared little for her safety or return. The feeling that best described Patricia at that point is betrayal. Never before in her life, in all likelihood, had she heard her father say that he could not afford something. To her, it had been unthinkable that her father could not come up with another $4 million as a good faith gesture. Unfortunately for Patricia, she had little knowledge of the family finances and knew even less about the intricacies of her grandfather's will. By all accounts, Patricia had always been a bit rebellious with an independent and strong-willed personality. In fact, during the pre-trial period of her incarceration, she had been interviewed by numerous psychologists. One of the doctors hired by the defense, Dr. Margaret Singer, interviewed a close friend of Patricia's, Mimi Swanton. Ms. Swanton described a situation in which Patricia avoided an exam at Santa Catalina High School by making up a story that her mother had cancer. 309 Ibid. 140. In an interview with a prosecution psychologist, Patricia displayed feeling ranging from dislike to hatred of her parents, but certainly no feelings of closeness or identification with their values. 310 Her lifestyle, attending the University of California, Berkeley, living with Stephen Weed before their wedding, her use of marijuana all demonstrated the different set of rules that guided Patricia's life. At the moment she had been kidnapped, Patricia had been undergoing a period of doubt regarding her future relationship with her fiancé, Stephen Weed. Her doubts regarding the impending marriage resulted from her dissatisfaction with her subservient role in their relationship and that she found her fiancé somewhat boring at times. 311. While in prison awaiting trial, Hearst told psychologists that in the month prior to her abduction she began having thoughts of suicide because she felt committed to going through with the marriage to Weed even though she really did not want to. 312 These feelings of remorse and hatred which Patricia discussed freely with her doctors did not dissipate following the kidnapping. She shared these feelings freely with her captors as she began to form a bond of trust with them. 313. Given the circumstances of her life, as she portrayed it for her captors and doctors, the kidnapping provided Patricia with an opportunity to free herself from her situation and change her life. As negotiations for her release faded, a change in her temperament appears via the audio-taped communiques released by the slaw, as she severs her ties to her parents and her fiancé. 141. Following Randolph Hearst's negative response to Sink's $6 million ultimatum on February 22, 1974, a 9-day period of silence resulted between the two parties. As the silence of each passing day echoed loudly through the Hillsborough mansion of Randolph and Catherine Hearst, the Hearsts broke the silence and went public with their hopes that the SLA would allow them to communicate with their daughter. On March 9, the SLA responded to the Hearsts' request. In an audio-taped communique that lasted over 30 minutes, the SLA introduced General Jelena, formerly known as Angela Atwood. 314 Atwood attacked the FBI as only interested in ensuring that Patricia Hearst is killed. 315 In typical SLA fashion, the death of Hearst, if it occurred, would be the result of a plot by the Nixon administration to rally Middle America behind their policies. 316 More importantly, Atwood mentioned the SLA's isolation from other leftist groups. The SLA did not understand the silence from the left regarding their actions. Did they not understand that they were the vanguard of a new revolution? Just prior to her introduction of Patricia, Atwood announced that communications and negotiations were suspended as a result of the corporate trickery of Randolph Hearst. 317 Furthermore, future communications with their daughter would be based on the SLA's access to Remiro and Little via national TV. 318. Patricia's role in the first three communiques had been largely symbolic. She provided her friends and family with evidence that she remained alive. On the March 9 tape, Patricia no longer sounded like she had been drugged. Instead, she came across as assertive and angry with her family. From the very beginning of her statement, she mimicked Atwood by asserting that the FBI was her greatest danger. Furthermore, she cannot fathom why her father did not agree to the SLA's demands for a $6 million food program as a good faith gesture. In essence, she believed her father had sold out to the FBI and their insistence that the SLA, and therefore Patricia, had to be destroyed. In her moment of desperation, Patricia reached out to Weed and asked for his help. However, what truly demonstrates that the words came from Patricia was her appeal to her cousin William Randolph Hearst, whom she called Willie. In essence, she had given up on her parents as she appealed to her cousin, Willie, I know you really care about what happens to me. Make mom and dad let you talk. You can't be silent. 319. The SLA selectively fed information to their captive, making sure she had information that corresponded with the issues the cell discussed with her. They made sure, for instance, to let her know when law enforcement raided a suspected SLA safe house. Sink, along with the other members of the SLA, had regaled Patricia with stories of the violence and abuse of law enforcement toward the left and African American prisoners. At the same time, Hearst began reading Blood in My Eye by George Jackson and discussing the poor conditions of prisoners in jails throughout the country. Patty was very receptive to the teachings of the SLA. As a result, Hearst concluded that the FBI and not the SLA had become her greatest physical danger. These factors led Hearst to announce that because of these dangers, I have been transferred to a special security unit of the SLA Combat Forces, where I am being held in protective custody. I have been issued a 12-gauge riot shotgun, and I have been receiving instructions on how to use it. 320 Hearst knew that she had not been transferred to a new unit of the SLA, thus she had either completely bought into the SLA program by early March, or that a portion of her statement had been written for her. She completed her portion of the communique by stating that she still wanted to be released and that those who wanted to help her should focus on preventing the FBI from attacking her. In her autobiography, Patricia stated that the entire communique had been conducted under Atwood's personal direction and that the clever personal touches Jelena added to the script led many to believe she had converted to the SLA. 321. However, that was not the case. The thought of Patricia taking up arms with the SLA still remained outside the realm of possibility. Newspaper articles reacting to the communique did not mention the possibility that she had switched her allegiance. Although Patricia's words towards her family seemed harsh and shrill during her portion of the March 9 tape, she did mention that she still hoped to be released soon. Also, the reason behind her anger is important. She felt betrayed by her father. Her anger towards her father resulted from her belief that he had not done all he could have to ensure her release and safe return. Instead of signaling the point at which Patricia joined the SLA willingly, the March 9 communique served as a departure point in her evolution to becoming the most famous revolutionary figure in the United States. Although Patricia had been described by her friends and family as independent and strong-willed, she also demonstrated the capacity, particularly in her relationship with Stephen Weed, to be submissive in certain relationships. In fact, her relationship with Weed is a prime example of the duality of her character. She aggressively pursued Weed while he was teaching math at her high school when she was only a junior. However, despite her being the aggressor in initiating the relationship, Weed was the dominant force. Patricia chose to attend the University of California, Berkeley because Weed was attending the university and completing his graduate work. As a couple, Steve's social circle became Patricia's. 322. The perception of Patricia Hearst as desperate to remove herself from her relationship with Weed was mentioned prominently by Dr. Joel Fort during his testimony at her Hibernia Bank trial. Hearst validates Fort's observations by mentioning her doubts regarding her impending marriage to Weed in her autobiography. 323. However, during her portion of the March 9 communique, Hearst rhetorically tossed her parents under the fast approaching bus. Her fiancé had been spared from the shrill comments for another month. Not until she announced her decision to take up arms with her fellow SLA soldiers did she finally break free from her fiancé. Patricia's relationship with her parents had not been idyllic. In particular, she clashed with her mother Catherine, who, like her daughter, has been described as strong-willed and stubborn. The fact that they clashed during Patricia's teen years had not been a secret. Patricia chafed under the control of the nuns at Santa Catalina High School, which her mother insisted she attend. As she became more independent, Patricia seemed to go out of her way to make her mother uncomfortable. In fact, her relationship with Weed can best be described as exhibit A of her rebellion against her mother. Not only did she live with Weed out of wedlock, but she also attended UC Berkeley instead of Stanford University. She never hid her negative feelings toward her mother from her captors, providing the SLA with an opportunity to fill a void in her life. The relationship between Patricia and her father was much more complex. The rigidity of Catherine Hearst was juxtaposed by the flexibility and tolerance exhibited by Randolph Hearst. If anything, Patricia had been a daddy's girl. As a result, when her father announced that he did not have the extra $4 million demanded by Sync, she was devastated. 323. Ibid. 146. The fact that her father had drawn the proverbial line in the sand with Sync had shaken Patricia greatly, to the point that she felt abandoned by the one person in her family that had always helped her when she needed assistance. 324. When Patricia began opening up to Angela Atwood and Willie Wolfe regarding her personal and family life, She found the love and acceptance that she had not found at home with her family. The March 9 communiqué, also known as the shotgun tape, served as the departure point for Patricia's integration into the SLA. Her anger towards her parents contributed to her newfound acceptance within the collective. Slowly, the members of the SLA began including her in their daily activities. For Patricia, the single-minded pursuit of revolution must have seemed exhilarating given her less than thrilling portrayal of her pre-kidnapping life with Stephen Weed. 325. Following the March communiqué, the SLA remained silent for almost an entire month. During this period of silence, the SLA moved out of their house in Daly City and into an apartment in San Francisco on Golden Gate Avenue on either March 20 or 21. The new apartment did not have the space or yard of their Daly City safe house, but brought them closer to the heart of San Francisco. If they had any hopes for adding new recruits, it was most likely to occur in an urban and not suburban setting. The move into San Francisco from the suburbs represented a new era for the revolutionary group. Although the housing would continuously worsen during their San Francisco sojourn, their greatest success came about in the city by the bay. The move to San Francisco came about for financial and security reasons. The decision by the SLA to strike out on their own with the Foster and Hearst actions to serve, in their own words, as the vanguard of the revolution, resulted in very little access to new left sympathizers. Consequently, the SLA did not have access to money and information that is necessary to foment a revolution. This lack of money led the cell to search for less expensive housing. Their lack of familiarity regarding Daly City, as well as Sink's growing sense of restlessness and paranoia, led to the collective's move to an apartment in the much more familiar city of San Francisco. 326. The move occurred in the evening to keep prying eyes away, and just a few days prior to when the next month's rent was due. This served as the standard SLA model for changing their safe house. Patricia Hearst's transition to Tanya occurred during this period of silence. The silence reflected the SLA's decision to focus on finding a new residence, its education of Patricia, and planning for their next moves. The SLA had determined long before PIN ended that it had failed. Moreover, the program had not generated the attention and goodwill they had hoped for in providing food for the needy. Instead, the publicity resulting from the food program was generally negative. The stories that appeared in newspapers and news broadcasts focused mainly on the disorder surrounding the food handout and the nature in which this food had become available. 326. Ibid. 91. Hearst provides some insight into Sink's state of mind when she wrote that during meetings, he insisted that the television be turned toward the wall to prevent the government from using it to spy into the house. 148. Disparaging comments ranging from Ronald Reagan to California's Attorney General demonstrated their misgivings regarding the food giveaway and focused on the people receiving the food as the byproduct of extortion. Thus the controversial nature of PIN did not produce the positive media attention the SLA craved so much to receive. 149. Chapter 11. Tanya, Queen of the Revolution. The conversion of Patricia Hearst from wealthy heiress into Tanya, the Queen of the Revolution, received a considerable amount of scrutiny at the time it occurred, during Patricia's Hibernia bank robbery trial, and even today remains controversial. Patricia's actions began with her announcement on April 3, 1974, that she decided to stay and join the SLA instead of going home to her family. She remained estranged from her family until the day of her arrest, September 18, 1975. Her willing isolation from her family demonstrated her commitment to the revolution. At no point, from April 3 until her Arrest. Did she make an attempt to contact either her pre-kidnap friends or her family? In other words, her commitment was real. Patricia's decision to join the SLA did not occur as the result of some dramatic epiphany during her captivity. Instead, her decision came after her initial imprisonment in a closet, her immersion into the radical politics of her captors, and the failure of her father to negotiate her release. Even when she mentioned her with her father during the March 9 communique, she still mentioned her hope to be released. The period of silence, which began on March 9 and continued until April 2, served as a period of great change for Patricia and the SLA. Patricia began sharing meals with her captors, reading books they recommended, participating in the daily routines as well as the self-critique sessions. She also became romantically involved with Willie Wolf. By late March, she even began taking her turn on guard duty at night. 150. At some point following after the release of the March audio tape, Patricia made the decision to join the SLA. What made her want to join the SLA? During the lengthy cross-examination of Dr. Joel Fort by F. Lee Bailey during the Hibernia bank robbery trial, he explained her motivation this way: something was missing in her life. She was strong, willful, independent person, bored, dissatisfied, in poor contact with her family, disliking them to some extent, dissatisfied with Stephen Weed, with whom she had been with for about 3 years at the time of kidnapping, and the interaction of that kind of vacuum, of something missing, a missing excitement, a missing sense of meaning or purpose in life with what seemed on the surface to be offered by the SLAers. As she got to know them and as she became impressed, as she described in the Tanya interview, with their commitment, and as she described to me being impressed by their willingness to die for their beliefs, I think action was very important to her. 327. In fact, Patricia referred to the SLA members' willingness to die in the pursuit of their goals in her initial tape recording following the kidnapping, which was released on February 8, 1974. She stated that the SLA have been honest with me, but they are perfectly willing to die for what they are doing. 328. Throughout her autobiography, Hearst mentioned the SLA's commitment to their revolution. By the time the group moved south to Los Angeles, she characterized life in their new safe house as more focused on death than ever before. Death stalked the foul air in that safe house, wrote Patricia, more than ever before. All of them talked of death. Hardly a day or night went by but that someone mentioned death, and others quickly took up the subject. 329. Instead of being repulsed by the group's fascination with death, Patricia became enthralled by the revolution and their dedication to a cause. The decision to join the SLA, according to the Patricia Hearst account, resulted from a conversation she had with Sink following the move from Daly City to the Golden Gate apartment in San Francisco during the latter portion of March. Hearst had been transported to the new safe house unceremoniously in a brand new 30-gallon trash can. Just a few days after the move to San Francisco, Sink approached Patricia with his proposal to join the SLA or be released. 330. Hearst has steadfastly maintained that she only joined the SLA to ensure her survival. Even though law enforcement had already discovered the names of the cell's members, Patricia claimed that she knew too much and that the SLA could not release her. 331. What is not difficult to believe from her version of events surrounding her becoming a member of the SLA was Sink's reaction to her joining. Sink viewed the advent of Tanya as a great propaganda coup if the prisoner wants to stay. 332. As always, the SLA viewed events from the perspective of gaining greater notoriety. The notoriety surrounding Patricia's conversion into an SLA member, however, lead to greater resolve to find the slaw by the FBI and other law enforcement agencies currently searching for them. The decision by Patricia to join her revolutionary captors has always been shrouded in controversy and mystery. Did she willingly join the slaw? Subsequent events, such as her participation in the Hibernia bank robbery and her role as a shooter at Mel's Sporting Goods, along with her decision not to contact either family or friends following the demise of the slaw in Los Angeles when she had ample opportunity to reach out to them, contradict her version of the events surrounding her decision to join the revolution. Less than a year after their arrests, Bill and Emily Harris attempted to explain the process which Patricia went through prior to her decision to join the slaw, in an interview with journalists from the New Times, Susan Lin and Robert Scheer. 333 The Harrises began by downplaying the conditions of Patricia's confinement immediately following the kidnapping. However, they did mention that early on they gave her a copy of George Jackson's Blood in My Eye. The re-education of Patricia began early, although the slaw did not contemplate conversion of Hearst until March. The housing ensured that Patricia remained in close proximity with her captors. However, with the decision to allow the captive to get to know the cell members and their reason for joining the slaw, Hearst became immersed in their belief system. The Harrises emphasized Patricia's relationship with Willie Wolfe, his patience in reading to her and explaining his experiences and developing a true relationship with her. 334. Despite later protestations that she did not like anyone from the slaw, both the New Times interview of Bill and Emily Harris and Patricia's autobiography paint a portrait of, at the very least, two close friends. Given their similar ages and upbringing, they naturally gravitated toward each other. However, the Olmec monkey given to Patricia by Willie provides the strongest evidence of their close relationship. She mentions the artifact in the last audio communique following the shootout in Los Angeles, which resulted in the death of Willie and 5 other members of the slaw. The prosecuting attorney used the artifact to damage Hearst's testimony on the stand during the Hibernia bank robbery trial, because the artifact had been in Patricia's possession at the time of her arrest. If she had hated Wolfe so much and been raped by him, it is very unlikely that she would treasure a keepsake that reminded her of him. 335. The Harrises made another observation when reflecting back upon Hearst's decision to join the cell. She began to fear law enforcement. 336. Soon after her abduction, the Oakland police thought they had located the slaw safe house and quickly surrounded, then attacked the residence with a SWAT unit taking the lead. The reaction of law enforcement, in this instance, coincided with the scenario Sink had mentioned to Patricia previously. He constantly warned her that the FBI always came in with guns blazing at revolutionaries. 337. In fact, Attorney General William Saxby mentioned during a press conference that Randolph Hearst should not succumb to the slaw's demands because the FBI would attempt to liberate his daughter as soon as they discovered her whereabouts. 338. Given the aggressive actions of law enforcement, the statement of Saxby, and the growing kinship Patricia had developed with Wolfe and Atwood in particular, she found herself developing a kinship and closeness with her captors in direct contradiction to her frustrations with her family and her fiancé. The long period of silence broke on April 2, 1974, when John Bryan, the editor of an underground newspaper, the San Francisco Phoenix, received a birthday card, roses, and a portion of Patricia Hearst's California driver's license. Within the bundle, which had been scheduled to arrive the previous day, came communique number 7 from the slaw entitled Negotiating the Release of Prisoner. The text stated that further Communications regarding subject prisoner will follow in 72 hours. Communications will state the state, city, and time of the release of prisoner. The communique was dated April 1, 1974. 339. In the days leading up to the release of the April Fool's communique, 2 appeals were made asking for the release of Patricia Hearst. The first appeal came from an unexpected pair, the imprisoned SLA soldiers Joe Remiro and Russell Little. They released a letter to the media on March 28 dealing with many issues, including their theory that the FBI wanted to kill Patricia in order to discredit the SLA. 338 McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 235. 339 Bryan, This Soldier Still at War, 251 and McClellan and Avery, The Voices of the Guns, 296 to 297. 155. They also state that Patricia should not be held responsible for the actions of the Hearst Corporation and that she may actually look back upon her captivity as a worthwhile experience. 340. On the very same day, Randolph Hearst announced a new escrow plan that would provide an additional $4 million for the PIN food program, which concluded its distributions on March 25. He had been searching for some way to reopen discussions with the SLA and provide them with the additional monies they had requested. Thus, Randolph Hearst had secured from the Hearst Corporation an agreement to place $4 million into an escrow account to be distributed to the food program in two separate $2 million payments upon the release of his daughter. He did not oversee the escrow account. 3 trustees not affiliated with the Hearst family or the Hearst Corporation had the sole responsibility for the disbursement of the funds as soon as one condition had been met, the release of Patricia Hearst to her family. The request did not lead to the re-engagement of negotiations with the SLA. The revolutionaries had undergone many changes during the silence, a new safe house and the addition of a new member to the cell. The SLA had moved beyond the food program and had no desire to resurrect discussions based upon what they viewed as a failed effort. The following day, Randolph Hearst, along with the FBI's Charles Bates and others, met with reputed SLA member Clifford Death Row Jeff Jefferson. Jefferson had spent most of his life in various California prisons and had befriended Willie Wolfe, Russell Little and Sink and considered himself a high-ranking member of the revolutionary organization. Randolph Hearst met with him at the prison hoping to secure his assistance in obtaining the release of his daughter. At the conclusion of the meeting, Randolph Hearst sat at a prison typewriter crafting a public appeal from Jefferson and fellow inmates and BCA members Al Taylor and Raymond Scott. 341 Throughout the latter portions of March, Randolph Hearst attempted to find that one thing that might bring the SLA back into negotiations for his daughter's release. He attempted personal appeals from close associates and the promise of future money for the food program to no avail. Little did he know that what the SLA truly craved had been the attention of the nation's media outlets. The food program did not provide the positive publicity they so dearly wanted. Instead, the SLA had chosen a different path that generated more publicity than any other action in their short history. As a result of all this new activity on the part of Randolph Hearst and the public appeals for Patricia's release, Sink decided to play an April Fool's Day prank on everyone by hinting that Patricia's release was imminent. 342 The decision to use John Bryan as the vehicle for the announcement occurred as a result of the SLA's appreciation of a fabricated SLA interview he ran in the Phoenix in March. 343. At no point did Patricia mention that Sink or anyone else in the SLA seriously considered releasing her in return for the continuation of the food program for the poor and needy. In doing so, the SLA sold out in its so-called battle for the people in favor of their continuing dependence on media attention. Consequently, the decision had been made to incorporate this one-time hostage into their revolutionary cell. The Hearst family did not realize that the communiqué had been the SLA's version of an April Fool's joke. The family had prepared a room at their Hillsborough residence for their daughter's return, Patricia's sister, and had moved out of the blue room that once served as Patricia's room, prior to moving into the Bienvenue apartment with Stephen Weed. The Hearst family came alive once more at the thought of Patricia's homecoming. 344. On April 3, the response from the SLA that the Hearst family had been anxiously waiting for arrived at radio station KSAN in San Francisco. This communiqué changed completely the public's perception of the case and Patricia Hearst. At the beginning of the audio tape, Patricia announced that contrary to the opinions of others, she had not been brainwashed, drugged, tortured, hypnotized, or in any way confused in her earlier statements. She then stated that, as George Jackson wrote, "It's me, the way I want it, the way I see it." 345. Patricia came out swinging, prefacing her upcoming remarks with the assurance that these were her words. A statement she refuted when she stood trial for the Hibernia bank robbery. 346. Along with this new communiqué came a Polaroid photograph of Patricia Hearst in a crouch, wearing a beret and armed with a sawed-off M1 carbine with a rifle scope tied to the barrel. She posed in such a way as to give the impression that she had fired the weapon. She did all this in front of a large red SLA flag with the seven-headed cobra. 347. This photograph became the symbol of the SLA to a greater extent than the seven-headed cobra. Almost overnight, Oakland and Berkeley became flooded with copies of the photograph with the caption at the bottom, "We love you, Tanya." After taking the photograph, in a manner similar to that of the American military, the members of the cell proceeded to unceremoniously cut off Patricia's/Tanya's hair, leaving no more than a half-inch growth around her head. 348. Any hope that Patricia would be arriving home soon vanished with this new communiqué. Patricia, still seething with anger toward her parents, completely severed ties with her family. She publicly declared that her parents had no concern for her safety, and that the People in Need program was a sham. Her parents, she declared, had attempted to deceive the SLA and the people with their phony statements of concern for her safety. 349. She even called her father a corporate liar and compared him to Adolf Hitler. 351. Need not hear the inflection of her voice in order to determine the level of anger in her words. 159. The main component in her anger, which she directed at her parents, involved their inability to obtain her freedom. Acting out in the role of diva, Patricia Hearst's public meltdown transformed her from the poor victim of a kidnapping into the role of Queen of the Revolution, without the actual occurrence of a revolution. The greatest difficulty for Randolph Hearst had been the inability to react to a legitimate offer for the release of his daughter. The SLA used the term good faith gesture to describe the $2 million spent on the food giveaway. The demands generated by the SLA had little chance of being met, especially the unstated swap of Remiro and Little for Patricia. Because of her circumstances as a prisoner, Patricia had been unable to sift through news accounts of the negotiations. Instead, she received the bits and pieces offered to her from her captors. Therefore, she never comprehended the impossible tasks faced by her father. What Patricia Hearst saw from her vantage point as the prisoner of the SLA was her father, the son of William Randolph Hearst, declare that he did not have the $4 million that Sink demanded be added to the food program. Furthermore, in the midst of the negotiations, Governor Reagan announced that Catherine Hearst had accepted a second term to the University of California's Board of Regents. These two events led Patricia to believe that her parents had moved on without her. Thus the anger in the communiqué proved to be her reaction to what she perceived as her parents cutting all ties to her. Patricia's world had been torn apart, and she found comfort along with meaning and excitement which had been missing in her former life, with her new comrades. 160. The SLA provided her with an opportunity to find a new life, and she opened up to this new reality as a result of her dissatisfaction with her family and her previous life. Thus she chose to stay and join the revolution because she felt she had nowhere else to go. After Patricia essentially renounced her family tree and decided to join the revolution, Sink stepped to the microphone and announced that the SLA had issued death warrants for Christopher Brother Thompson, Colston Westbrook, and Robin Steiner. According to Patricia, the death warrants had caused a great deal of angst among the cell. Atwood and Perry, in particular, attempted to convince Sink to rescind the death warrants. When a member of the group mentioned that Little would be very upset when he learned of the death warrant for Steiner, Sink responded that both OSI and Bo deserved to have death warrants issued against them. They had violated the codes of war by allowing themselves to be captured. 351. The April 3 communiqué did not sit well with either Little or Remiro. Little referred to the issuance of death warrants as one that demonstrated an unbelievable amount of arrogance, and that it was a culmination of a lot of negative trends that had developed. 352. Remiro referred to the decision to allow Patricia to join the SLA as another example of the media effect taking precedence over more important considerations. Little went even further, stating in 1976 that it's obvious now and should have been obvious then that there's no way in hell Hearst was ready to become a guerrilla. In Little's opinion, what the SLA should have done was send her home and let her tell her story to the press. 353. Also, the infusion of the additional $4 million for the food program had the potential to establish a long-term program to combat hunger among the Bay Area's poorest families. Unfortunately, that type of revolutionary thinking had gone by the wayside for Sink. By this time, Sink had become addicted to the attention given to him by the media, and it factored into his decision-making. As long as Patricia remained with the SLA, so did the media attention. Having Patricia also allowed Sink to manipulate Randolph Hearst and the Hearst Corporation, a scenario beyond his wildest imagination. Just a year earlier, what Sink did not factor into this equation had been the reaction of law enforcement. Their hunt for the SLA did not rest until Patricia had been found. The death warrants issued by Sink had the unintended consequence of pitting the SLA's two captured soldiers in the difficult position of reacting against their comrades. Steiner, who had dated Little for years and had joined him in the move to Berkeley, made the decision to leave the SLA prior to the Foster assassination. Steiner returned to Florida to continue her education and remained silent regarding her past affiliation with Little and the SLA. The death warrants, however, demonstrated Sink's growing paranoia. The decision to issue the warrant on Steiner freaked out both Little and Remiro. In Little's words, "Here's this woman that I had lived with over 2 years and loved with all my heart, and my best friends put out a death warrant on her. It was like a nightmare." 354. The death warrants were worthless. The SLA had no way of enforcing them, and the individuals named, particularly Steiner, had not been forthcoming with information to law enforcement. Furthermore, they did not have any current knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the SLA and no way of contacting them. If anything, the death warrants only served to further isolate and frighten potential allies in the New Left. As a newly minted revolutionary, Patricia announced her new name, Tanya. Like the other members of the SLA, she renounced her given name in favor of a new, symbolic, revolutionary name. Sync made the decision to give the name Tanya to their new convert. The original revolutionary Tanya had fought with and killed along with Che Guevara in the jungles of Bolivia. Along with her new name, Sync gave Patricia the book Tanya, the Unforgettable Guerrilla in order for her to learn more about her namesake. Sync had big plans for the new soldier. Giving the name Tanya to Patricia did not prove to be a popular choice among all members of the cell. Bill and Emily Harris thought Patricia had not earned the name of such a famous revolutionary, plus the name had previously belonged to their friend Robin Steiner. Neither argument made much of an impact upon Sync. 355. The announcement that Patricia had joined her captors created a stir, not only among her friends and family, but in the media and throughout the country. The kidnapping case, which had been covered in depth by the media and seemed to have arrived fresh from the pages of a novel, suddenly added another level of intrigue. Taken within the context of the youth revolt of the 1960s and the early 1970s, the Hearst story became yet another struggle between rebellious youth, trading in their PF flyers and innocence for a new worldview that was destined to clash with their parents and their values. This new enlightenment usually came with higher education and access to illegal drugs. While their parents came home to a scotch and water, or perhaps prescription drugs to settle down, a new generation defied convention and began experimenting with drugs such as marijuana, LSD, and many others. In Hearst's defense, the SLA provided her with an opportunity to branch out beyond her family lineage and experiment with a different lifestyle. In doing so, she renounced her family, her fiancé, but saved the majority of her vitriol for her parents, while never even mentioning her siblings. 4. Patricia, her family had become an expendable appendage. Patricia's conversion to Tanya, SLA soldier, came as a shock. However, Larry Lee, the news director for KSAN, the radio station that received the SLA communique proclaiming Patricia's new allegiance, concluded that the actions of her mother alone could have driven her to this decision. 356. Lee's comments referred to Catherine Hearst's decision to accept a reappointment to the University of California's Board of Regents and her habit of dressing in all black as if she had been in mourning over the death of her daughter. While each of these actions may have been considered by Patricia as detrimental to her survival while a captive, they cannot be considered the sole factor in her decision to join the SLA. In fact, her relationship with her mother had never been a close one. Therefore it is likely that Patricia's greatest disappointment occurred when her father announced that he could not meet Sync's demands for an additional $4 million for the food program. Randolph Hearst had always rescued his daughter from difficult situations in the past, in particular from the discipline and regimentation of the Dominican nuns of Santa Catalina High School in Monterey, California. When Patricia became upset with the discipline handed out by the nuns, she complained directly to her father, not to her mother. As a result, Randolph Hearst assisted in the transfer of his daughter to Crystal Springs High School, a private school for girls within a mile of the Hearst family home in Hillsborough. 357. Patricia's rebellion against her family, portrayed by her decision to stay and fight with the SLA, had much in common with rebellious youth throughout the past 2 decades. The rise of the New Left occurred as a direct result of the baby boomers against the status quo, whether it be segregation, the draft, the war in Vietnam or university Administrators. The difference for Patricia and her family was the public nature of the rebellion and the manner in which it occurred. The Hearst family battles played itself out in newspapers, magazines and television stations throughout the nation, for all to see and comment upon. In essence, Patricia became the role model for rebellious youth in the 1970s. Now that Patricia had announced her decision to stay and join the SLA, Sync wanted to demonstrate her allegiance to the revolution in a tangible manner. How could they publicly demonstrate that Patricia had willingly joined them? The decision came down to an act of necessity. The money from Camilla Hall's savings had been dwindling away and was almost gone. The need for an infusion of cash had become acute. With ties to others within the New Left severed because of the Foster assassination, and the isolation of the cell necessitated by law enforcement's all-out hunt for Patricia, the SLA had to find a source of money on their own. That source turned out to be the Sunset branch of Hibernia Bank on 22nd Street, just off of Noriega in San Francisco. In an interview with New Times magazine, Emily Harris stated that the Hibernia bank robbery served two purposes: they needed a large amount of money to survive on, said Emily, and at that time no one in the SLA was able to work. The second reason was to verify that Tanya had indeed stayed of her free will. 358 Tanya was supposed to play the central role in the robbery, according to Emily Harris, by firing a round into the ceiling and announcing to the crowd, "This is Tanya." 359 Bill Harris, in the same interview, stated that the SLA wanted the cameras to capture the moment for everyone to see. Hearst entered the bank with a loaded weapon. However, in a freak accident while entering the bank, Patricia chambered a round in her semi-automatic carbine that jammed her gun so she could not eject the bullet or fire a round into the air. 360. The date chosen for the bank robbery was April 15. This day has meaning for most Americans because it is the day that income taxes are due. While training for the robbery, the SLA referred to the bank as the bakery, because that is where the bread is. Also, they did not refer to the action as a robbery. Revolutionaries do not steal, they expropriate from the wealthy. 361 In her biography, Patricia referred to the fact that the father of her best friend, Trish Tobin, just happened to be the president of the bank the SLA planned to rob. It stretches the bounds of credibility to assume that she neither mentioned nor offered any information relating to the bank. Given the theatrical nature of the SLA and the desire of its newest recruit to gain credibility from her comrades, it is highly likely that Patricia played a role in choosing which bank to rob. As for the date of the robbery, there cannot possibly be a better day to expropriate money from a bank in order to foment revolution against authority than April 15. Detailed planning for the Hibernia bank robbery began after the announcement that Patricia Hearst had joined the revolution. The cell members split into two teams, an inside team and an outside team. Based on drawings that resulted from a reconnaissance of the bank, the inside team practiced for the upcoming expropriation. Between April 11 and April 13, Camilla Hall and Emily Harris used an identification card in the name of Janet Cooper to rent 4 vehicles to be used in the robbery. 362. On the morning of the bank robbery, each team gathered in their assigned vehicle. In the green LTD station wagon, the inside team congregated, with Camilla Hall driving, and Ms. Moon in the front passenger seat with Sink, Perry, and Hearst in the back seat. Following the inside team in a red AMC Hornet, the outside team of Atwood, Wolf, and the Harrises prepared themselves for their role to provide protection from police or any other potential interlopers, before the inside team left the bank. The red Hornet parked across the street from the bank in an abandoned gas station while the LTD carrying the inside team circled the bank twice before parking illegally in a bus zone on 22nd Street around the corner from the bank. The inside team exited the vehicle, rounded the corner toward the bank and on sync signal entered the bank hall, opened the door for Patricia and the two strolled together through the length of the bank to the rear writing desk. 363 Ms. Moon quickly followed Hall and Hurst, then came Perry, who dropped her ammunition upon entering the bank and stooped to pick it up. Sink became impatient waiting for Perry and leapt over her and loudly announced the bank robbery by yelling, "This is a holdup. The first motherfucker who don't lay down on the floor gets shot in the head." Down without the colorful language provided by Patricia Hurst. 168. While Sink let everyone in the bank know what was happening, Ms. Moon sprinted across the bank, jumped over the teller's counter and began liberating money from the teller's stations. Sink then relieved the bank's security guard, Ed Shea, of his .38 caliber revolver. 365. Patricia entered the bank with a loaded weapon and the plan called for her to fire a single round in the air to prove to everyone that she knew how to use the weapon and that she was free to use it. By doing so, the SLA wanted to show off their new recruit and provide proof positive that she had joined of her own free will. With proof that she carried a loaded weapon into the bank, claims of coercion could easily be refuted. Unfortunately for the SLA, prior to entering the bank, she chambered a round in her semi-automatic carbine and it jammed her gun so she could not eject the bullet or fire a round into the air. Patricia explained that while in the bank she happened to notice at this point that the bolt of my carbine was off to one side rather than closed flat. It struck me that the carbine was inoperable. 366. Her prowess with the carbine had to wait until May 16 for the world to see. In all the excitement and free flow of adrenaline, Hurst almost forgot her speech entirely. According to her account, all she could muster was a pathetic "This is Tanya, Patricia Hurst." 367. Given the circumstances, she did her best to announce her new identity and her involvement in the bank robbery. N. of Patricia Hurst's version of the bank robbery. 169. While Patricia, Perry, and Hall along with Sink rounded up the patrons of the bank, Ms. Moon began demanding from the tellers the keys to the drawers containing the money at the teller's counter. All the while, Sink and Hurst kept track of the time when they had to leave the bank before the police arrived. While the SLA controlled the bank floor, Assistant Vice President of the bank, Jim Smith, watched the robbery unfold from an upstairs break room. He immediately hit the silent alarm button, which activated two high-speed 35mm surveillance cameras located above the only entrance to the bank. According to an FBI report of the robbery, approximately 400 frames of film had been exposed during the actual robbery, and at 4 times per second this indicated that the SLA spent approximately 2 minutes inside Hibernia Bank. 368. For the most part, the robbery had been executed with skill and precision, which is until Nancy Ling Perry panicked when 2 bank customers attempted to enter the bank. In the midst of the robbery, Pete Markoff and Jean Brennan had the distinct displeasure of being on the receiving end of Perry's shock as she fired upon both men as they hastily left the bank building once they discovered the bank was in the midst of being robbed. Markoff received a .30 caliber slug to his right buttock that exited through the front of his right leg. Brennan, also wounded while trying to flee, was shot in the hand by Perry. Both men received quick medical attention and recovered fully from their wounds. After approximately 2 minutes, the SLA left Hibernia Bank with $10,692.21. along with security guard Ed Shea's .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. 369 speed had been the key to the success of the robbery. The slaw left the bank before the San Francisco police arrived, thus allowing them the opportunity to reach their switch cars unseen and ensure their successful escape. The two rental cars used in the bank robbery had been abandoned in favor of the switch cars. San Francisco police quickly found the red AMC Hornet parked in a no-stopping zone in the middle of the block of 2400 Lawton Street. 370, the green Ford Ltd station wagon was discovered at the intersection of 30th and Lawton Street. Both cars were located as a direct result of the San Francisco Police Department's intensive neighbor investigation of the area surrounding 22nd and Noriega Street. The quick disappearance of the slaw led law enforcement to speculate that the safe house had to be in the nearby area. The slaw, however, did not disappear into their safe house, but into the switch cars, a green 1973 four-door Ltd hardtop and a green 1974 four-door Ford Maverick. In these switch cars, the slaw drove near their safe house on Golden Gate Avenue where everyone left the vehicles to walk back to the safe house, except Emily Harris and Ms. Moon Soltysik. Harris and Soltysik proceeded to ditch the switch cars at the Japan Center parking garage at 1600 Geary Street in San Francisco. The police discovered the vehicles during their search of all the parking garages in the city in an attempt to pin down the slaw in a particular portion of San Francisco. By choosing Hibernia Bank and the Japan Center as the locations of the robbery and the drop-off of the switch cars, the slaw successfully thwarted attempts by law enforcement to narrow their search into specific portions of the city. The Hibernia Bank robbery served as a chilling reminder of the violent nature of the slaw. Brennan and Markoff did not make an attempt to interfere with the robbery, yet both had been shot at and wounded by Nancy Ling Perry. By being in the wrong place at the wrong time, she nearly killed both men. The fact that the slaw had been heavily armed and once again demonstrated their willingness to use their weapons on innocent bystanders, did not endear them to the people they had stated an affinity for. The action only served to further distancing of the group from any potential allies within the community while continuing to place members of what remained of the New Left on the defensive and fearful of both the FBI and the slaw. As a result of their increasing isolation, the slaw, either communally or at the behest of their leader Sink, began to make increasingly poor decisions. These decisions led directly to the deaths of 6 of the 9 members and effectively destroyed the short-lived Symbionese Liberation Army. 172. Chapter 12. On the Road to Purgatory. The Hibernia Bank robbery provided the slaw with an infusion of much-needed cash. Also, it brought the slaw a great deal of unneeded attention. As a result of the increase in attention in the media, the slaw membership felt ill at ease about exposing themselves to potential discovery, thus making the simplest daily activities next to impossible. The collective began feeling trapped within the San Francisco city limits. The pressure to establish a new safe house became acute. The question to be answered, however, was where could they go to escape potential discovery by law enforcement? The bank robbery satisfied the slaw's immediate need for money. It also solidified, at least in the United States Attorney General's mind, Patricia Hearst's conversion to the side of the slaw. No doubt existed in terms of her participation in the bank robbery. The only question surrounding Hearst's involvement in the robbery related to whether or not active coercion took place inside the bank. Did Sink threaten Patricia prior to the robbery? Did she carry a loaded weapon? Did the tapes show Sink aiming his rifle at Hearst? In the immediate aftermath of the robbery, eyewitness accounts claimed that Sink pushed a female member of the SLA upon entering the bank. 371 Initially the assumption was that Patricia had been pushed into the bank. However, the contact occurred between Sink and Nancy Ling Perry after Perry dropped 2 clips of ammunition as she entered the bank. While she attempted to bend over and retrieve the fallen bullets, Sink swept past her and entered the bank. Patricia did carry a loaded weapon into the bank, and no conclusive evidence exists, other than Hearst's testimony in court and her autobiography, that she was under any duress from any member of the SLA during the bank robbery. According to the prosecuting attorney, in the Hibernia bank robbery trial, Hearst appeared to be acting willfully and purposefully. Her movements, as demonstrated by the bank surveillance tapes, depict Hearst acting with great purpose and verve, immediately swinging her weapon around to train it on a hapless customer who had entered the bank while the robbery was in progress. 372. In his weekly news conference on April 17, 1974, Attorney General William B. Saxby stated that Patricia Hearst was not a reluctant participant in the Hibernia bank robbery. Saxby went even further and expressed his personal view that she was a common criminal. 373. These comments quickly reached the public via the media and propelled a backlash against Patricia Hearst that grew even stronger following her actions in Los Angeles. For the time being, however, United States Attorney for the Northern District of California, James Browning, decided to announce charges against Sink, Perry, Soltysik, and Hall for their participation in the Hibernia bank robbery. The arrest warrant issued for the members of the SLA mentioned Hearst only as a material witness, and her name did not appear on the list of suspects. 374. The arrest warrants demonstrate the fine line Browning had to adhere to. As Browning stated at the time of the bank robbery, "I think this is the first time in the annals of legal history that a kidnap victim has shown up in the middle of a bank robbery." 375. The unique nature of the situation surrounding the bank robbery and Patricia Hearst necessitated that Browning's every move required the preponderance of evidence prior to any action on his part. Sink made sure to point out to Tanya that she was now a revolutionary, just like every other member of the cell. If the feds get her alive, they gonna put her away in jail for a long time. Make no mistake about it. 376. While Hearst did not serve a long jail sentence as Sink predicted, his underlying point still rang true: her participation in the bank robbery made her a bona fide member of the SLA in the eyes of the law, despite the fact that she had been listed by Browning as only a material witness. Patricia's involvement in the bank robbery also changed her status in the court of public opinion. Her active involvement in criminal activities appeared too many to confirm her statement in the April 3 communiqué that she had, indeed, changed sides. 377. News of the bank robbery found William and Catherine Hearst during a brief getaway in Mexico. They quickly returned to the Bay Area when it became clear that their daughter's kidnapping case had taken a truly unique and unforeseen turn. Despite the monetary success of the bank robbery, Sink began to fear that the police were closing in on him and his band of revolutionaries. In fact, he had convinced himself along with the other members of the cell that both the FBI and the San Francisco police had sent a number of agents and officers throughout the city to conduct a search of every home in the city in their search for the SLA. He also feared that they were trapped on the San Francisco Peninsula because he thought law enforcement had placed road block on all roads and bridges leaving the city with specific instructions to look for the SLA. 378. The fact of the matter was that neither the FBI nor the San Francisco police had not blocked the roads or bridges, and neither were they conducting a house-to-house Search for them. San Francisco police had been on high alert since April 16, 1974, not because of the SLA's bank robbery, but as a result of the shooting death of Nelson Nick T. Shields. 4. Shields had been shot and killed while making room in his station wagon for a rug he had just picked up. The .32 caliber shell casings at the scene, along with witness descriptions of a young, black shooter, led police to conclude that this shooting had been the latest in a string of murders known as the Zebra Killings. The case of the Zebra Killings created a deep sense of fear and foreboding throughout the city of San Francisco beginning in October of 1973, but reached its zenith on April 16, 1974. The Zebra Killers were a group of young African Americans with ties to the Nation of Islam. They formed a group called the Death Angels, and they began targeting and attacking Caucasians throughout San Francisco because, in their opinion, whites were not human beings but grafted snakes, blue-eyed devils, and white motherfuckers. 379. As a result of the racially motivated killings, the Zebra case led to increasing racial tensions within the city. The San Francisco police even set up a special task force known as Operation Zebra to investigate the case. The reaction of the San Francisco police regarding the Zebra killings must have triggered Sink's growing wariness at remaining within the city, especially after the city's police officers began questioning large numbers of African Americans who resembled police sketches of the Zebra killers. The racial profiling quickly came under widespread criticism and was deemed unconstitutional by United States District Judge Alonzo J. Zerpoli, and the Zebra check of African American males throughout San Francisco was suspended. 380. Sink's reaction to the Zebra check resulted from his close resemblance to one of the police sketches of the Zebra killers. Therefore, he concluded that Operation Zebra was a police plot designed to capture him and put an end to the SLA. 381. Either the need to be on constant alert or as the result of his increasing consumption of Academia plum wine, Sink's thoughts, pronouncements, and actions became increasingly erratic at best, and, at its worst, dangerous and completely out of touch with reality. With the San Francisco police on high alert due to the Zebra case and the correct assumption by law enforcement following the bank robbery that the SLA had a safe house within the San Francisco city limits, the SLA members began feeling the pressure of constant media exposure and no longer felt safe venturing out of their apartment. The need for assistance became acute. Sink's response was nothing short of astounding. Just days after the Hibernia bank robbery, the SLA instituted a new plan to enlist new recruits into the SLA to help us get food, wrote Patricia, and get on with the revolution. 382. The idea came directly from Sink with unanimous support from the rest of the collective. The only critique came from Bill Harris, who suggested that Sink be accompanied by a backup team while he attempted to recruit new members. Sink's plan consisted of him going around the neighborhood and ringing doorbells. The reasoning behind the decision had been that by now people in the neighborhood would welcome him with open arms because of his actions for the people. 383. With this philosophy intact, Sink set out to find new followers. According to Hearst, Sink set out on this mission with Bill Harris and Angela Atwood serving as his backup team, in case anything went wrong. A much different mission, supported by the actual recruits, had Ms. Moon and Perry dressed up as nurses going door to door to recruit new members. 384. Regardless of the method and the individuals involved in the recruitment, the SLA made contact with a group of individuals who sympathized just enough with the SLA to be brought into the fold and assist the cell with small purchases. In return, the new recruits received financial compensation. 385. Long-term strategic planning never seemed to occur as part of the daily life of the SLA. The group did not seem to appreciate the level of attention the bank robbery incurred, except on a superficial level. In other words, they wanted the notoriety from the media that came with the proven transformation of Patricia Hearst into an urban guerrilla, and a successful bank robbery, but not the intensified attention from law enforcement. They enjoyed and even reveled in the media attention, but worried about the fact that the faces of those who participated in the bank robbery became front-page news as well. The need to stockpile food and other daily necessities before April 15 should have been obvious, but did not occur. Thus the SLA now had the money to purchase food, but became too concerned about being seen and caught that they did not leave the safe house. The new friends of the SLA, Rita Ma X, Jamila Muntaz, Ronald Tate, and Joel Garrett Webster, soon found themselves face to face with the entire contingent of the SLA at the Golden Gate safe house. In an amazing decision, Sink brought these new revolutionary auxiliaries to the SLA's hideout. In desperation, the SLA sacrificed security for needed supplies. This new policy contained great risk, however. Sink thought the need outweighed the risk. Thus the SLA began knocking on doors looking for new recruits. Once they found sympathizers that agreed to help them, Sink threw caution to the wind and invited them to the safe house. In doing so, he compromised the security of the cell. While the need for assistance with routine tasks such as grocery became necessary, Sink became increasingly worried about the SLA's safety if they remained in San Francisco. The 4 new acolytes of the SLA agreed to visit Sink and his fellow revolutionaries at their Golden Gate apartment. Atwood escorted the group, which included 3 children, to the safe house. Following this first meeting, which included an introduction to Tanya/Patricia, Sink handed his newly found friends money and a grocery list. 386. On April 24, 1974, the SLA delivered their final communique. 387 in hindsight. The communique represented changes that had occurred within the revolutionary group over the past few weeks. Leading off, Sink discussed the bank robbery but quickly moved on to a topic that had been haunting him of late, the zebra killings. June responding to the shootout which claimed their 6 comrades. The communique was more of an obituary which eulogized not only their friends, but the SLA itself. 180. In his typically xenophobic view of event, Sink stated his opinion that the zebra operation was an attempt by the San Francisco police to disarm the African American community, but also an attempt to attack the SLA because he also understands that I am of the children of the oppressed and the children of the oppressor. Together, he understands that I am bringing the truth to the children and opening their eyes to the real enemy. 388 More and more, Sink viewed himself as the embodiment of the revolution and the focus of all attention, whether it is the activities of the SLA or the zebra killings. The latest communique also foreshadowed a change in the hierarchy of the SLA. Bill Harris, also known as Takeo within the cell, followed Sink. Not long afterwards, Sink named Harris his second in command, replacing Nancy Ling Perry, a change that not everyone welcomed. The other change involved Patricia Hearst. She announced once again her loyalty to the revolution in a strident and obnoxious manner. 389 She referred to her parents as the Pighursts and called her fiancé, Stephen Weed, a clown. 390 While her parents continued to believe that she had been coerced into joining the SLA, public opinion continued to move in the direction of the assessment of Attorney General Saxby, concluding that she had been a willing participant in criminal activities. Future events provide ample evidence that Patricia's break with her family had not been contrived, but had been real. 391 other than her portion of the eulogy of her fellow comrades who died in Los Angeles. Hearst did not communicate again with her family until after her arrest on September 18, 1975. Hardly the actions taken by an individual coerced into joining the revolution. With the release of their last communique, the SLA once again sought help from their 4 auxiliary members. They had been purchasing food for the cell, but Sink had a new mission for them, to find a new safe house. He asked the 4 new associates of the SLA to purchase vehicles, and in particular, requested that Muntaz search for a new safe house. In this support role, the black Muslims purchased 3 vehicles, secured a new hideout, rented motel rooms, and helped the SLA move out of the Golden Gate apartment. 392 in late April, when the initial move occurred, the new safe house was not available. Sink had convinced everyone in the cell that they had to move because the FBI and San Francisco police were closing in on their apartment as a result of their house-to-house search. 393. Despite their collective fear of being trapped on the San Francisco peninsula, the SLA remained in San Francisco, first renting a motel room in the Hunters Point section of the city for 2 days, then moving into a new safe house at 1808 Oakdale Street. Again in Hunters Point. In the continuation of the trend, both the house and the neighborhood of the new SLA residence proved much worse than its predecessor. In all likelihood, Sink knew that the Oakdale residence served only as a temporary stopping place while he planned the SLA's move to Los Angeles. Just prior to leaving the apartment, members of the SLA decided leave trash all around the apartment, write slogans on the walls, and even left the bathtub full of papers, water, urine, household cleaners, and cyanide. Bill Harris decided to leave a message by this strange concoction, warning to the FBI, CIA, NSA, and CBS, there are a few clues in the bathroom. However, you will have to wait until they dry. An additional word of caution, half a pound of cyanide crystals have been added to this home brew, so, pig, drink at your own risk. There are also many additional juicy SLA clues throughout this safe house. However, remember that you are not bulletproof either. Happy hunting. Charles. 394. An outbreak of cockroaches in the building resulted in the hiring of an exterminator. When it came time for the former SLA residence to be treated on May 2nd, the building manager and the exterminator were greeted with the filth that was apartment 6. Upon entering the former SLA hideout, the building manager noticed 2 notes left on the floor of the apartment, one from April 26 instructing all tenants to make their rent checks payable to D&G Investment Company, and another note from April 29 stating that the apartment building will be fumigated on May 2. 395. In all probability, the SLA left the Golden Gate apartment on April 26, just 2 days after the release of their final communique. Nothing left behind at the apartment provided law enforcement with any new clues regarding the whereabouts of the SLA. In fact, until the shooting at Mel's Sporting Goods, the FBI had no idea that the SLA had even left the Bay Area. The move to Los Angeles became Sink's personal Waterloo, and resulted in the death of the SLA. For reasons unknown, Sink seemed drawn to Los Angeles. On numerous occasions, Sink returned to Southern California in spite of his past difficulties with the police. Patricia mentioned that during the time period when the move to Los Angeles had been discussed, the SLA had undergone a change and developed a new sense of fatalism which she sensed creeping into all of their thinking. 396 other changes occurred during the SLA's brief sojourn at their Hunters Point safe house. Much to the chagrin of the female members, Bill Harris became Sink's second in command, replacing Nancy Ling Perry. 397 Patricia's account of this change. The decision to replace Perry with Harris had been made unilaterally by Sink. The decision to move to Los Angeles also emanated with Sink, and caused considerable consternation among the others. One of the issues bothering the SLA membership was their lack of familiarity with Los Angeles, which Sink dismissed, and in preparation for the move had everyone learning the terrain by studying street maps of Los Angeles. 398. The reason for the move south had been Sink's growing concern that the whole Bay Area is getting too hot for us now and that the police were closing in on them. 399. Another reason Sink had for moving to Los Angeles was the decision made by the cell to break up into 3 separate 3-person teams and begin functioning independently and recruiting new members. 400. Patricia found herself teamed up Bill and Emily Harris. The iconic group photographs taken of the SLA at their Oakdale residence with a homemade SLA flag in the background were discovered later in Los Angeles. These photographs were to be used in an upcoming recruiting drive in Southern California. Furthermore, Sink began planning for a new phase of operations for the SLA, a series of search and destroy missions focusing on the ambush of police officers and home invasions. 401. Sink viewed the home invasion component as a recruitment tool and stated that the people would come to understand our mission and would welcome SLA combat units into their homes. 402. Between April 26 and May 8, the 4 auxiliary members of the SLA bought 3 used vans, 2 Volkswagens and 1 Chevrolet. In return, Sink gave the black Muslims the station wagon they had been using to run the errands for the cell. 403. These 3 vans provided the SLA with the necessary room to move their revolution to Los Angeles, without even so much as a scouting expedition to establish a new safe house. The SLA left San Francisco at 11 o'clock at night for Los Angeles on May 8, 1974. 404. On the morning of May 9, the SLA members, traveling in 3 separate vans, convened at a small neighborhood park in Los Angeles around 11 o'clock in the morning. 405. The SLA's departure from the Bay Area coincided with a renewed effort on the part of Randolph Hearst to secure the return of his daughter. At midnight on May 3, the expiration of Randolph Hearst and the Hearst Corporation's offer of $4 million to be given to the People in Need program expired. On May 8, Randolph Hearst decided to turn the heat up even higher on the SLA by offering $50,000 to anyone who furnished information leading to the safe return of Patricia to her family. 406. Unfortunately for Randolph Hearst, the SLA had cut their ties to the Bay Area in favor of Southern California. Leaving the Bay Area meant leaving their known world behind. In an act of complete faith in Sink, the SLA moved to Los Angeles. They quickly settled into the Los Angeles area as Solte, Sink and Perry found an old, dilapidated, unpainted wooden shack that also served as a 2-bedroom cottage with no gas or electricity, but it did have running water. This new safe house, located on West 84th Street in the ghetto of Compton, brought the SLA to rock bottom in terms of their accommodations. 407. As a result of their location, the white members of the cell needed to stay indoors throughout the day in order to prevent calling attention to themselves in the predominantly African American neighborhood. In retrospect, Emily Harris conceded that one of the problems with the move to Los Angeles was the fact that the SLA didn't understand the nature of the various communities in LA, being used to the Bay Area, where the neighborhoods are much more racially mixed. In South Central Los Angeles, white people are really visible and draw a certain amount of attention. 408. In fact, the property manager who rented the cottage to the SLA Kyle Prophet Jones, informed Sink that in this neighborhood whites were not tolerated and even police came into the area at their own peril. 409 Apparently the SLA had forgotten about the Watts riots of 1965 and the lingering tensions between the African American community of South Central Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Police Department. The racial tensions played havoc on the multi-ethnic SLA as they attempted to quietly blend into Los Angeles. In the neighborhood they had chosen, the SLA found it impossible to blend in. The SLA's move south went undetected by the FBI. From May 9 until the afternoon of May 16, neither the FBI nor the LAPD had any idea the move had occurred. The day-to-day activities of the SLA are largely unknown except for what Patricia Hearst provided in her autobiography and mentioned in her interviews with the FBI in 1976. Upon their arrival in Southern California, the Harrises, with Patricia along for the ride, attempted to contact a former friend from Indiana, Jane Bum. The reunion went as soon as the former friend found out about the recent activities of Bill and Emily. The Harrises also attempted to make contact with the mother of Lumumba, the African American prisoner with whom Emily Harris had developed a deep attachment with. Lumumba's mother, Utamua, however, was not home. These initial contacts appear odd given the fact that the SLA had avoided interacting with friends from their past in order to not compromise their security. In this instance, the SLA had just completed a move to Los Angeles unnoticed and they began announcing their arrival. In this instance, Bill and Emily appear to have sought out help in desperation, much like Sink had with the black Muslims. In each case, the SLA had willingly compromised security in return for links to the outside world. Their isolated lives underground had begun to take its toll. 410. After everyone's arrival at the new safe house in Southern California, Sink once again took command of the cell. The unit continued to drill in anticipation of future actions against the government. Unfortunately for the revolutionaries, all their training had to take place inside the two-bedroom cottage. Sink laid down the law from the very beginning of the Los Angeles sojourn that they were to remain indoors during daylight hours unless involved in an approved activity. 411. Following the move to Los Angeles, Patricia described an intensified training regimen and a growing focus on death as if death stalked the foul air in that safe house. In this atmosphere, Sink gathered his small army together for what he considered a major announcement. While drinking his ever-present plum wine, he told his troops that he had just discovered that I am really a prophet. I am here on earth to lead the people. 412. This new revelation regarding Sink's newly minted status as a prophet led Sink to his next announcement that he intended to write a book that would impart to the people all of the wisdom and knowledge and experience that he had garnered during his lifetime. 413. In Sink's mind, his new book would replace George Jackson's Blood in My Eye because George had lost touch with the people in the street. 414. The constant state of readiness for combat began to take its toll on the soldiers of the SLA. The fatigue began to show, particularly in the case of Sink as he began to drift into his own new world. As a result, when the time came for him to exert his leadership over the SLA in order to find safety on the night of May 16 and the morning and afternoon of May 17, Sink failed to step up and his followers paid the ultimate price. On May 15, Bill and Emily Harris made one more attempt to make contact with Utamua. The desire to continue to reach out to old contacts must have been the result of the claustrophobic nature of their underground isolation, particularly in their present safe house. Reaching out to Utamua demonstrated the level of desperation to find someone to connect with in Southern California. Unfortunately, the multiracial slaw found themselves stuck in the midst of Los Angeles' own ongoing racial battles. 415. Consequently, these revolutionaries from Northern California did not arrive in Southern California as conquering heroes. Instead, by the time their presence in Southern California was discovered, they had not developed a single meaningful contact. In all fairness, the task taken on by the slaw in Southern California was next to impossible to accomplish. The New Left and the anti-Vietnam protests did not resonate throughout Southern California as it had in the San Francisco Bay Area. The slaw found itself in the middle of a racial conflict they were not prepared for. The slaw's final act of their 3-month drama unfolded in Los Angeles during the evening commute. As with almost all issues pertaining to the slaw, this last act was televised and came about as the end result of a number of miscalculations and mistakes on the part of the slaw, particularly its leadership, Sink and Bill Harris. On May 16, 1974, at approximately 4:10 p.m. Bill and Emily Harris entered Mel's Sporting Goods on 11425 South Crenshaw Boulevard in Inglewood, California, a suburb of Los Angeles. 416. They left Patricia Hearst in the van, which they had parked directly across the street from Mel's. The sporting goods store had been their 4th stop on this shopping excursion. They had previously purchased 4 bags of groceries from the Thrift Mart totaling $33.06, Boston stores of Southern California, where they purchased 6 pairs of Levi's jeans for a total of $81.41. They bought 9 5x3 notebooks from Sloan Stationers, and lastly, they spent $12.55 on cigarettes, leather gloves, sterno batteries, chewing gum, and aspirin. At Mel's Sporting Goods, Bill and Emily purchases 1 blue large sweatshirt, a 25-loop shotgun shell belt, 5 pair of gray heavy knit wool socks, 2 bike knee pads, 1 black knit watch type cap, 2 pair of white wool socks, and 2 pair of white tube socks. 417. Upon leaving the sporting goods store, an employee of Mel's, Anthony Shepard, confronted Bill Harris regarding an alleged shoplifting of a pair of socks wrapped in cellophane, which Shepard spotted Bill Harris slipping inside his 3/4 length hunting jacket. 418. Later that day, Harris told Thomas Dean Matthews, whose van the 3 fugitives had borrowed, that he had shoplifted a bandolier, not socks. 419. Regardless of what the item may have been, Bill Harris had been caught shoplifting, and Shepard acted quickly to apprehend him. As Bill and Emily Harris paid for their items at the cash register, Shepard informed the other employees of the incident. While waiting for the Bill and Emily to complete their transaction, Shepard picked up his pistol and handcuffs and told his boss, Bill Hewitt, what had transpired. As Bill and Emily left the store, Shepard and Hewitt followed them outside. 420. Outside the store, Shepard asked Bill Harris to return to the store and pay for the item he had shoplifted. Bill responded angrily that he had not stolen anything and continued walking across Crenshaw Boulevard toward the van. Shepard then grabbed Bill's arm and shouted, "You are under arrest." Shepard and Harris then wrestled each other to the ground as Emily jumped on Shepard's back. Shepard, described by Shauna Alexander as a young man, with a coppery afro, a Fu Manchu mustache, muscular and with a tough guy attitude, was not going to shy away from a confrontation with Bill Harris. 421. Larger and stronger than Bill Harris, he was able to secure one portion of the handcuffs to Bill's left wrist, despite having Emily on his back, trying to pull him off her husband's back. Bill Harris, in the midst of all the wrestling, attempted to pull a small revolver from his waistband, but Hewitt quickly pried it away. from him while other store employees came outside to assist with the arrest. While attempting to secure the handcuffs to Bill's right wrist, Shepard heard the sound of gunshots emanating from across the street. 30 shots in all were fired by Patricia Hearst towards Mel's Sporting Goods. 422. Hearst fired 27 shots from Bill Harris's submachine gun and 3 shots from her semi-automatic carbine in what she referred to in her trial testimony as a reflex action. 423. In her autobiography, Hearst stated that the only answer I could find that satisfied me regarding her actions at Mel's Sporting Goods was that I acted instinctively, because I had been trained and drilled to do just that, to react to a situation without thinking, just as soldiers are trained and drilled to obey an order under fire instinctively, without questioning it. 424. To do absolutely nothing at all was the easiest thing for Patricia to do. In this situation, her freedom from the slaw would have resulted from the arrests of Bill and Emily Harris. Her active involvement in freeing Bill and Emily from sure arrest provides the best evidence that Patricia Hearst had indeed become a full-fledged member of the slaw. While Patricia kept their pursuers at bay with her suppressing fire, Bill and Emily Harris scampered across Crenshaw Boulevard, leaping over a 3-foot-high retaining wall on their way back to the red and white van. Shepard, not intimidated by actions of Patricia, pulled out a revolver and fired 2 rounds at the van as it sped away. The 3 slaw members quickly realized their predicament as they drove away. They initially feared Sink's reaction to the events at Mel's because Bill had lost his handgun, which Emily had purchased in her own name prior to going underground. Consequently, law enforcement officials soon realized that the slaw had moved to Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Bill and Emily made the decision to look for new transportation since the clerks at Mel's had seen them drive off in the Volkswagen van. 425. Shepard continued his pursuit of the shoplifters in his car, following the VW van north on Crenshaw Boulevard, then east on Imperial Highway to Wilton Place, then 115th Street, finally catching up to the van on Ruth Elan Street. Shepard watched as Bill Harris commandeered a black and yellow Pontiac. When Harris noticed Shepard a few car lengths behind, he began walking towards Shepard while pointing a weapon in his direction. Seeing this, Shepard quickly slammed his vehicle in reverse and left the area as quickly as possible. 426. In the meantime, the slaw transferred their weapons to the Pontiac which Bill had taken at gunpoint from Ken Pierre and Marva Davis. In doing so, he announced that, "We're the slaw. We need your car. I may have to kill someone today and I don't want to kill you." 427. 3 blocks later, the Pontiac stalled in the intersection of 115th Street and Cimarron Avenue. After several failed attempts to restart the car, Bill Harris approached Tom Patton Sr. and Jr. and told them, "We're from the slaw and we need your car, we need it right now." The Pattons gave Harris the keys to their light blue 1963 Chevy Nova station wagon. 428. Once more, the 3 slaw members transferred their belongings to another getaway car. By 4:30 p.m., Bill and Emily Harris along with Patricia Hearst had effectively escaped from their pursuers. They had demonstrated the capacity to think quickly and strategically in order to elude the police following the incident at Mel's. They were survivors. Unfortunately, they had left their van behind along with a parking citation. With the address of 835 West 84th Street effectively provided the police with a location to begin their pursuit of the remainder of the slaw. If the slaw had intended to keep their identity in Los Angeles a secret, they were doing a very poor job of it. Not only had Bill Harris announced their identity when stealing the vehicles, but the revolver lost at Mel's was easily traced to Emily Harris. Furthermore, both Bill and Emily Harris had been identified by their photographs by witnesses to the activities at the sporting goods store. 429. All these clues made it easy for the Los Angeles Police Department to quickly identify the individuals they were pursuing as members of the SLA. At 7 p.m. that evening, Emily Harris knocked on the door of the Matthews residence in Linwood, a suburb of Los Angeles. A for sale sign had been spotted on a blue 1969 Ford van in the driveway by the SLA trio. On the run from police, they needed a vehicle that had not been identified by police or bystanders, and the van provided the perfect target. The owner, 18-year-old Thomas Dean Matthews, hoping he could sell the van, quickly agreed to allow Emily Harris to test drive the van. After driving 2 blocks to the corner of Pine Street and Pendleton Avenue, Emily pulled the van over and asked if her tow friends could come along on the test drive. Bill Harris quickly approached Matthews with an automatic rifle stating, "We're from the SLA. Get in back and do what you're told and you won't get hurt." 430. They placed Matthews in the back of the van and covered him with a blanket. Bill informed their latest victim that they only wanted to use the van for a short time. If he cooperated, no harm would come to him. 431. With a new means of transportation secured, the first order of business for Bill Harris had been to find a hacksaw so he could remove the handcuff Shepard had placed on his wrist. On their third try, they found a hardware store that carried hacksaws. During this time, Matthews had the opportunity to talk with Patricia and Bill Harris regarding the SLA. To begin with, Bill introduced Matthews to the most famous hostage in America, Patricia Hearst. Bill explained to him that the SLA's goal was to overthrow the government, which, in their view, had been overthrown by corporate America with the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. In conversations with Hearst, Matthews was told that they had to rob Hibernia Bank in 90 seconds in order to get away before police arrived, and explained the SLA's cyanide bullets. Patricia had been in excellent spirits as she told Matthews that it was a good feeling to see her two comrades come across the street unharmed as she explained the events that occurred at Mel's Sporting Goods earlier in the day. She then told their new captive that her kidnapping had been real. 432. Bill attempted to recruit Matthews into the SLA, however Matthews remained much more interested in his baseball game the next day than any impending revolution. At approximately 8:30 p.m., they made their way to the Century Drive-In movie theater. The theater served as a preset meeting place for the SLA to regroup at in case they were separated. Despite all the difficulties they encountered, Bill, Emily and Patricia managed to escape police and find their way to the drive-in. As soon as they parked, they used the hacksaw to remove the handcuff from Bill's wrist, followed by a visit to the snack shack. Matthews kept the handcuff as a souvenir. 433. The drive-in theater had been chosen as a meeting point in case members of the cell became separated from each other. The sign to notify the others of their location was to place an upside-down cup on the pole which held the audio units. This was done as soon as Bill and Emily returned with their food and drinks. They remained at the drive-in theater until 1 a.m. on the morning of May 17. For reasons unknown, Sink and the others did not follow the procedures established upon their arrival in Los Angeles. Unlike Bill, Emily, and Patricia, the other SLA members had not been seen and their vehicles remained unknown to police. They could have easily slipped out of Los Angeles or rendezvoused with their fellow revolutionaries at the drive-in. Instead, they chose to stay in the general vicinity. of their first safe house and did not attempt to leave the city or hide their identity. Following the movies, the Harrises and Patricia with Matthews in tow, headed out to the Hollywood Hills to sleep, but Emily persuaded Bill to drive by the house on 84th Street. As they drove by, they noticed that their comrades had left. The slaw had been dismembered. By 10 p.m. on May 16, the FBI notified the Los Angeles Police Department of the slaw's presence in the greater Los Angeles area, confirming the shootout in Inglewood included members of the slaw. The FBI also began to stake out the 800 block area of 84th Street. At 2:30 a.m. on May 17, the FBI, LAPD and Los Angeles County sheriffs along with the Inglewood Police Department met and began coordinating their efforts to locate and capture the slaw. In recognition of the violent tendencies of the slaw, supervisors from LAPD's SWAT team had been involved in these meetings as well. By 4 a.m. that morning, the efforts to locate the slaw focused on the residence at 833 West 84th Street. 434. At 5:30 a.m., FBI and LAPD personnel stopped a resident of 835 West 84th Street who told officers that individuals who owned the vans parked by his house were a male and female Caucasian and were living at the 833 84th Street residence. This information established the location of the slaw hideout, and LAPD and FBI SWAT teams proceeded to surround the suspected slaw residence. 435. At 8:50 a.m. an LAPD sergeant announced via bullhorn that the 833 West 84th Street residence was surrounded and that all inside should exit from the front door with their hands up. At 8:55 a.m. the FBI's officer in charge ordered the use of tear gas, and 7 rounds were fired into the residence by LAPD SWAT officers, followed by the FBI SWAT attacking the suspected slaw hideout from the rear, only to discover that they had left in a hurry much earlier. 436. In fact, the 6 remaining at the residence had vacated the area sometime during the evening of May 16. Following the shootout at the sporting goods store, the news hit television and radio stations quickly that the slaw may be in Los Angeles. Undoubtedly, Sink and the others left behind at the safe house heard the news and prepared to leave. Around 4 a.m. on May 17, Sink along with Willie Wolf, Angela Atwood, Nancy Ling Perry, Ms. Moonsolti Seek and Camilla Hall found a residence on 54th Street with its lights on. Sink decided to knock on the door and seek refuge at this small stucco house at 1466 54th Street. The occupants of the house had been drinking wine and playing dominoes when Sink knocked on the door. Christine Johnson and Minnie Lewis answered the door and Sink introduced himself. 437. He offered the women $100 if he and his friends could stay for a while. The women agreed and the slaw began unloading their weapons, bombs, and other items from the vans into the house. Freddie Freeman, a friend of Johnson and Lewis who had been with them when the slaw arrived at their doorstep, informed Sink that he knew of a spot at 1451 East 53rd Street where they could ditch the vans. Unfortunately for Sink, the spot Freeman mentioned was a drop-off point for stolen vehicles and the LAPD kept a watch for new arrivals in that exact area. After providing Sink with a location to leave the vehicles, Freeman helped Sink drive the vans to the location. Freeman noticed the money Sink had handed over to Johnson and Lewis and he hoped his assistance might encourage Sink to be just as generous with him. The activity surrounding Sink and the other 5 members of the slaw quickly took a turn for the bizarre as Sink provided Freeman with money to purchase new vehicles for the slaw while they began scouting out local apartments in the area for a place to hide out until the police lost track of them. Sink continued to pass out money to people at the new safe house to run errands for the slaw. Brenda Daniels, another friend of Johnson and Lewis, received $20 to purchase groceries and cigarettes from the corner market. The most heavily sought-out fugitives in America began throwing money around, telling anyone and everyone who they were while they hunkered down in an 800-square-foot home in south-central Los Angeles. Apparently Sink had tired of running and hiding from police and decided to make his stand, because he made no concerted effort to conceal his identity, nor did he attempt move on as the day progressed. 200. As Sink and his band made themselves at home in south-central Los Angeles, the Harrises and Patricia Hearst continued their frantic escape. At approximately 6 a.m., they decided to find another vehicle to further their escape. Frank Sutter, in his 1973 Lincoln Continental, pulled over to pick up two young female hitchhikers, and instead, he found himself staring down the barrels of two handguns, each held by Emily Harris and Patricia Hearst. With a new car in tow, Bill Harris told Matthews he was free to go and even offered to give him gas money for the drive home. Matthews refused. 438. Sutter's car provided the three SLA members with the transportation they needed to purchase another car, one not associated with a crime or any other known SLA activity. When a used car they had money to purchase had been located from ads in the newspaper and finally purchased at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, Sutter was released, minus the $250 Bill Harris had taken from his wallet. With the new untraceable transportation, Bill, Emily, and Patricia headed for Anaheim so they could lose themselves among the Disneyland tourists. By 5:30 p.m. they had rented a hotel room and turned on the television only to find their comrades surrounded by the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department. 439. It had all come down to a shootout during rush hour in Los Angeles. The LAPD quickly located the SLA vans that Sink and Freeman dropped off on East 53rd Street. Police officials surmised that the SLA was nearby. Intelligence from the surrounding neighborhoods led police to initially believe that Sink and his followers were hiding at 1462 East 54th Street. However, at approximately 5 p.m., Mary Carr and her grandson told police that Sink, Hall and possibly Hearst were holed up at her daughter's home at 1466 East 54th Street. Prior to receiving the information from Mary Carr, the LAPD established a perimeter encompassing 5311 Compton Avenue, 1451 East 53rd Street, and 1462 and 1466 East 54th Street at approximately 4:20 p.m. By 5:30 p.m., the SLA presence at 1466 East 54th Street residence had been confirmed and police began evacuating nearby residents. However, not everyone in the area cooperated with police, and the residents of 1449 and 1462 East 54th Street refused to leave and remained in their homes throughout the shootout. 440. The investigation of the Hearst kidnapping case and the ensuing search for the SLA in the Bay Area occurred with the FBI serving as the lead for all law enforcement agencies involved in the case. In the aftermath of the shooting at Mel's Sporting Goods and the assault on the one-time SLA hideout on 84th Street, the Los Angeles Police Department, with Daryl Gates serving as the chief of operations, had taken the lead for the search for the SLA as sightings began coming in from all over the city. This issue came to a head at a 2 p.m. meeting on May 17 between the FBI and LAPD officials. William Sullivan, the FBI's lead agent in Los Angeles, insisted that the FBI SWAT team lead the assault once the SLA had been located. Daryl Gates replied simply that the answer is no. If there's going to be any shooting in Los Angeles, it's going to be done by LAPD. 441 According to Gates, the FBI did not have a choice. They needed support from Los Angeles police to cordon off the area and provide logistical support, including the evacuation of people, support from the fire department, ambulances, and other services. 442 Furthermore, the Los Angeles Police Department had success in the past dealing with heavily armed and aggressive left-wing groups such as the Black Panthers. In stark contrast to law enforcement agencies in the Bay Area, the Los Angeles Police Department had no intention of taking a backseat to the FBI in searching for the slaw and bringing them to justice. In the upcoming shootout, the FBI SWAT team served as a reserve unit only, with the LAPD SWAT units taking the lead. With the SLA's new hideout on 54th surrounded and the area cordoned off and two SWAT teams in place, the LAPD announced via bullhorn at 5:44 p.m. its presence to Sink and his followers. From the bullhorn the announcement came, occupants of 1466 East 54th Street. This is the Los Angeles Police Department speaking, come out with your hands up. Comply immediately and you will not be harmed. According to the police report of the shootout, the announcement was repeated immediately and the SWAT teams throughout the area clearly heard each announcement. 443 With no reaction from the SLA forthcoming, another attempt was made to obtain their peaceful surrender. This time an 8-year-old African-American boy came out the front door confirming that the announcements were heard inside the house. After two more announcements via bullhorn, Clarence Ross also exited the premises. 444 According to the 8-year-old boy, the occupants of the house had guns and were wearing ammunition belts across their chests. 445 It became apparent that the SLA had no intention of surrendering without a fight. Therefore, the time had come for the Los Angeles Police Department to take direct action against Sink and his revolutionaries. The decision to act forcefully was not without its risks. LAPD officials had no idea if Patricia Hearst was one of the SLA members inside the small stucco home. However, the last thing the Los Angeles police wanted was a stand-off lasting into the evening. Even though it had been a decade since the Watts riots, the relationship between the LAPD and the African American population of South Central Los Angeles continued to be difficult, and at times violent. The longer the standoff remained unresolved, the greater the possibility that the perimeter established by police might be overrun by the growing crowds. Also, Los Angeles police had a history of quick resolutions to standoffs with heavily armed leftist groups. In a shootout with 6 Black Panthers holed up in a fortified house in South Central Los Angeles on December 8, 1969, the LAPD moved as quickly as possible, serving warrants on 2 individuals in the house at 5:30 a.m. When the shootout became a stalemate by 10 a.m. that morning, LAPD had received permission to use a grenade launcher provided by the Marines at Camp Pendleton to dislodge the Black Panthers from their fort. Prior to using the weapon, however, a final attempt had been made requesting the Black Panthers surrender, otherwise we're going to take drastic measures. 446 In this instance, the SLA had shown no intention of surrendering at any time for any reason. The shootout between the Los Angeles police and the SLA has been characterized by those sympathetic to the goals of the New Left as a confrontation instigated willingly by police. Within the framework of this theory, the SLA had been trapped and not provided the opportunity to surrender. 447 If an 8-year-old boy and Clarence Ross had come to the conclusion that they had an opportunity to leave the house before the shooting began, then it is very likely that the members of the SLA had that same opportunity which they chose not to accept. At no point during the initial standoff did any member of the SLA attempt to negotiate or make contact with the police. At 5:44 p.m., when the LAPD officer announced over the bullhorn that the house at 1466 East 54th Street was surrounded and requested the occupants to come out with their hands up, the SLA had two choices: fight or surrender. In the ensuing 8 minutes, 17 other surrender announcements had been announced by police, and 2 individuals not associated with the SLA responded and left the house. As the standoff continued into its 8th minute, a SWAT officer complied with the order to fire 2 509 CS flight right tear gas projectiles through the top of the west window of the SLA residence. 448 only after the dispersal of the gas from the second projectile did the SLA respond with gunfire. The shootout began in earnest at 5:53 p.m. Los Angeles police replied to the automatic weapons fire of the SLA with more tear gas and semi-automatic weapons fire. The FBI SWAT team also became involved, firing tear gas into the SLA hideout. As the shootout continued on, the house the SLA had turned into their last stand caught on fire at 6:41 p.m. as smoke began billowing out of house, followed by flames. In response to the fire, another announcement ensued over the bullhorn from an LAPD officer requesting the SLA's surrender. 449 No response came from within the burning house was forthcoming, other than the stumbling figure of Christine Johnson, who had just awakened from an alcohol and drug-induced sleep and made her way out the burning house. At 6:47 p.m., Los Angeles police made another attempt to reach the SLA over the bullhorn by announcing, "Come out, you will not be harmed. The house is on fire. It's all over." 450 by 6:50 p.m., the house had become completely engulfed in the flames, even though automatic gunfire still came from the house via the air ducts under the house. In response to the fire and to the amazement of police and onlookers, the SLA members sought refuge in the crawl space under the house. With the continuing weapons fire emanating from the SLA house, the Los Angeles Fire Department refused to send its firefighters into the fray and attempt to put out the fire. Following the latest attempt to convince the SLA to surrender, Nancy Ling Perry emerged from the southwest portion of the house through the crawl space. She advanced cautiously 10 feet, followed by Camilla Hall, who also emerged from underneath the house. Weapons fire from the house continued, and when Hall came out of the burning residence, she began firing at SWAT team members with her pistol. The SWAT team immediately returned fire, killing both Hall and Perry, and, likely, any remaining hope the SLA had in escaping. A few minutes later, at 6:59 p.m., all remaining hostile fire from the SLA had ceased, and the Los Angeles Fire Department was given the green light to go in and fight the fire. 451. In all likelihood, the fire which led to the deaths of 4 of the 6 SLA members inside the 1466 East 54th Street residence occurred American Samoa, the result of a mixture of tear gas, gunpowder and gasoline within the house occupied by the SLA. However, the official Los Angeles Police Department report states that the cause of the fire was undetermined. 452. The report further stated that the heavy black smoke that was present and the rapid spread of the fire is indicative of a flammable liquid. Within the charred remains of the house, police found a 2-gallon metal gas can with perforations on the side, along with 2 pipe bombs, 2 blasting caps, and other homemade explosives. 453. Tucked away safely in a motel room in Anaheim, California, with Disneyland nearby, Bill and Emily Harris along with Patricia Hearst watched in stunned horror as their friends and comrades were shot and killed or burned to death in a Los Angeles ghetto, while the Harrises and Hearst kept moving with survival and escape as their Ultimate goals, the other 6 members of the SLA did not seem to share that same instinct for survival. Instead, Sink led his followers to their deaths. He had mistakenly confused the notoriety of the SLA for popularity while he attempted to find in a predominantly African American neighborhood. In this instance, Sink and his followers never attempted to hide their identity. In fact, they made sure anyone and everyone who entered the 1466 East 54th Street residence knew their identity. Sink did make a half-hearted effort to find a new safe house in the nearby area. Freddie Freeman, who had been visiting friends at the residence when Sink knocked on the door and later helped Sink hide the SLA vans, viewed the arrival of the SLA as an economic opportunity. Instead of going to work that day, Freeman told his colleagues at work that he had an opportunity to earn money from the SLA. 454 at 9:30 a.m. on the morning of the shootout, Freeman received $500 from Sink to purchase a new vehicle for the SLA. He never purchased a vehicle and after 1 p.m. did not return to the residence. In this bizarre atmosphere, Sink gave Brenda Daniels money to go to the corner market to purchase bread, lunch meat, beer, and wine. 455 by noon, rumors had spread throughout the neighborhood regarding the presence of the SLA. Throughout the day, members of the neighborhood came by the house to meet the revolutionaries. By 3 p.m., access to the block surrounding the SLA sanctuary had been blocked up by Los Angeles police. While all this was occurring, the soldiers of the SLA appeared unconcerned regarding their predicament. The fatalism which Hearst described at the previous safe house became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without his second-in-command, Sink appeared unable to act decisively. Unable or unwilling to reunite with his comrades at the designated location at the drive-in, Sink waited patiently for the LAPD to arrive for a showdown he could not possibly win. In the early afternoon of May 17, Sink lost the desire to survive, finding one last ounce of bravado when he announced while drinking a bottle of Boone's Farm wine that I know I am going to die and all my people know that they will also, but we are going to take a lot of motherfucking pigs with us. 456. In his last known words, Sink mentioned that he had returned to Los Angeles to search for his wife and 6 children. 457. Sink finally found peace in the rubble that was once a home on 1466 54th Street. Whatever he came to find in Los Angeles went unfound. Unlike the Harrises and Patricia Hearst, in the moment of crises, he failed to lead his followers to safety. Nancy Ling Perry, Camilla Hall, and Patricia Solty-Seek all died of gunshot wounds from the shootout. 458 Atwood and Wolf died due to smoke inhalation and burns. In a very controversial finding, Los Angeles County Coroner, Dr. Thomas Noguchi, declared that Donald David Sink DeFries died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. 459. The violent end to the SLA had been predicted earlier by a consultant to the agency. On April 4, 1974, Dr. Murray Myron filed a report with the FBI in which he stated that it was his belief that the SLA was determined to commit suicide by establishing the condition in which their destruction at the hands of someone else is inevitable. He went even further, stating that the group as a whole is not capable of their own suicides unless engineered as a dramatic culmination of their indecisive lives as the consequence of the acts of others which they can rationalize as outside their responsibility. 460 Sink did, in fact, organize his own death. He waited for the police to close in and made no attempt to run or hide. The SLA had died in the flames of Stucco House in Los Angeles. The SLA's survivors, Bill Harris, Emily Harris, and Patricia Hearst, were left with the determining the future of the revolution they had believed Sync had been destined to lead. Without any hesitation, they quickly returned to the birthplace of the SLA, the San Francisco Bay Area, in the hope of finding assistance and support. Chapter 13. The End of an Era. As the remaining members of the SLA sat in their motel room on the evening of May 17, 1974, they watched on television as their revolution came to an end in the flames of the fire at 1466 East 54th Street. All that they had fought for had come to an end, they just had not yet realized it. The SLA had hoped to recapture the excitement and passion of the protests of the 1960s. They failed. The world had changed dramatically since 1970 and the SLA seemed incapable of noticing it. The Harrises and Patricia Hearst returned to the San Francisco Bay Area over the Memorial Day weekend. They returned broken, scared, and almost penniless. Almost as soon as they arrived in San Francisco, the car they bought on May 17 broke down as if it were a metaphor for their future. The remnants of the SLA were forced to use public transportation as they searched for a place to rest and recuperate. They turned to Angela Atwood's close friend, Kathleen Solia, who had given an impassioned speech before a few hundred SLA sympathizers on June 2, at Ho Chi Minh Park in Berkeley. With the help of Solia, the remnants of the SLA remained a step ahead of the FBI for another 16 months. In a very real sense, the SLA had reached one of its objectives, martyrdom. Patricia Hearst wrote of the SLA's growing obsession with death as they moved to Los Angeles. 211. Also, a consultant to the FBI, Dr. Murray Myron, in his analysis of the SLA, wrote that the group was incapable of taking their own lives but likely to establish the parameters of their own death at the hands of others, which is exactly the manner in which 6 of the SLA members died, in a confrontation with Los Angeles police. Throughout their short existence, the SLA managed to confound the FBI's massive manhunt while continuing to produce communiques, extracting a food program from Patricia Hearst's father, Randolph Hearst, and robbing banks. Unlike any group before or after, the SLA had unlimited access to the media. In the words of Dr. Myron, the world was pulled through the titillation of the kidnapping of one of its more distinguished citizens, dumbfounded by the childish and vague extravagance of the ransom demands, disconcerted by the helplessness of the authorities, chagrined by the debasement demanded by the threats, incredulous over the victim herself becoming a criminal in concert with her abductors, and, finally emotionally drained into ennui after an incredible public display of fiery self-immolation. 461. As the victims of violence at the hands of law enforcement, the 3 SLA survivors received sympathy and support from the members of the New Left which once scorned their existence. This support led to the release of a final communique prior to the departure of Bill, Emily, and Patricia from California with the assistance of Jack Scott, a radical sports psychologist who was once the athletic director of Oberlin College. 461 Federal Bureau of Investigation, HERNAP Files, Document 2866, 10. 212. In order to keep the heat off of the Harrises and Hearst in the Bay Area, the communique eulogizing their slain comrades had been delivered to Richard Allen Frischman, a friend of Kathleen Solia and her boyfriend, James Kilgore. Frischman left the taped communique under a mattress in alley next to radio station KPFK in Los Angeles. He then notified the station of the tape's location and that it came from the 3 SLA survivors. All throughout the audio tape, Bill, Emily, and Patricia expressed their love and admiration for their fallen comrades, with Sync receiving the most effusive praise. Hearst told the world of her love for Willie Q. Joe Wolfe and lamented about the Possibility that the pigs probably have the little Olmec monkey Cujo wore around his neck. He gave me the little stone face one night. 462 Bill Harris attempted to rationalize and justify the events which occurred at Mel's Sporting Goods which led to the shootout with their comrades the next day. Based on his analysis of the communique eulogizing the slain members of the SLA, Dr. Myron described the 3 survivors as badly frightened. He went on to state that the romanticized revolution has exploded into the reality of the possibility of their own violent deaths. 463. Myron also stated his opinion that the new dynamic of the SLA led to a good probability that they could be apprehended without harm, a distinct impossibility with the group led by Sink. 464 The arrests of the Harrises and Hearst occurred separately, but they did so peacefully, albeit 15 months after the release of the communique. Scott's assistance in ferrying the surviving members of the SLA came with strings attached. The SLA members gave up their weapons and agreed to work on a history of the SLA for Scott to publish in return for food and housing in rural New York and Pennsylvania through September 1974. The arrangement between Scott and the former SLA members eventually fell apart and the Harrises and Hearst returned once more to the San Francisco Bay Area. The Harrises did their best to rekindle the SLA, but to no avail. Upon their return to the Bay Area in September 1974, they helped found a new organization known as the New World Liberation Front. However, their revolution consisted mainly of political bombings. Their other activities included stealing cars and robbing banks to support their lifestyle underground. The former SLA revolutionaries had evolved into common criminals of little note except for murder of Myrna Opsahl during the robbery of Crocker National Bank in Carmichael, California on April 21, 1975. On September 18, 1975, the FBI finally caught up with the former SLA soldiers. In 2 separate arrests, the FBI captured Bill and Emily Harris while they finished jogging and Patricia Hearst in the kitchen of a home where she lived with Wendy Yoshimura and Stephen Solia. 464 Ibid, 9-10. 214. Even though she no longer lived with the Harrises, Hearst never attempted to contact her family or friends. During booking, Hearst gave her occupation as urban guerrilla. In a tape-recorded conversation with her close friend Trish Tobin she stated her dissatisfaction with her arrest and acknowledged she had changed tremendously over the past 18.5 months. Hearst served over 2 years in prison following her conviction for her role in the Hibernia bank robbery. For 102 days the SLA confounded the FBI, controlled the media, and caused fear among Bay Area residents involved in the New Left because of their use of violence. The many individuals and organizations affiliated with progressive causes and generally associated with the New Left suffered tremendously as a result of the SLA's actions. In their attempt to locate the SLA following the abduction of Patricia Hearst, the FBI, along with local police, placed people and organizations that had ties or contacts to members of the SLA under surveillance. In some cases, the FBI made attempts to interview these individuals with mixed results. Within progressive circles, discussions concerning Sink as an agent provocateur ensued because the actions of the SLA led directly to police actions against those involved in progressive causes. Upon the incarceration of the Harrises and Patricia Hearst, the FBI director, Clarence M. Kelly, reflected upon the performance of his agency in the investigation. In spite of all their efforts and funding, the FBI had made little inroads in securing intelligence about the SLA's whereabouts and agenda. Why? There were on informants, Kelly said. 215. Absolutely no leads reached the Bureau from those fringe elements in our society. Who knew, really knew, where the various law hideouts were located? None. 465 By the mid-70s, New Left paranoia and distrust of the FBI precluded any real effort to develop a relationship with the Bureau on the Hirnap case, and because of other events, such as COINTELPRO, the Vietnam conflict, Kent State killings, and the Watergate crisis, the distrust filtered down among the public at large. The fact was that Kelly was taking the agency out of political surveillance of rightist and leftist extremists. And what future political intelligence the Bureau obtained in the future came largely out of criminal investigations. This new focus was to have profound implication for the 1990s and for the 9/11 in 2001. 466. The violence of the SLA led to questions and concerns among political activists across the political spectrum. David Horowitz, as editor of Ramparts magazine in 1974, wrote an article critical of the revolutionary group's violent proclivities, but felt it necessary to remain anonymous out of fear of SLA reprisal against himself or his family. By causing mistrust among the various progressive elements throughout the country, the pressure against these organizations assisted in the demise of the movement. The violence of the SLA, coupled with the New Left's inability to find a new cause to rally around in the aftermath of the Vietnam, doomed the movement. With the demise of the New Left in American politics and on college campuses across the nation, came the rise of conservative politics led by Ronald Reagan. The excesses of the student protest movement helped to elect Ronald Reagan as the new governor of California in 1966. The student protest movement embodied by the free speech movement and its successors occurred during the second term of California Governor Edmund G. Pat Brown, a liberal Democrat. His inability to control the protests, which had occurred with an alarming frequency, and the outbreak of violence in Watts in 1965 convinced voters that Reagan's response to the students to observe the rules or get out was the right method of dealing with the growing anarchy then occurring throughout California. 467. The SLA served as a reminder of the anarchy of the 1960s. In fact, they were trying to bring back an era that the majority of Americans looked back to with sadness. Given the political assassinations, the war in Vietnam, and violence which occurred as the South began the painful process of desegregation. The political kidnapping of Patricia Hearst brought back painful memories of the lawlessness of the previous decade. By the time Patricia Hearst and Bill and Emily Harris were arrested, the nation had undergone fundamental changes. On August 9, 1974, Richard Nixon succumbed to the pressures of the Watergate investigation and resigned as President of the United States, and the substantially less polarizing Gerald R. Ford ascended to the office of the presidency. In April 1975, fighting in Vietnam War came to a halt as the North Vietnamese Army rolled into Saigon. The 60s were over and the nation had moved on. 467. Lucanen, Governor Reagan, his rise to power, 157. 217. On January 20, 2001, Patricia Hearst was one of 140 individuals who received a last-minute pardon from President Bill Clinton on his last day in office. Bill and Emily Harris had no such luck. Bill Harris served time in jail from 1975 through 1983 for the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst. In 2002, Bill pled guilty for his role in the Crocker Bank robbery, which included the murder of Myrna Opsahl, and was released in September 2006 after serving half of his sentence. Emily Harris, now known as Emily Harris Montague, also served jail time for her role in the kidnapping of Hearst, the Crocker Bank robbery, and murder of Opsahl. due to the fact that Harris Montague was the accidental shooter in Opsal's death. She stayed in prison until February 2007. The other living members of the SLA, Joe Remiro and Russell Little, had completely different results in their trials for the murder of educator Marcus Foster. Remiro received a life sentence and currently resides in Pelican Bay State Prison. Little, although sentenced to life in prison, had his conviction overturned on appeal on February 27, 1979, and he was acquitted in retrial on June 5, 1981. In the end, the SLA had been dismissed as an aberration and a simple footnote in history. The fact remains, however, that this small band of revolutionaries gained access to the national media in a way that no other domestic criminal or terrorist group ever had, before or since. They managed to coerce Randolph Hearst and the Hearst Corporation into funding and distributing food to the poor in less than a month. 218. In the food program, the SLA missed their opportunity to help the needy and establish a lasting legacy for themselves. Instead, Sink and his followers became addicted to the media attention they had received and wanted more, with the direct result being the conversion of Patricia Hearst. The conversion provided the SLA with even greater publicity, but ensured the end of the People in Need food program due to lack of funding. For the SLA, the attention they received for Patricia Hearst joining their revolution came at the expense of the poor and the needy.